And also, some DDO. Some XPs. I put some monk fruit in my tea today. I don't think I like it there. I'm not sure I like it anywhere, to be honest. But so that monk fruit's like a sweetener that won't. I don't need this. That won't raise your blood sugar and whatnot. To me, it just has like a. I don't know. It's not even an aftertaste so much as it is a while you're eating the taste. That's a little bit off to me. Alright, anyway. So get you caught back up on what's going on in case this is the first time you're watching this video along this series. We're currently 2 Druid, 1 Barbarian. We probably will take 1 more Druid level and then we'll probably take a favorite soul level. Kind of want to take the favorite soul level earlier. But I don't know if I can really cram it in, to be honest. If I'm being honest. And the reason why I really like the idea of the favorite soul level, yeah, you get wisdom to damage, whatever. It's solid. But I really want that magic. I want shield protection. Yes, we are going live a little early today to lab. I did mention that we were going to be starting a little bit earlier today. It is TR day. I am excited. But also I have a feeling. Here in Kansas, the weather has changed really bad. And we're starting to get a bunch of snow today. Maybe not a bunch, but we're going to get a bunch of snow later tonight. And for anybody who knows how my nose and my stream, knows that as the things fluctuate, my nose is going to get bad. So, kind of have a slightly trying to plan around probably having my nose decide to be a real monstrosity. But we'll see. The Midwest, it changes. The weather changes every 5 minutes, 15 miles. I don't think that's true. I know that's a saying for a reason, but I've not found that to be particularly true. Anyway. I know it can change a lot, though. Can, in fact, change a lot. But anyway, yeah, I decided to go live a little early. It is TR day. We didn't get quite as much done this afternoon as I kind of hoped, or this morning as I hoped we would. Stuff like that, so figured the easiest thing that we could do to kind of give people a little extra DDO time, a little extra SAM time, was to start a little early. I was sitting in the chair anyway. Like I said, and I kind of had the feeling that I was going to start early today, around 6. Usually the reason why I don't start around 6 is because that's when I just get done eating. In fact, my bowl is literally right here and is still hot, so, well, warm from my dinner. Which, of course, was a big old bowl of fatty meats. Hello. Problematic Reaper. Sounds like Remy's home for his break. Plans have been solidified for taking Remington out tomorrow. How long those plans stay solidified are unknown. So I will be also starting late tomorrow. I don't know when exactly we'll be starting, but we'll be late. Because we'll be out for Remy's birthday. So another reason to go early today. Someone will be buying him his first drink, yes. I don't know if it's going to be me or if it's going to be LJ. I'm honestly not as concerned about it, but it'll be that evening sometime. And I think we're going to be doing his stream tomorrow. I think we'll be streaming in the morning. Will. I assume that people will be around tomorrow. But perhaps not. We'll see. That's true. It does depend on what time you go to bed. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. If I don't see you tomorrow, then I will wish him a happy birthday for you. Or if he comes upstairs or downstairs, now we'll see. So I guess Shahele is not considered a buff enchantment, weapon enchantments. I guess it must enchant you as opposed to the weapon, even though it does show up in the weapon stat block. But if you cast Shahele and then magic weapon, it seems to be working. As if one is considered a temporary buff and the other one is not. I don't know if that's really true. That's really why it's working that way, but I don't know. Make sure he avoids tequila. There's nothing like a tequila hangover. Well, part of me is actually hoping that he gets drunk, gets a bad hangover, and decides that he doesn't want to drink anymore. Because he's also moving out at the end of the month. Or the start of next month. And I don't wish for him to... Alright, where's this Smuggler's Ruby that we have targeted, but I can't see. Must be around here somewhere. Okay, here we go. Whew. I'm really confused. Yes, but on the flip side, you don't want him to get drunk and realize he likes the feeling either. I know. I'm not too worried about it. I think the kid's pretty straight-laced. So I don't think he'll jump off the deep end. I just want him to not pick up an expensive habit. It is easy for stuff like that to happen, in my opinion. I think people can go wild. We don't want people going wild. Well, Magic the Gathering has the advantage, at least in theory, of being something that you can generally cash back out to some degree. So... it's a little bit different. keep hearing things. Other thing I will mention is that I have slept really awkwardly the last few days. I feel like I've gotten as much, if not more, sleep than I'm used to. And it might just be a matter of like, wow, this is what it's like to be really, like, semi-well rested. But it is not very pleasant, so I'm hoping this is not what people would consider well rested. See, did we remember to... No, we haven't. Alright, so we want to start chugging these greater elixir potions. Just trying to get our treasure loot up in general, especially during now to the end of the year. We want to get all those sick like Vorpals and other interesting low-level items. Also might have to make an appointment with my doctor, my chiropractor, tomorrow. Oh, you know, I should probably intimidate it, or not intimidate, rage at some point too. Even. Oh, double barbarian, or double. Oh. Oh. Oh no! The double Carnage Reaper got us? Let's see if we can stand on top of the monster and have the Reapers kill it for us. Come on. Did get wrecked. Double Reapers, man. Alright, well, we can recover. Wow! That was crazy. But you did manage to deal with both Reapers, though. Still, that's pretty bonkers on the old damage scales there. Huh. If I tried not dying, I haven't yet. Hey, Ellery, you wanna... Oh. Apparently I can't click on the res shrine. Ellery, can you make it to the res shrine? That's pretty funny. Should give it a whirl. Oh. Sounds like effort. Man, what a beating. What a beating. Double wrecked. Alright, I suspect that I have to go Reship up here. For sure. Also suspect this letter is going to be somebody messing with me. Call it a hunch. Call it a hunch. What? Oh. For whatever reason, when this guy, like, reared back, I thought it was some sort of weird tree monster. What? The Dahaka? Yeah, so maybe we have to just not do Shillelagh and the quarterstaff stuff and just go ahead and keep doing Lesser Vigor instead. And keep our Ghost Touch equipped. Sucks, because I'd much rather be using our Vorpal Quarterstaff of Feeding. But since we don't have a reliable way of dealing with the... nah, screw it. We're just gonna have to get lucky when dealing with the Reapers for now. Oh, my neck. Why are you being such balls lately? I don't know where I parked my car, but I guess it's fine. So you've seen this 4-color Urion deck? It's added red for Ox, Bonecrusher Giant, Kroxa, and the, I guess, Narset. Shark Typhoons. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to be working on a new Urion list here pretty soon. I need to decide if I'm going to invest in some more packs or not. Big part of me says no, but a equally large part of me says, maybe. Yeah, I'm just not at the point where I'm ready to give up on something along those lines. I have to downsize quite a bit, but I don't really spend money on Arena. Usually, like, if I run low on points or something, I'll draft. I'll buy like a draft thing, gems, whatever they are. I'll buy enough to get into a draft or two, and then that's usually enough to like prime me back up to several gems. Oh, I didn't mean to kill that one. Oh well, happens.
A stairway leads down into a lower section of the warehouse. Several steps are splattered with rust-coated spots.
Oh, that's right. I did switch that out for Shillelagh, didn't I? But yeah, I don't know. If it wasn't for the fact that I physically did not have room to put all of my card collection in the bus, and it would be super impractical, I would do something different. I would keep it, but I have got to. I gotta change it, so.
A ramp descends into the warehouse's lowest depths. Surprisingly, the ramp is spotless, dust-free.
We have to be careful going around this back way here. We don't want to get stuck in this pillar. We did that not too many lives ago.
Must be the kobolds' Earside shrine in fact.
Now I put everyone in attack mode. I just want a couple of these collectibles, and then I just want to leave. But it doesn't look like it's going to matter what I want. Alright, is everybody content with my having to kill everybody? Okay. I mean, I guess if I have to kill everything, we might as well come over here and collect this. Are you serious right now? And I suppose if we're going to kill all this, I'll also come get this rubble too. Might as well. Oh, excuse me. This is interesting. I don't think it's good enough to like carry around or do anything with, but it is interesting. Oh, hey, while we're over here, and I remember, let's go ahead and pick up a fresh Frenzy so Frenzy can do like most of the quest. Also, we forget this one every time. Let's get that locked down as well. Woo! Bear with it. Frenzy. There we go. Frenzy. I wish there was a higher level version of Frenzy that was as good. So that's just trash. Wabbit Swayer.
Cheerfully agrees to show you his collection. He leads you below the tower, then motions you closer to speak. The air is chilly and damp. Despite this, the books seem bone-dry. Magic must be at work here. Librarian scans the shelves, muttering to himself. Best wait for him to leave before trying to steal Dulcamara's books.
File Smasher the Fierce. red, black 1 for a 2/3 legendary goblin berserker. When you cast your first spell each turn,
The librarian has left the room. Quick, obtain the librarian.
Vile Smasher the Field Stoods. Damage equal to that spell's converted mana cost
My traps will be the end of you.
to that player or planeswalker that player controls. Choose an opponent at random. Okay. Alright, so he beats up your opponent or opponents at randoms. And he also has partner. It's kind of cool. So you're like incentivized to play a bunch of instants, so you can play an instant on everybody's turn. Alright, Ellery. I have one or two boo-boos. Man, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I'm just taking a beating today. It's like, is my reaction time that much slower than usual? Can't be. Whose flag is that? Frenzy's? The wolf died. So I'm not as worried about the wolf, though. Man! Oh, darling, you better go in attack mode and start healing people on your own. It's gonna be a minute. I keep forgetting that spell's not prepared. Oh, I feel like I ate too much. I think that's the problem. So I had 2 of those big Red Bowls full of roast beef today. It's probably about a half a bowl too much to eat all day. How's our reckoning been? You almost have enough? So one of the things I really like is that there's so many buttons to smash. And so many attacks to push and stuff like that. I love having buttons to smash on a melee. I still forgot bringing the light, didn't I? I did. Do I want to spend points now? Probably. I do really like Bloody Claws. That's 3 to damage. I don't have a natural defense yet. But, oh, because we don't have 3-level druids. Well, our next level is going to be a druid level, so we should probably just keep that point for now.
Descending into the basement, you hear another sound of whirring gears.
Not that I really plan on using the shifter roar that much or rage that much, but it'd be nice to have it around. Yeah, I really don't think you're gonna use it very much. But still. Should probably look at the enhancement line and figure out which one. Yeah, none of those. The way we put this build together, can't really rage during our spell. Like certain spells we can use while raging, I guess, and maybe that's the thing we're gonna have to really explore.
You see one of Osgood's men making his way down the tunnel ahead. He hears you approach and starts running.
Okay, who pulls that lever? Just someone go pull that lever. I'm too enraged!
You notice that the smuggler is struggling to keep his grip on an awkward container. He must have eye-tracked your eyes.
You hear the grind and clatter of machinery from below and to the west.
Alright, Frenzy's on it.
Grind and clatter of machinery from below and to the west. Sounds like something heavy is being ratcheted into place. You hear the rasp of stone against stone from somewhere above, as if a massive barrier is moving aside.
No. I saw it happening. I tried to save, but I couldn't.
Iron Defender, the secret
Alright, so if I end my rage, when I walk outside, it should remove the exhaustion effect. Looks like it. So we need to remember that for when we wrap up the quest. Otherwise, our rage will likely end, I think. And then we'll be exhausted outside of the quest, and we don't want that. I don't know if that's true. I think it's true, though. haven't completely decided, but I think we're going to be quarterstaff build. We just have such good quarterstaffs along the way. We just did an SOS life, which is like the only other weapon that at 10 that's not daggers. So I've talked about this previously, but I really like the idea of weapons that are supported in either like universal trees or supported in a way that makes them more useful necessarily than they may first appear. Like quarterstaffs having strike through and 1.5 times weapon bonus and stuff like that. Those things all really add up in a way that I don't think everybody thinks about. So like it's a very powerful weapon. You factor in the fact that it's simple and everyone can use it. Nice, we're even going to get Reaper experience for this one. Nice! Alright, here we're going to leave the rage on and see what happens when we just walk out, if it exhausts us or not. It may not. It doesn't look like it did, okay. I think I want that third wizard level, or that third druid level to unlock the tier for the stance. Now we have 2 points. Do we put them in jump or do we put them in UMD? Probably UMD, right? We don't plan on using it a lot, but I might use it occasionally. And then we'll take our stance. And then this stance will pick us up a little bit of PRR at the moment. Eight plus an extra 4, so an extra 12. We'll be able to pick up 2 more stacks of that. Oh, also level 4. Level 4 is a gear change. What? Oh, I grabbed the wrong one. Okay. I also grabbed the Sky Pirate's dagger. I didn't know if I was going to use it, but I figured if I decided I wanted a shield, I'd like to have it around in my backpack just in case. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so our weapon must take damage when we're in bear form. Seems kind of odd, but I suppose it probably makes everyone's life easier. I want to see that cloak. No, there are a lot of people out there who love the look of the mimic cloak. I am not one of them people.
Stinks a little less than the rest of this It's
Looks like it doesn't matter. Looks like it's going to apply our cloak regardless. If that's the case, I guess we're going to have to get a cosmetic to put on top of it. We'll see. Oh, so tired. So sleepy. Keep seeing things change as if I got a message or something, but it turns out it's just me being a massive dork. Can I get one of these? That fix the poison? It did not. Okay. Apparently we didn't hit the one button. So we're missing some experience points, so we should have, so we'll have to remember to go pull that optional. Like way over here, right?
the rear section of the sewer has been opened.
We gotta get that XP, man. Gotta get that XP. Alright, let's turn this off. So we'll turn that off. You know what I really want to do? And maybe kind of want to listen to the DDO cast for this week.
You have set foot on the infamous butcher's path, a gauntlet that has inspired many grim tales.
I was trying to keep my killer instincts running, but decided it probably wasn't as important as just keeping things moving. to be this that it was like bragging about. I'm not raged. I'm not raged. Get raged. Why are we not raged? That's ridiculous. Suppose I need to check my Ram's might before we decide to rage willy-nilly, huh, in the future. Won't matter in this case because it's 2 minutes of rage and 3 minutes of Ram's might, but I need to get in the habit of checking it before I just make the assumption. Should probably also get in the habit of casting nearly last. Or first, I mean. Oh, the Fury. I feel like we have a bunch of ways to get the damage to add up. I wonder if this is going to be enough. I don't know. This can go, I guess, in a lot of different ways. I guess we might as well get this Reaper because he's already mad at us. Let the hirelings deal with the oozes back here. We woo-wooed him. Huh, I don't know where the woo-woo came from. Unless it woo-wooed one of our guys. Huh, I'm not sure what that woo's from. Again, I don't think it's... Oh, it's the feeding. Okay, never mind. It was a guy who didn't vorpal. It was the feeding. Okay. Feeding does, in fact, apply negative level. So we have a baby woo-woo stick. What can I say? The harbor, man. Fast and furious and still somehow a snooze fest.
As you enter the city, the garrison falls from above. Be careful down there. At the end of the tunnel, you see a makeshift gong and a lone kobold.
putting the neg levels in on those Reapers, though. Somebody pull that lever. Wow, and the Reapers are fast and furious again today. Ellery's trying. She's having a hard time keeping up with everybody's hit points. What? Nah, it's fine. They can deal with it. That sure is a Perdot ring. I wonder if there's like, other than the ice outfit, if I could think of something else that's more twinky good at level 4. Honestly, can't think of anything. Make sure that there's nothing there. No optional on either side. Suspecting that this guy will be up here.
You leave the festering sewer water, only to be assailed by a pungent new scent.
So I successfully got an Intimidate off on him, and yet he still didn't care.
Unceremoniously discarded beside a brazier.
Getting your neck not to sound like crack, snapple, and pop is a real challenge. Alright, let's do it. DDO cast. Alright, so I've been told that... I'm going to go out of the live stream chat here. I've been told that it's sometimes a problem to hear the stream. Whatever, doesn't matter. But I'm gonna do my best to put it out where everyone can listen if they want to, and yeah, that's how it's gonna be, I think.
Hello and welcome to DioCast episode 616, recorded live on Saturday, October 24th. I'm your host, Patrick. With me this week, we have returning to the show, Asheris. Hello, sir.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, welcome back. It's been a little bit. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, it has.
We also have Voodoo Spice.
Hey everyone.
Welcome back to you too.
Thank you.
Well, it's good to have you guys on the show. We should have a lot of fun today. I am excited about this one. Let's see. The screenshot of the week. Grigor grabs this great shot from his guild Airship in the 485th screenshot of the week. Thanks, Grigor, for sending in this week's screenshot. Looks like he's got mostly the red Night Revels armor, the black unicorn, and of course the Night Revels skyline. Always kind of fun.
That feels more like the orange armor to me, but I could be wrong.
Looking good.
Either way, it's a good shot.
There's an orange armor?
It is the red. The red's like a tomato-y red, so it kind of looks orange.
Yeah, it's purple, blue, red, and green. Right?
Okay.
Like those are the choices.
Yeah, I guess it's the orange. The red one looks orange to me, I guess.
We like to talk about Dungeons & Dragons online nearly every
12
weekend.
monsters,
You can catch
we're
us
good.
through Twitch, YouTube, the DDO forums, iTunes, or from our website at diocast.com. DioCast is hosted by Cyberators, the awesome podcast hosting network. Shows are usually available within a few days of recording.
Just in and out.
The next show will probably be next weekend, and you can stay updated by following us on our website, diocast.com, or on social media at Twitch or at Twitter at DDOcast. And we also have a calendar at our website, diocast.com, that you can check out as well, which I'm usually decently good at these days of keeping things up to date on that. So,
So close to
on
good.
the podcast this week, we got a little bit of extra news. We didn't have a show last week because my personal schedule was in great flux. It was my grandmother's birthday, so I was trying to keep times clear so that we could get together, and then nothing actually happened. Never, it didn't happen, of course.
Oh, my ears are cold.
But so that was part of the reason why that didn't happen, and some other kind of scheduling stuff. But we get you caught up this week. A lot of fun news. And then on the back half, we're going to talk about the Fables of the Feywild preview. So we're going to kind of get into the Lamania build. This week we had the second preview of Fables of the Feywild. So we get to talk about that. Kind of some other inside baseball-y stuff. We will be getting back to the builds kind of discussion.
See, this
Building
is-
a tank is where we are currently, kind of in the middle of
This
that.
is the reason to go the other way.
But next week will probably be our review for Update 47. So we'll talk about what we think about the new raids and the shifter and kind of all that stuff kind of in more detail. You'll probably get a little bit of an idea of what that feels for some of us. But that'll probably be next week. And then we'll kind of get into
For now, we're just going to keep
back
the
into building
damage
a tank.
increasing.
We'll get Voodoo back on the show for sure. We'll talk about how to build a caster tank, kind of a variation of building a tank and what's kind of different about that. And then we'll kind of go from there. Then we'll probably be talking about Fables of the Feywild review, hopefully. Fingers crossed if it comes out on time and stuff like that. Right, so, game news. We'll get into that here. Old alchemical crafting and scrapping stuff. So, with Update 47, the heroic and epic alchemical crafting changed. They took out the ingredient requirements for it. So you can basically just upgrade them for free, which is great. They don't, I don't know how relevant alchemical weapons are in today's world. They kind of feel not so much to me. I don't know. You guys have a different opinion on that?
No,
I'm just
they're
wondering
really
if I'm just wondering if they're going to become a little bit more interesting since they're so basically free to craft. You know, are more people going to be interested in getting them to use for a couple levels during upper heroics, which is that very tiny niche space that they occupy. I don't know. I'm not going to run out and craft any, but I'm curious to see if they might become a thing.
I always held on to a lot of blanks of those in a bank alt just in case something ever happened with it. But as I look at it, there might be some weapons that aren't covered with Sharn, for example, where it might be valuable. But a lot of times I find that my green steel weapons typically get me through that range pretty well.
Yeah, and when you start talking about the epic ones, right? Like they were kind of invalidated almost immediately by stuff you could get in Underdark, Menace the Underdark. So I'm not sure what space they saw, but hey, they're cheaper, so that's great, right? Like we like that. Let's see if maybe if some of my blanks, the blanks that I still have, might maybe get some action on the auction house. Maybe, I don't know.
To me, here's the good thing. For the very, there's a few people out there who wanted them, and it was almost impossible to get them because nobody runs MA and LOB. And now those maybe that tiny segment of the population that wanted an alchemical weapon can now do it. And I'm happy for that. That's a plus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you
That
still
+2 alchemical stats always nice, I think. I mean, at least for a caster.
It's true. Yeah, the biggest hang-up, right, was in order to craft an alchemical weapon, you had to run, especially like the epic ones, you had to run it on multiple difficulties, right, to get the different tier ingredients, which is really kind of the big barrier and hang-up in that regards. But...
And it was always confusing to me which difficulty gave which ingredient. You know?
For sure, yeah. That's true. Anyways, so Linabelle clarified some stuff. The recipes to melt down your
Another
stuff
quest,
are
not
the
raids
binding
at all.
station, not the melting station. And then he clarified the items you can turn into House C or Charn materials. They're no longer they no longer drop. They're entirely deprecated. They have no further use in DDO. Probably. I mean, they say that about the Night Revels every year, and this year Night Revels ingredients didn't deprecate, so you know. But anyways, you can turn them into the newer stuff, and this is probably a safer bet. You can turn in all the Kyber Dragon Shards. The list was actually just like, here's all the Kyber Dragon Shards of different elements, and then the power cells. I believe, I didn't grab it, but I'm pretty sure that there was a post that, yes, you will be able in the future to turn in just the elemental bits as well. So that should be better, right? But you can go turn those in, and I'm personally waiting until you can punch them all, just so I only have to go and do it the one time. But there you go. Hardcore transfers. Character transfers off the hardcore server have been temporarily disabled while they work to resolve an issue that has prevented some players from transferring off of the server in recent weeks. At this time, they are not ready to announce a date that transfers from hardcore will again be available. If it remains disabled for an extended period of time, they will consider extending the Season 3 after-party period to make sure everyone has a chance to move the character off the server. I would say that there's probably a good bet that that's going to happen at this point. The hardcore transfer, the after party was supposed to go through November 3rd. Which, hey, I believe that's election day in the US, so...
Yeah, it is.
It's celebrate election day by... that's also when the Night Revels ends, so all kind of together. Nice diversion from that. In any case, they
We're all
haven't
caught
really
up. We can
said,
just kill the big guy
but I
right
know
away.
from at least one person, and probably more, so people have been unable to transfer characters off of hardcore server, and depending on where you get stuck in that can have some really nasty ramifications on your account. as is the case for someone that I know, who has been unable to log into their account since they tried to transfer a character off of Hardcore. Yeah, and I think that's been going on for 3 or 4 weeks now. 3 weeks, I think. I believe, kind of. This is not official or anyway. This is just kind of me inferring. But when you transfer something, it tells you that transfer a character. It tells you your character, or you won't be able to log into your account until that transfer is complete. Usually, it doesn't take very long. I think this person got stuck in a transfer situation where their character is stuck in transit, and because of that, their account is not active. They can't log into their account. I don't know if that's what all of these people are experiencing, but they're clearly having difficulties with the transfer, so that's been shut off. And that's
We'd
been
like to
true
get to the meat of the
for
show, so I
about
have something to
a week
like
and a half, I think.
pause and rumble
so-
About
on.
that, yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah, my expectation is they'll probably extend the after party because of that. Let's see. Epic Destinies. The rumor mill has been going in overdrive in Epic Destinies, I think, of late. Part of this is because one of the things with the Fables of Feywild packages is you get Epic Destinies with the expansion. Probably that's a holdover because they were planning on going, like, us going beyond level 30, and they were planning on doing some work in Epic Destinies at the same time. That all got pushed. So I think Epic Destinies being part of the pre-orders.
Oh, I don't have
are part
Shred
of that.
yet. That's what's going on. All right, so this
Cordovan
doesn't
did
do
say
anything yet.
Epic Destinies are expected to remain in the
Let's
game
get that
for
out
quite
of
some
there.
time, regardless of whether work is done to improve them or a different system is introduced for above level 30 in the future. While it's perfectly okay to make choices based on rumor and speculation, these tomes will continue to provide their benefit in the future. He's talking about the Tomes of Destiny, which came with the Ultimate tier of the pre-order. So
75 for not putting any armor on yet. I feel like
basically,
I should
people
try
were
to find some
concerned
armor.
that, hey, we're hearing all these things about how they're going to change Epic Destinies. They're saying that there's still going to be Epic Destinies even if they change them. So that's good. I like Epic Destinies.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a safe bet they're going to be there. I think it's just a question of
What does it
what
look like?
changes are. I mean, yeah, and honestly, a lot of the Epic Destinies haven't had a lot of work done to them. I know, there were some tweaks here and there, but most of them are very much the same as they've been for years.
It's the whack-a-mole balancing, right? Like they made some
Right,
changes,
this
and
is
now
the
some
other
of them
thing
are
that we need to
overperforming
fix.
others and everything like that. So
I had to grab this frozen tunic earlier.
shifting and monk stances. So Steelstar wrote in on this, and his response is a little complicated. So people are you can't use monk stances with shifter shifting. That was a choice that they made during the previews of shifters for balancing reasons. They're worried about the balance of shifter monks, and they would rather introduce something that they know, and rather than introduce something that they know they might need to scale back, they want to take a little more time to make sure they get the balance right. Basically saying that I think that they want to see how shifters live in the real world environment without being able to use monk and shifting, or monk stances and shifting at the same time. And if they feel that it needs a boost, they can make that not exclusive in the future. But they don't want to do that right now because they want to see how it kind of performs and that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, I think that would be a game changer to have the shifters be able to be monks. I'd be really excited to play a monk in that scenario as a
Yeah.
shifter. As it is right now, I haven't really found what the shifter's niche is. I know that's not really what we're covering today, but
Yeah, that's a fair question. Although, also I would say that in general, I don't feel like Iconics. I don't think like Iconics are game changer races in the sense that they don't typically like overperform relative to the mean of other choices. As far like the builds that I've kind of seen that are like tend to be kind of overperforming or like kind of the top tier builds generally are using basic races. There's a couple of exceptions. Blade Forge is getting some love in the tank community right now.
ASMR's over the top.
PDK was really popular when you know, for the charisma stuff when the Paladin came out. And then there's the Scourge is pretty popular too. But I would agree with you. I don't think that any of them particularly overperform their base class all that much. I kind of prefer like the base ASMR for most things, for example.
Yeah. Let's see. Pre-purchasing the expansion. So they have a new market technology something behind the scenes. With Fables of the Feywild, when you purchase it, you don't actually get a code. You sign into your account and then it just applies to that account. So one, make sure that you're on the right account when you do that. I have no idea if it prevents you from buying the expansion a second time. Hope it does.
I haven't tried it. I don't know either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try it. It just kind of seems silly. But it doesn't get delivered as a code. They are looking at ways to, or in the future, they do want to return that functionality to the store, but they don't have that currently.
I like that may have changed.
That'll be sooner than later. There's a recognition that people want to buy that for other people and that kind of a thing. I believe that they are also looking at moving the older expansions to the new mechanism, which if they did that right now, would obviously you could not buy those as a gift.
Well, those are certainly popular. Like even in our guild, sometimes we have competitions, and then the reward is an expansion code or something like that. And then you have a lot of family members who buy them as gifts for each other.
Yeah.
But it seems like the new site is linked to Daybreak, whereas the old site was still the old Turbine Digital River one. So I would suspect it's just some sort of finally getting around to cleaning up some of those old relationships.
Interesting. Yeah. Or kind of strengthening the relationship that they have with Daybreak or simplifying some stuff. Sure, yeah.
Alright.
See that.
Get our quarterstaff out, our other one.
It may make it easier for Daybreak to just get their cut or whatever, as opposed to SSG having to send money separately or something to that effect. All possibilities.
Alright.
Alright, let's talk about Update 47 Patch 1. This was released on Tuesday, October 20th. Nothing crazy in here. Barbarian Rage and Shift abilities now have a base duration that matches their tooltip, which is 30 seconds plus the Constitution modifier. I don't think that's is there like a multiplier to the Constitution modifier? I feel like that was true. Anyways,
we're gonna have to clean this mess too. There's no way that the
Fadar Solution
is going to let us go.
Levels up to level 5 properly instead of getting stuck on level 4 and then jumping to level 6. I think that's referring to how they upgrade over time, get bigger and stuff. Fixed a couple of weapons and items and stuff.
Okay,
the
not allowed to climb the
Feywild
ladder.
Collector and Ultimate Fan Edition claim tickets now properly state they are from the Feywild expansion, not from the Sharn expansion. That's good. The Tome of Destiny, +1, found within the Ultimate Fan Bundle of the Fables of the Feywild.
The Ultimate Destiny
pack now correctly states that you must be level 20 or above to consume it.
Got mine eaten?
You also must be in a state where you can manipulate your destiny. So if you are not a VIP, you have to be talking to the Fate Spinner to eat it. I don't know if that's still true or not. They were saying that as a war plan.
They really should have added a note in the bundle, bullet points saying what that did. Because I had to look that up. I was looking at that Tome of Destiny because that wasn't a thing before.
Right.
I was like, what is that? It doesn't say. They could just put in parentheses like adds +1 action point to your Epic Destinies or something like that.
Down at the bottom.
It actually is on the page.
It is where?
So you have to go down to key features and then open up the exciting bonus items in Ultimate Edition, and then it's in the fine print. of
Yep.
that.
Oh, come on.
They did a great
Yeah,
job of
I see
hiding
that
it.
now because I'm on that page, but yeah, it's a.
Yeah, if you yeah, they could have maybe made that a little easier, right? Or
I didn't even realize those plus circles were clickable and that would bring down something. I thought that was just like a bullet point thing, you know?
yeah. But hey, you know what? The Ultimate Fan Bundle is the recommended bundle.
It's the best bundle.
Yeah, of course it is.
I still think that's funny.
Shocking.
See, back to the update, the patch. Purity Filigree now properly provides Mummy Rot Ward benefit against mummies in the Night Revel event. That's stuff they have to code individually, apparently. So something always gets missed. Promise of Fire, they fixed some stuff. The Heresies of Volcarum now leashes when it attempts to leave the path of the Scorpion area or when it falls down into the basement. Eternity Unleashed in Night Revels, they corrected an issue that's preventing completion, and they had reopened the challenge, which was probably, that right there was probably the impetus for getting the patch out, more than anything else in these games.
Yeah, probably.
They corrected some animations with shifters, including female shifters getting stuck in Bard Song animation indefinitely. Some other things. They also fixed the eye and wing cosmetics appearing on shifters and major class shifters, which is both good.
Alright, well, I guess we're not killing that guy.
Let's see, some buggy stuff that happened.
I wanted
both
that
from the
chest,
elusive update
so I guess we'll still go
47
get it.
itself and for the patch. There was a brief period of time where the 100 favor was not granting the store points, the DDO points.
Didn't know that.
They did go back and retroactively apply favor point grants to all
Yeah,
those who
apparently that
should have
didn't
gained
get
them
pulled.
in the roughly 20-hour window. So that should all be resolved. If you're wondering, how do you check that? If you look in your store history, it will show you where each of those favor point grants in there, so you can kind of keep an eye on that if you need to. But this is the first time I think I can remember of that happening, so it's not a common issue by any means, which is good.
Gotta get in the habit of raging.
Let's see. I think we covered
Again, same thing though,
the
I didn't
Tome of
check
Destiny
my-
+1 stuff, which they kind of fixed most of it.
My Rams might either.
The color spray skull should be appearing after a patch. That was not in the release notes, and I haven't checked to see if you can find them in the marketplace or portable hole yet, but that should be
Also,
happening.
I can in fact cast the bigger spell.
Some of the funner ones. Warlock Aura color change. So if you play a Warlock and you use the Aura, you may have noticed that the color changed. Lunabelle wrote that this is the bare bones of a feature many players have asked for, and Lunabelle has been tinkering with in secret: the ability for your Warlock pack to determine the color of your aura. He got an artist to get the 6 new colors done as a favor, and must have accidentally swapped in the new base purple color. He'll see if he can sneak the rest of the work in, or worst case, get the art reverted. But that should be fun, right? Like getting a little different coloring.
I like
Warlock,
it.
Voodoo, you play Warlock still, don't you?
Yeah, and then Light and Spirit has like a pink. I mean, they're calling it purple here, but I'm sorry, I shouldn't say Light and Spirit. The Fae pack is like a pink aura and burst. Now, it's like Periwinkle or something.
Yeah, I think it sounds like a really cool idea. I mean, I wouldn't want everyone to have the same color. Different, but all of them having different colors would be really good.
Yeah. Let's see. Vaughn 6 is currently bugged, and because of that, they have temporarily closed it. You can still do Vaughn 5, which is notable because Vaughn 5 is a great XP boost.
He's a hunk of
They
experience,
originally
for
thought
sure.
that this issue was related to the problem with Eternity Unleashed, and they had said that when that got fixed, they thought that Vaughn 6 was going to get fixed. Well, not. Bond 6 is still broken, and the Eternity Unleashed is fixed. So there you go. Let's see. They fixed the sense weakness problem, right? Read that. Sense weakness was not granting its extra damage. I thought I saw that they fixed it, but I can't find it now, so maybe not. That's the helpless damage bonus. Potions are not working on others again. This is a halo effect of the work that was done to allow certain potions to be used while raging. They want to return this prior functionality, but it is not currently possible to do both. To which my response is, like, did we forget this? Because that was true. That's been true for years. What happened here? You can use the potions that you can get from the House K guild vendors. You could use on yourself while raging, and then couldn't use on others, which was a workaround. I don't understand why they changed potions to work while raging when, like, we already knew that was an issue, and they clearly didn't fix that problem. So I'm kind of irritated by that change.
Yeah, why did they change the regular potions to act like the guild potions?
Yeah, like.
Alright, Double Reaper again.
Did they must not have realized that was a problem until after whoever made that change, until after it went live, and that was an issue.
Really close.
I don't know. That's kind of a frustrating one. I like being able to use the potions on others. If for no other reason than remove paralysis potions are useless if you can't use them on others. Because you're paralyzed. You can't use them.
That's incorrect.
What's the point?
So, for anyone's watching that, you can use remove paralysis potions on yourself to get rid of slow. So they're not completely useless. They are mostly useless.
So,
but mostly
legendary
useless is not
alchemical
the
sickles
same as
are not
useless.
currently craftable. That will be fixed in an upcoming patch, so you can hang on to your sickles. All 5 of you who use sickles. I guess you can use it if you just got it for you want to make a castery item. Sure. I don't think sickles are an in-demand melee weapon these days.
That's actually what I do. Is I use sickles for my caster 6 just because they look cool.
There you go. I mean, but you can glamour them too, right? So
yeah,
you just need a sickle. Shadow blades and rune arms. This one is fun. Tuxedo Man 96 wrote on the forums, one of my guildmates was using Shadowblade SLA from Feydark Illusionist on his Artificer and found it did not do force damage when his rune arm was equipped, and instead did the damage of rune arm discharge.
Oh, that's
He was
cool.
doing fire and bludgeoning since he was wearing Strantani's hand cannon. This happened for the single target SLA, but not the cone. He didn't test the ring of the Shadowblades. Steelstar wrote back, "Huh, well, that's weird. Checks out, though." Investigating. That's
It is interesting.
This has to be one of the most esoterically strange bugs that we've seen in a long time. So,
Well, I mean, it would
that was kinda
apply the
interesting.
damage type to the thing,
and then
right?
finally, claw attacks from the shifters appear to be using the dual weapon size hitbox instead of the monk hand wrap size hitbox. They'll get that fixed for a future patch, hopefully update 48. So there you go. A little buggy. More bugs of note than I think we've had for a while, but
Should we find a shrine?
also
Probably.
I
Well,
don't
shrine
think
on the way
too
to the next
impactful
quest
in the
here.
game either. So.
Swap our
Though
spells.
I did have someone,
again.
a friend who was playing a Razor Claw shifter using hand wraps did mention that the hitbox thing is really lousy for that. So hopefully like that fixed pretty quick. Bonus days, you get a +5 treasure hunter boost through October 25th.
Played literally
store
this
news.
much.
So the
Kinda
sales this
sad
week
I
rise
missed it.
again, so 20% off of reincarnation items, healing items, spell point potions, quest elixirs through October 29th. You also get a free free jeweler's toolkit with the coupon code JEWELKIT through October 29th. There was also a question about moving it's about the new market place and how it's interacting with other countries apparently. So someone asked, will you move the new expansion to the old market after it's released? Daybreak doesn't like my country. Cordovan wrote that they will be moving over to the new DDO market in the future, which I believe that he means that all of the market stuff is going to move to the new functionality that only the expansion is currently using. Why they didn't make that change at the same time, I don't know. Cordovan continues, I'm sorry that you have run into a payment issue. This is not being caused by our publisher, but depending on where you live, may be a requirement placed on our payment processors from the current U.S. Department of Commerce. Which is a little eyebrow. So apparently, depending on where you live, the U.S. Department of Commerce may not like your forms of payment in those countries.
As always, the U.S. government causing problems. Oh, man.
Countries? I don't know what country this is or how many this impacts.
Heard of that happening before to a guildie.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Do you know, or are you willing to say what country they were in?
Venezuela.
Okay. That sort of makes
Back when there was a lot of turmoil in Venezuela, you know, it was like 6-8 years ago, and couldn't use their credit card or something to buy DDO stuff.
Yeah. That kind of tracks. I think that was, I think Venezuela still has a lot of issues. I'm not super great on world politics, though.
Yeah,
yeah,
Venezuela's
so
still struggling.
What,
as far as I know, the new president over there has not managed to take over.
Understand that if you don't live in the U.S., and depending on our administration and what's going on in your country, that can happen. Sucks, though. Right. That covers our game news. Let's talk about community news. The 400th Chronicle came out this week, which...
Nice.
yeah, that's kind of
Hey.
neat. Community spotlights. Axel has a rundown of the Fables of the Feywild
I saw.
edition, so you can check out his video on that. DDO Players News also put together a preview. If you're interested in seeing that, they have a video as well. The comment for the week,
game
if
is...
you could have a DDO-themed lunchbox,
I won't be
what
done with
would
the game for
it have
quite a
on
while.
it?
I can pause what I'm doing, though, if you want to
dragons?
discuss it.
Like, that's...
Otherwise...
It would have the first edition Player's Handbook,
I'll
that
just,
demon statue on the front, and the first edition Dungeon Master's Guide to 3D on the back. I love that.
Otherwise, we'll just
Wow.
assume that it's kind of interesting. But if you have if you would like to discuss it, I will jump in the live stream chat.
I would pronounce
we
it's
can talk
DDO
about
themed, not D&D
classic.
themed, but both good choices.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it did say DDO themed.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yes, we failed.
We totally failed.
Let's see, fan site news. We got a shout out for our discussion with Samus on the pre-purchase of Feywild. DDO Players News talked unicorns and extra life. That Jerry was on that show to talk about the extra life stuff, which we should I should grab that really quick. They are still doing extra life. I'm not sure. Anyways, DDO Stream is your first stop to find DDO on Twitch.
Ellery
This
took a
week,
shot.
Rock and Friends get cursed, DDO PL shifts gears, and Sig Trent hangs out with and then kills monsters. Also on Twitch, Sam's Grobo hit 20 and beyond. Voodoo Chat chats about Night Revels and Reincarnation. And Strim Tom
That's
gets
me.
spoilery with new Feywild. Yeah, you want to talk about that really quick?
Just one of my live streams, you know, I was doing some Night Rebels and I did a reincarnation on the live stream. Simple stuff.
Night Revels is great for some of that stuff, right? Like, get...
Ooh,
Oh
Frenzy
yeah,
took
it's a
it
great
too.
place of farming out epic XP.
Oh, man.
That's what I've been doing. I've been using it for XP a lot. It's really
Mhm.
nice. you can get through a life, and I mean, it makes it so much faster.
It's a little. It averages out to a little more than if you're using a 50% bot, 200,000 XP per little dungeon, and there's 10 of them, and some of them are very quick. Get the whole thing done in an hour, depending on what your builds are and stuff like that. Let's see. Where were we?
Oh yeah, I wanted a shrine. I keep forgetting I wanted a
BC
shrine.
does
So.
a charity drive. Planky watches a frog tank a Doom Reaper. I wouldn't imagine the frog lasted very long, but okay. And Broadcaster is gaming online, solos Death House. Let's see. Cordovan talked about Augments and Night Revels this week on the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream, so if you'd like to check that out, you can do that.
Alright.
Let's see. Videos. Voodoo, I know you posted a video recently. What was it about? I didn't write it down.
To improve your hit points?
Yes, that was it. I saw that.
Yeah, it's been a popular one so far. So this is can I plug it real quick?
Go for it.
So, we made this for, with newer players in mind. If you are running around at level cap of 30 and you got like 700-800 hit points, and you're thinking, you're looking at everybody else in your party and thinking, oh, they have so many more hit points than me because they must have a bunch of past lives. Well, that actually isn't it. There's such a preconception, I think, that pervades DDO that newer players think, that they aren't where the next person is because they don't have a bunch of past lives. Well, Nimbin and I show how, even on a first lifer, we talk about how you can have, like 1,000 hit points, at level cap of 30. So if you're a little bit newer, you want to improve your hit points, check out that video.
Please.
Put the link in the chat right now.
Yeah. And we'll link to it in our show notes as well. Yeah, hit points are important. Definitely want to get some hit points.
Well, yeah, they are. I always find that whenever I run out of hit points, I die.
Vicious cycle.
Yeah.
Speaking of dying, Extra Life runs through November 7th.
Oh, great, thanks. Yeah, I pulled up the page. We'll just touch briefly on Extra Life. They are doing, SSG is doing an Extra Life initiative that is in conjunction with, it's just SSG, right? So it's both Lotro and DDO. There are incentives for both. So if you want to
Claw, stab. Oh, hey, no
donate,
wonder
there's
things
kind
are a
of
little low.
You need to donate and then give Cordovan your information about like some specific information so we can match you, and then also what you want, right? So on the DDO side, there's community loot list picks. Also, when they reach the $20,000 goal, there will be included in kind of the raffle giveaways will be an Ultimate Fan Edition of Fables, the Feywild expansion. And you have to donate $10 to be entered into the drawings. And hey, they hit that in about a week, the $20,000 mark, which is fantastic. If you don't know what Extra Life is, kind of the short version is it's initiatives by gamers to help sick kids.
Fragment.
SSG specifically is donating their money, or raising their money for Boston Children's Hospital. I think the last couple of years they've actually raised the most for that hospital specifically. I believe other members of the team some of them are donating to other hospitals, kind of local.
Things are gonna get real up here.
But the short version is the money goes to help sick kids, which is just normally a great place to give money during a pandemic. That I have to imagine that's kind of even more of a need, just from the standpoint of one, there's probably more sick kids. There are some stuff with COVID that
Kids aren't really getting
kids
sick
that
from
gives them
COVID.
More problems. It's a rare thing, but it is inflammatory something or other. But the other thing is, if kids are sick and in a hospital, they may not be able
kids
to
in general just need help.
have a lot of visiting from family and support from family in that hospital right now. So this is a way that gamers kind of get together and raise money for sick kids. And we'll probably have Jerry on in the next week or two, just to kind of give a talk about that or something. We usually get him on the show for that. Let's see.
Let's,
DedoCast
crunch.
news. DedoCast Splats. We were off this last week, and we should be back this Wednesday. So you can check us out playing DDO. Me and a couple other folks. Also, hey, I just want to mention for those of you who like watching the show on Twitch, I took some time over the last couple of weeks, and thank you to Shrimp Tom for helping me kind of figure out and navigate what to do. But I did some work to give, to actually have benefits for people who want to subscribe or give bits and that stuff. So we now have on Twitch some emotes and twitchy things that I still kind of mostly understand. I don't remember what they all were, but the different rewards you can get on Twitch, like I made I did some stuff from our stock of images, and there's now some stuff there that is available for you if you like to do that. If that's how you'd like to support the show, great. It's there for your enjoyment, more than me trying to make money off of this, but it's there for you if you'd like to enjoy it. And don't forget to check out D&D Night on DDO Stream. We've got a lot of fun groups going. This week is the Heroes of Battle Rise, which is the original campaign that started. So that's a lot of fun. That's one that I play in. We also started recently Rhyme of the Frost Maiden, which is a newer book. And I am
So it's
shelving
not there.
Stormreach Chronicles, which is the DDO adaptation.
We'll
for
check
a
on
while.
this side, but that probably
And
means it's
going
over
to be
here in this
doing,
upper corner,
the
which means I'm
Oracle of War,
probably wasting my time.
Adventures League content for a little bit. So that's kind of some stuff that's going on there. You can
But
check
I'd
it
rather
out
check
Sundays
and
at 7
be
p.m. Eastern
incorrect
on
than
twitch.tv/DDO stream.
not try this
all that stuff.
direction and then it'd be in this section.
Right. Lightning Post. Fuzzy Duck wrote in. He hasn't had much of a chance to deeply invest in Fey Dark Illusionists yet, since their established characters have all of their builds balanced just how they want them, but have dabbled in it a little bit on their completionist project and am enjoying it. Really enjoying imbuing with Shadow, since it means you can use Cranium Cracker from Temple of Elemental Evil a lot more on heroic levels without worrying about it breaking. That's a bit of a beast. It's a club that's 19 to 20 times 3 with 4d6 damage proc and the older style of vampirism. I've got
check
your
to
back
see
as
if
another
it's-
low-hanging fruit. That's excellent to have for Eldritch Knights, because it means you can get 20 PRR and 10 MRR from having Shield and Knight Shield packages. Quick defensive boost. Have any of you guys played with the Feywild, the Fey Dark Illusionist yet?
A little bit in Night Rebels.
I haven't yet. No.
Any what are your early
been fun.
returns on it? You kind of like it?
Honestly, I'm not using it for sort of its intended purposes. Like, obviously you can get, big illusion DCs, and there's force spell power and stuff like that. Like, I'm just using it as sort of like a supplemental tree for my exploits in Night Rebels. I can't really speak to the strength of the tree.
When you say exploits, you mean your activities, not game
Not-
breaking.
Not game-breaking exploits, right? I'm using it in a more generic sense, right? So just as sort of to give me more spell power
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
I can see where the charisma to hit and damage stuff is going to be valuable for some builds, but I really haven't had a chance to explore what those might be. And there's some other nice utility stuff in
So
here.
I had the
that
feeling it
think,
was going to be
I'm
over
looking
here in this
forward to trying
corner,
out.
when
It
it
should be
wasn't back
interesting.
down there around that way.
I've seen a few of the illusionist blade.
Pause this for a second. So in my experience, this big C shape right here, right? If this is a G, this is a C. I find that he's typically down here in this section for me. And if he's not, then he's up here. But I always have to check this hallway because it's not unlikely that he'll be there. I just feel like it's not the most likely that he will be in there. Alright, did we miss him? Where on earth could he be? Because we've now explored the entire dungeon. So where did I miss? Where did I not look? Because I clearly missed him now, right? Like, that's... Oh, this Stygian wolf is just wrecking everybody. Right, Ellery, wait right here. Let me double check. I did not see him. I'm pretty sure I checked every cage. Let's see. Alright, let's check back down this hallway first. I said, in my experience, they tend to be down in that C shape. Doesn't mean they can't be in this hallway. Do occasionally get him in there. Ah, was that it? No, that's just other bones. Check carefully here. Oh, there he is. So I don't really know how we got through this corner. Without finding him. It's odd. Yeah, I don't know how we were able to explore this corner of the map. I mean, if we ran past him, unless this stuff all respawned, which I didn't think respawned there, but still weird. All right, let's turn DDO cast back on here.
Barriers running around, so I know some people are using it. I'm not sure that how. I don't know that it's really caught on mainstream yet.
I wonder if
but,
a short sword cleric.
You know, there's a tier 1
or
advancement
favorite
called
soul.
Study the
Probably favorite
Arcane.
soul.
It gives you 30, 60, or 100, spell points.
Right. Let me pause it again. As I'm theory crafting something here that could be interesting. What if there was you wanted to play a blade barrier cleric or favorite soul? Probably like favorite soul you wouldn't need the charisma to hit or damage from the tree, but a cleric you probably would. Because then you could focus on. Well, see, you'd still want to focus on wisdom in that case, not charisma. But the charisma still probably could probably still be better than your strength. So you could focus on charisma, wisdom, and constitution as your 3 primary stats. Right, boom, boom, boom. And then with those as your primary stats, you could really boost. I guess it really only hits blade barrier, right? That may not be enough. I'm just thinking you could build a blade barrier cleric and take advantage of the extra force spell power. But honestly, I think you really want to be a wizard. Ugh, is any of this any good? None of it. None of it's any good. Rip. Alright, keep going.
And that's not usually at tier 1 in a lot of other trees. So that's what I kind of earmarked as, if I'm on a build that's more melee focused, but I want to be able I have some other abilities that need spell points, that might be a really easy, low spend way to grab some.
The big thing that stood out to me is I have the universal enhancement tree tome, right? So I get 1 point to spend in one of the trees. This one is now like a really clear winner if you're playing a caster. Because I think like the first point is like 5 universal spell power and 5 force spell power.
Oh yeah.
Which is much better than any of the other options for universal trees if you're playing a caster specifically. So.
Yeah, I would always toss that into Harper just because there was really nothing else to do. I didn't think.
Yeah, right.
But this is way better.
So if nothing else, that's good, right? We'll be talking a little bit more about probably next week. We'll have our update 47 in review, and we'll kind of get more into that stuff.
Cool.
Let's see. Fuzzy Duck continues, the extra action point for epic destinies is excellent, especially following the pass, which has
So the
adjusted
Flame
cost
Blade has
prereqs,
supposedly been
potentially an entire
uh,
extra ability you can
improved.
fit in.
I kind of want to check it out at some
His
point, but
Paladin,
I
for
don't
example,
think
can
we're
now use
there.
Celestial Bombardment. It's kind of a fun one.
I'm actually really tempted to just take like Bark Skin.
I have been remiss in that I haven't
Maybe
really
a Line
gone crazy
Fang.
with spending that extra point, but
Probably-
I should probably get on that.
Probably Bull Strength.
I've
See,
already
I
just spent it
almost
in the
never
free
take
Definitely
Bull
some
Strength, but I
Extra
don't
top tier stuff that's going to
really
be
have
within
anything
reach,
that I'm
'cause I know like
overly
you had to
interested
spend
in here.
normally you get
Roar's
24
good.
points, you got to spend 20 to get to that top tier.
Yeah.
Now you only have 4 to spend up there, and that often meant you could only really get one of those abilities if it was 3 points to sink into it. Now that you can spend 5 points in that top
Lesser
tier,
Restoration can be really interesting.
a lot of people are going to be able to get a second ability off that top
Yeah.
tier, and that's wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point.
I know. I also like the idea of
All right. I think that'll
More
take us
focus
to
on
our
yours
Fables of the
truly.
Feywild previews.
Without having to take
so we'll
H in
kinda
here.
Jump into that stuff.
Beast at Bay.
There's kind of
I want to listen to that more in depthly, and I think I'll use the restroom in a second. Beast of Bay. Activate to get 5 armor class and 7 MMR. Yeah, I don't think I'm a fan of this. So I could pick up +1 attack and damage, +3 to intimidate, swim, and jump for 3 points. Seems like a rough pickup here. Now I know we want to go up this tree, because we want to grab this melee power. I think... Oh, we can't. We have to be level 12. Oh, no, we just have to be 12 in general. So we could do Beast Unleash. Or we can go over here to, like... Do I want Fury Berserker? I don't think so. I think I want Ravager, right? I honestly don't know which of these trees I think I'm going to want it at the top. I feel like this is the one that I usually do when I play a Barbarian. So with that in mind, maybe I want to pause on this until I can get Shred. So maybe we want to start working up here. Yeah, more strength when raging seems solid. I'd like to have these extra points too at some point, this extra PRR. Like, you can just get so tanky, I think. I also believe this will take me to strength as well, yeah. Yeah, at some point we'll probably end up taking Magic Fang out and just doing more strength here and more strength here. Oh man, and extra... Man, this is going to be really tough. So we're going to end up putting a bunch of points here. Rage lasts longer. Constitution. Maul. Yeah, I don't know. This is really going to be tough. Currently, none of the quests are taking us longer than the 3 rages we have. So let's just go ahead and do the +1 strength by raging. Also, we're level 4 now. That would be great. Reaper enhancements. I bet you guys have been yelling at me. I don't think I need that. Honestly, not sure we need any points in here except for that. It probably doesn't hurt to have more wisdom, but I don't really see myself needing it. Instead, we can just put more points over here. What's going to be our bad save? Do we want to increase our bad save? No, our bad save is just going to be bad. Yeah, let's just try to make our good save really good. And we're just going to get the hose when it comes to our bad save. We do need spell components. We're gonna have to go get spell components. I'm curious. Oh, we're gonna need spell components still. All right. So I'm kind of curious about what the flame blade's gonna be doing for damage. There it is. This is only +2 to our strength right now, but still better than nothing. Otherwise, I don't even know what I'd be casting at that level. We're not really casting anything. We're just like buffing and then getting started. Which I think is totally reasonable, but definitely want to keep our eyes open for things. Tobrel just hanging out on the boat, doing Tobrel things. Dog's already attacking the training dummy. I like that. Let me just double check to make sure there's not anything else at level 4 that we're overlooking in particular. I'd put this on, but I don't think we're allowed to because it's made of metal. And as we know, we're not allowed to have nice things because they're made of metal. We could use a Carnifex. Don't think that's better than what we have. Couple vampirism things going on. Muck's Doom. Doom! Yeah, I don't think we have anything specifically at level 4 that we're all that excited about on this particular build. I should have a weird quarterstaff somewhere. There we go. The Screaming Quarterstaff with Lesser Vampirism. We'll grab it. And we'll keep a hand on it. Also grab this Outfit of Invulnerability. There's a chance that we swap around into Invulnerability in certain situations. Seems unlikely compared to just leaving on the Frost outfit, but you never know sometimes. Sometimes you want the invulnerability over the Frost outfit. Very sometimes. This thing is actually really nice because it's gets a little bit of attack going on in there. Before I use the restroom and before I forget, let's jump back to the first floor. I honestly don't think we're going to need 500 of these either, but it doesn't cost that much to carry them around. Alright, so anyway, back to here. So when they added the Shadow Sword, the Shadow Blades, they realized that the Flame Blade spell was real bad. So I'm kind of curious about what they've done to it. So they added a D6 fire to it. So I'm assuming that's going to increase a couple of times. And it's wisdom to damage instead of, right? Instead of strength. So, part of the reason it's not the best for us. But I at least wanted to look at it. I want to check on it every once in a while as well. So I don't see pack presence being something we're that worried about. So we'll bull strength for now. And then eventually we'll be switching to Gust of Wind, I think. We could do bark scan for an extra couple of armor class. I just don't think it's necessary. Alright, everything else seems fine. I'm going to use the restroom really quickly. This is funny. No, I'm not going to be a smart aleck. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a 30-second AFK while I use the restroom. I'll be right back, everybody. Alright. So anyway. No, I'm not. I'm going to continue to not be a smartass. So, a few weeks ago, my family really kind of like, I don't know, got in depth on a conversation about our Christmas vacation time period. And I was under the impression that we had already decided on a time window. But apparently I was the only one that thought that. Well, my wife and I were the only ones who thought we had picked a vacation window. Or a Christmas window. And the rest of our family had not picked a window. So we had already made plans around that particular day. And anyway, a couple of weeks ago, we had gotten to this discussion about when it was going to be again. I'm like, well, I thought we had already decided that it was X or Y and blah, blah, blah. And I was slightly scolded for not knowing when we had, or the details. Because apparently it was my duty to pick all the details this year. Which is, again, fine. I have no problems picking the details. I just, didn't know that
I grow stronger.
the calendar had settled to yours truly to decide. Well, apparently now at least one other person is in the family is like questioning when the weekend is and such. And now they're being slightly excoriated for not knowing what's going on. So when you listen to my phone go beep, 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 a whole bunch, that's what's going to be going on. People getting a little bit of sass, just a little bit. All right, speaking of sass, I guess it's time to go ahead and hit. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back into ride a pony mode here. Ride a pony mode. Alright, so we gotta pick up this chick. It's actually the first quest we do, and then we'll go over here. We'll pick up these series of quests out here. And the lag feels just wrong. You know what I mean? Alright. Let's get back to work. Alright, also let's continue. I think we're about at the juicy part of the show, and I'm really interested.
4 groupings of stuff in this that we're going to talk about, which are conveniently divided by SSG in their preview threads. So, the first one is just kind of the generic police notes, which we kind of always get, which are very short, shall we say.
My ears are a little chilly.
In no
If
small
I had a
part
ball
because
cap,
we just had an
not
update
ball cap,
less than a month ago.
a beanie, I'd pull a beanie on right now.
If Fables of
Cover
the
my ears.
Feywild actually drops when it's they're kind of aiming for, which is November 4th, that's going to be less than a month between Update 47 and Update 48.
This is ideal,
Which
perfect.
I think may be the smallest amount of time between 2 updates. Even if you consider the updates that have traditionally just been, here's a Night Revels pass and a couple other goodies.
Well, it makes sense because there was almost 6 months between Update 46 and 47, so they were way late on 47. What I'm curious about is, are they going to try to get something else in before the end of the year? Have we heard anything about that?
I think it's just the Fables of Feywild.
If that's hitting on November 4th,
Between November 4 and December 4.
Okay, but right. Well, their target date is November 4th. I think, let's say they get it November 4th. That's almost 2 months before the end of the year. Like, are we gonna get
Sure.
like a classic module? No.
I doubt it.
I don't
Those
know.
usually take a little more time.
We haven't heard any rumblings, huh, about what's after Feywild.
That's a good point. I don't think so.
Not
I mean,
really. No.
not in
I
content.
think, yeah, I think content-wise, there tends to be a gap after most expansions, anyways. It's a little bit longer than the typical release, and then plus with the holidays, it's not really 2 months as much as it's a month and a half. I would suspect we'd see something in January though, but I don't know what it would be. There hasn't been news out there.
So my kind of expectation, and I'll roll this into another question someone asked me, is do I think Fables of the Feywild is going to come on time? My expectation of how the rest of the year is going to go is that we'll get Fables of the Feywild pretty close to on time. There's not a lot of stuff that they actually need to add to the game to get Fables of the Feywild out. Because the new race is already out, the new tree is already out. That's where most of your newer stuff is going to be, like your more newer system stuff, which is the stuff that usually gives them problems and is kind of puts a hold on things, right? So I think that stuff's going to be pretty That stuff's already out. So the stuff that you're looking at, what's coming out with actual update 48 content, which rarely,
Not even any
if
raids or
ever,
anything.
actually holds a release. Just because, one, I think making dungeons is one of the easier things I think they have to do with creating an update. And they've been doing it for a long time, so there's not usually a lot of new mechanics and stuff in there. So they're usually pretty stable parts of
Yeah, I
the
agree.
release.
I think Patrick's
New
pretty
loot,
much
again,
right on the nose with this.
tends to be pretty stable. And both of those things are also really insular, right? So if something's broken with the content, it rarely, if ever, halos out and breaks other things.
So I think the main thing that they're going to try to get
Same
out
is true
after
of
the
new
fact
loot,
is going to be the
and
raid.
Haloing out and breaking other things is usually where you're going to run into problems. That's going to cause a hold. The one thing that I think is a danger and something that is probable to delay it is the augment revamp, which we'll get into in a little bit. Because one of the things with the augment revamp is a conversion from the old augment system to the new augment system, which has the potential to blow up every single item with an augment in the game. However, their preview this week seemed past that with flying colors. I didn't see any reports of anyone's items blowing up or any issues. There were a couple of
Sorry, my ears
smaller
are super.
kind of issues. I
Issue
think
here.
a couple items maybe had an augment color change. Be forewarned, the visuals and what your item looks like when it comes to augments is different in the preview. I don't know if that will stay the same, but some people thought they lost their augments completely, but it was just how the information was being presented was very different, and similar to Voodoo's comment about the Tome of Destiny not being well communicated. It's small and fine printing more than like, hey, you have a slot here. But with that, I mean, that's like it. That's the update. So I think it's on track to be, if not November 4th, within that next week, right? Maybe it slips.
I think it'll be on time.
Yeah, maybe it'll be.
If
a
we
week
look
late.
at what they did with Ravenloft and Sharn, they met their targets, smooth rollouts. They did a wonderful job. You know, it wasn't perfect. Of course, there's going to be little hiccups. But if you compare it to, like, you know, the rollout of expansions years ago, I mean, the last couple have been, you know, just wonderful. And I have, you know, full faith and confidence that Feywild is going to release on time and be a smooth release.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think they probably pulled out what was going to slow them down intentionally.
Which
so I
probably
think they-
slowed them down, which is why we got the update 47 late.
Yeah,
I mean, I think you're spot on, Asherus, because it was like just in the couple weeks prior to them releasing the bundles, they started, you know, picking things out, and they were, yeah, you're right, they were doing that so that they could meet their targets, and
Right.
probably if they have to at the last minute, you know, just like make sure it gets out on time. Maybe they won't include the raid, and you know, the raid will come out 3 weeks later or something like that. But they'll have something on November 4th. You can bet.
So I was actually gonna. That's where I was gonna go next. They've actually already said in that same small print that
Yep,
the
I was gonna
fine
say, the
print
raid
where
already isn't coming.
The Tome of Destiny information was the raid is not coming with the release of the update of the Fables of the Feywild. It's coming after the fact. So
Now that answers why it's not there in the update.
in the preview.
Preview 2 dungeons.
Yeah. So, in response to your question of is there going to be a new update before the end of the year, I think the answer is yes. I think we will see a patch that will include that raid between.
And that'll be basically it.
I would maybe before Thanksgiving, but possibly not till between.
I think it's going to be
Thanksgiving and
between
Christmas.
Thanksgiving and Christmas.
have they given a new deadline on when the level increase and that sort of thing is going to happen?
No.
Because that's the
I don't
other
think
thing. That's probably what the next release is then.
Maybe, yeah.
U49 would probably be that, I guess. And that may happen this
I
year.
want to make sure that all this Raven
I would
everything's
guess
on
that
me.
that won't be the case, and here's why. They pushed that work because they wanted to take more time on it and get a better handle on that, and in
Yeah, I just want
conjunction with the
to
Epic
keep
Destiny
everything
Pass.
right here.
So to get a level increase, what you're looking at is having an Epic Destiny Pass, and whatever whatever we'll call them legendary levels look like. And when they made that push, they said, okay, we need to give something to Feywild to give it a shine, and that was the Augment Rebid, which means all of the work that would have gone into that went into the Augment Rebid, or probably at least most of it, right? So
Always wanna duck in that
I
hole.
kind of tend to think that that work is going to require a little bit of time to get. We also don't typically in February get huge updates, right? There might be like one.
Wanna
one or
try to
two
keep this stuff on
quests,
me?
Maybe 3 or 4, depending.
Uh-oh.
Like
I gotta
one
put
year,
to
I think
sleep.
that
I'm
was where we got
adorable.
Frost. That might be, I think one year that was where we got the Age of Rage stuff. But it tends to be a little smaller, so I would expect that
Alright,
the
we
level
lost the
cap
wolf.
increase to slip.
Doesn't
kind of
seem that
more
bad.
into the
The loss of but
May-
one.
April, May, June timeframe. Kind of a guess, but you know, also keep in mind my prognostication this year. I think I said I was expecting update 47 in August, and we got it in October. So what do I know? Anyways, let's look at let's kind of dive a little bit more into the Fables of the Feywild preview. And most of these notes are ridiculously short. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 bullet points in the release notes so far, update 48. And most of them are the first 5 are all about fixing they're fixing some stuff. The miscellaneous 2, which I kind of want to highlight, are about fixing stuff, but it's about the chat, which has been problematic, shall we say, the last several months. So the notes are improved how guild and guild officer chat is handled on the back end. This should greatly improve how quickly guild chat is available after a world restart, and how fast it recovers after reconnection between the game servers and the chat server. Text chat messages sent to general, advice, trade, party, guild officer, or party created chat will now be displayed to you after they go to the chat servers and back. This means that if you are not connected to the chat server, it won't look like you're chatting with your guild, for example, when you're only really chatting with yourself. Layman terms, I believe that means when you type something in a chat, right, you'll see it pop up, but no one else will see it because you're not connected. Now you won't see that message unless it has gone to someone and then come back. My guess with this
Kind
is
of cool.
that's gonna
I've never pulled
create
these
some
before. I
interesting
don't think that's
interactions with
something I'm going to
tells.
use, but
Although tells may already do that, I'm not sure. But you might end up trying to say something and not see it there, so you're trying to say it again, and then when it does happen, maybe it'll show up both times or something like that. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, with latency, that could be interesting.
But there you go. There's the patch notes. Anything you guys want to pull out of that? Or...
No, there's not a whole lot in that. Once you dive into the content and the named loot and the arguments, it'll get more interesting.
Yeah. So let's talk about the dungeons.
just grabbing the
I don't
explorers
know,
along
either of
the
you guys
way.
like play in the dungeons?
We have
Usually
plenty
we
of
don't go too
time
deep
to
into these.
get this experience and grab this stuff.
I tend to avoid spoilers on
Yeah.
Lamania from a content perspective. I like to mess with the system stuff, but I generally stay away from the content until it's on live.
Same thing.
Yeah, so I want to go over a couple kind of notes about it. We got a little information about what it's going to look like, right? So there's 3 groupings of quests. There's 13 quests total. There's a part 1 and a part 2 of Feywild. Each of those has 5 quests. It's pretty standard. I'm gonna guess that the 5th quest in these is a capstone. There's some sort of story arc that you kind of have to
this is
go
what
through.
happens when I say that I'm.
They did
got
have.
plenty of time.
They did say that they disabled. It says there's currently no flagging on any of the quests. I presume that means that there's going to
Give this a
be
second, and then we'll
flagging
pause.
in the future when it comes out. But I think they just turned off the flagging so people could just go check out the quest. A couple of the quests even have bugs highlighted in their list to say that there's something that's inaccessible, so you can't access it or it's not completable. But there's 2 chains with 5 quests each, and then there are 3 walk-up quests in the landscape. Don't know if that's going to be more of a cog-style walk-up where there's not even a quest giver or turn-in point, or if it's going to.
So I'm getting a little worried here that we're stuck, so I'm going to pause the video playback. We'll see if it kicks over here. Come on. Come on. All right. We're going to give it 30 more seconds and we're going to restart our client. Oh boy. I just suspect this is probably not doing its job. Let's zoom in on one sexy man. Hey! It's a me, that's what. Die, DDO, die. Wow, super crashing. Alright, here we go. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, boy. Oops. We double, triple clicked something in there. Retyped the last 3 or 4 letters. Alright, here we go. Getting logged back in. We can switch back to DDO. There we are. So we'll see if this continues to do its thing. I'm ready to see these Panthers, though. I'm ready. Displacer Beast. Panthers and a Placer Beast are the same thing, right? See, we have to go back to the boat to rebuff if we've still kept everything.
Be kind of more traditional where there will be a quest.
Yay!
Quest giver or something like Giant Hold where
Thank you, Ben.
you walk
Appreciate
up
you as
and
always,
get the
my
quest
friend.
and then you go and turn it in for a reward, but it's not actually a quest giver. So we'll see kind of how that plays.
Yeah, see it.
The
were
Feywild can
clearly
be found by
inside the
traveling to the
quest.
hut from beyond in the Stormreach Harbor, so that's going to be kind of the access point. Which does kind of explain why it's in the harbor, right? Because that's also where the Sharn access point is.
Before she disappeared,
That may have been part of why that we got the hut from beyond there. Interestingly, it says from there you can enter the Feywild Wilderness Adventure area, and from there you can find the Wynwood Hall public area. Which sounds like it's going to be kind of similar to the Keep of the Borderlands, where the first time you go in, you end up in the wilderness area, and then you're supposed to like go and find the Borderlands.
Yeah, I agree.
So we'll see
Hey,
how
can we
that
keep
that
the
plays
aggro on
out, I
us?
guess. It's fun from like a story perspective. I'm not sure how convenient it is from a grouping up perspective, but whatever.
Well, there's a fast travel item in one of the packs, right?
The high one, yeah.
Okay, yeah, they'll probably jump you right there, much like the bottle of mist does.
Perhaps you'll need it outside.
I would imagine too, though, there's some way, because with Ravenloft, you can jump right to the taverns once you've been there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. When you talk to, when you go
We talked
to
about this.
the world.
Yeah, you can do that.
Look at I've used every single
goes.
Intimidate. Could not get this stuff pulled off of the fighter.
I'm kind of burnt. Obviously, I could have gotten the look. I'm kind of expecting it, the walk up, the landscape area to be not terribly large, but we'll see. Who knows? It could be Barovia sized, which is
Ginormous.
huge. I think Barovia is probably the biggest one, right?
I think so. I don't think I've even been through the whole thing ever.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. My kind of hope here is that there's quest doors as opposed to call-up windows, just from a red boxing perspective. I like people being able to red box a little more than not. Just gonna go. Level range, they are 5 and 32. So it's a really low level spot.
Yeah, I feel like some of our buffs are not
But
not taking place again.
I think it fits really well into kind of where they've been adding
Oh,
content,
everything
right?
looks like it's there.
And I like that it's not. If you think about Ravenloft has quests at 10, 11, 12, so it's kind of in that middle range. Sharn is kind of that 15 to 15, 16 range. So 5 sounds pretty good. And it, they release. You got Keep, Gatekeepers, Feywild. I'm gonna guess that whatever comes next is probably gonna be in that 7 to 8 range. To do that, and then you can do Ravenloft, and so on and so forth. Like a pretty good fit.
I mean, I don't think it's a range where there's a lack of XP right now because VC sits there and some things, but I think it's fine. I
If
mean,
you don't
haven't
have
had
Three Barrel Cove,
Yeah, you don't. You should get it, by the way.
it's a great place.
In 6, there's a lack of XP at 6, so if you bank a level, you can keep doing this. That'll
Yeah.
be nice. 5, there's tons of XP, but 6, not so much.
I think that's what.
That's the
like,
point I
after
made on the last video.
The level 6
Cast.
stuff that I usually do, I'll probably still do like House K just because of the K favor.
Yeah, you have to.
But I
still
could
be
see
paid.
myself really banking that level and going and doing Feywild, and doing and kind of that and Three Barrel Cove kind of being my 5-6 range. More.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of some of those older Jurassic quests, anyways, which are
Yeah.
kind of fun.
I hear you. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the 6s, right? Like House J, Bounty Hunter, House P, Bloody Crypt. Bloody Crypt is
It's
like,
really good.
it's great XP, but it's also kind of long.
I don't do it.
Unless you have 4 people and you can really split it up.
Yeah.
Then it's fast. Otherwise, if it's just 1 or 2 people, it's not great XP.
So I could really see myself leaning more into the Feywild in that range. Again, I'll probably still want to do like Part 1 and Delaras, which is in that range, and House K. And Three Barrel Cove is great, but yeah, I think this would be a welcome change in the XP landscape at that level, right? Even if it replaces some of Three Barrel.
So yeah, it's never gonna replace Three Barrel Cove. Three Barrel Cove is just too good. But if you're like me and you do Three Barrel Cove at 7 to take you to 8, if you also like me usually don't bank. Like I'm banking now because there's a block of stuff that I want to finish at this level range. But then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna take my level and we'll see what we have left over, right? But if you're like me and you just kind of level along as you go, as you can, then it gives you a really nice window to just keep moving. And you could take a second, you could bank most of that area, Maybe not all of it, but most of it. And if you bank most of it, that's probably enough to get you pretty close. You still want to do your House K favor and stuff like that, probably. But just because you want to do a House K favor, I don't even know if you really care about Deliras anymore. Because you can do Epic Deliras for that. Like, I think they're two different quests for purposes of doing quest type things. But I think you still might put Deliras in your back pocket for certain times. Like, I'm probably going to do it this life. I tend to do all of Deliras like around 10, I think. Maybe 9. But it's partially because I've been making this mistake lately of going, oh, I'm 8, or oh, I'm 10. That means I can go to Ravenloft and go do the first section of Ravenloft, and then go, oh wait, I'm gotta play catch up now, and then I end up pushing experience points around where they shouldn't be. So realistically, by having the Feywilds in this position where it's at, it could be a level higher. Like, instead of 5s, it could be 6s, but you're not losing that much of a perk to do it now. If that makes sense. Not like you would if you were doing, like, I don't know, like if it was level 4 or something. We don't need content that low. 5 and 6 is probably where I would, somewhere in that window is where I probably would have asked for content. Let's back up. Make sure we have the right monsters in here. This says well-fed rust monster. Maybe that means it's not going to attack you every 13 seconds to eat all your stuff, but still, rather err on the side of caution there. But yeah, I had the feeling that it's a smart place to put the content, and then if it was me, because they're kind of talking about where the content's going to go after that. If it was me, I'd be looking at the 13-14 area. And at 13 and 14 area, there's quests to do, but there's not so much quests that you don't have a desire to go ahead and stick something in that area. So that would be my next assumption, because that would put you in the if you play like me, right? You're kind of looking for something potentially to replace Giant Hold or augment Giant Hold. So that's why I think the next thing will probably go in that 13, 14, 15 level range somewhere. I mean, probably not 15, but somewhere in that window, because Ravenloft does a pretty good job of hitting 15 and 16. But a lot of people use it to cap out too, so what do I know?
Cove, I don't think that's a bad thing. I like 3-Row Cove a lot.
Also, I think I've been
and it's got
skipping
great
this
XP,
one.
but I've been there a lot too, so you know.
Yeah, I think we're 3 hardcore seasons in now, and I think there's definitely a repetitiveness to some areas, and I've noticed that it is nice where you have the newer content and you can splash that in with the older content when you're repeat running those.
Yeah.
Must be one of the visions revealed by
All right, let's talk about the named loot next. And there's a fairly big preamble, and we'll kind of take it in bite-sized chunks. And we'll start. So, Kokomajoba wrote these posts. So there's a nearly complete list of the loot within Feywild expansion. We'll probably call out some that maybe catch our eye, but we're not going to go full into what's there. Partly because there's a lot of items there, and partly because they change, and they are continuing to change, including the set bonuses, which there are a lot. So let's go through the loot. Kokomajoba lists out some loot facts. Oh, that's right. Kokomajoba posted it. This is actually from Linaba. Actually, post here. So
that's important because last week During Jerry's stream, Jerry said the same thing, and it turns out that it was the other way around, and Kojo Mojo did not want to accidentally take credit, which is why that's important. Otherwise, it's not at all.
Loot fact 1. Items in Feywild will be using the same internal scaling that items in Sharn do.
Great.
You will not experience a numerical jump up in power going from Sharn to Feywild loot. Not
Fine.
directly, at least. What this means is that items that give a bonus to, for strength, will get the same bonus to strength in Feywild as they did in Sharn. Feywild raid loot will be the same power level as raid loot in Sharn and the update 47 raids, and Feywild artifacts will be of the same power level as other artifacts. This means it's entirely likely you will be using some Sharn loot as well as some Feywild loot, owing in part to loot fact.
Alright, we actually wanted to go the other way first.
We'll pause there.
It's fine.
How do you guys feel about the level, power level not really increasing?
I think on the surface, I would, when you're paying for an expansion, you would want to see a little bit of a tick up there. That's been traditional, I think, with Ravenloft and with Sharn, and even going back to
I don't care.
Motu and.
I don't care about if I'm paying for an
but
expansion. I want the health of
When
the
I
game.
look at this at a more holistic level, I become okay with it because I feel like this expansion, slash update, is really going to do a lot to solve some gear Tetris problems that I've been having on a lot of my builds. So I'm looking forward to it, even though it's not a step up.
It's going to create some gear tetrising problems too. Let's just be clear.
Even though the numbers may not be going up, we're definitely going to become more powerful as a result of this gear because we're going to have more. We're going to be able to fit in more stuff.
Yeah.
By means of set bonuses as well as the augment system, and so from what I see, I'm very impressed with the way they're sort of making it a lateral progression.
Yeah.
The augment system alone, I can't tell you how many augment slots just go unused on my current gear because there's really not a lot to put in that's got a lot of value. But now I'm looking at that, and that's like recovering extra space by far.
So loot
They're
fact.
getting creative with gear, and it's very exciting. I think it's really awesome what they're doing.
I like the direction of kind of what we're gonna get into here more than I've liked where they've been in the past. So yeah, this is fun. Loot fact 2. Legendary items in Feywild, excluding weapons, will drop in one of 4 total set bonuses: spring, summer, fall, or winter. Loose kind of interpretation, just to kind of give you an idea of what they are. Spring and summer are DPS-y, but in kind of different ways. Well, spring is the DPS-y in kind of different ways. That's a good way of putting it. Winter is kind of more tanky, and autumn is the caster one. In terms of set bonuses, we'll kind of get into more what that doesn't mean as these loot facts come through. But that kind of gives you an idea of what those sets are kind of looking at. The set bonuses are not like other at-cap set bonuses you may be used to. These sets will contain a total of 15 items, and you'll only need 7 of them to get the last set bonus. Don't freak out yet. What this means is that the set bonuses work like filigree sets do. They start out with a bonus for having 2 pieces of the set, and then an additional bonus for 3, 4, and so on until you reach the final bonus at 7. That being said, it's entirely likely that a player will only aim for 5 in a single set, or several 2-set versions of all 4 of the new Feywild sets. The set bonuses will not stack with the Sharn or Ravenloft set bonuses. They're all artifact bonuses. So you'll be using these to fill around gaps or shore up weaknesses in your character, rather than a singular build around for the playstyle you're looking at. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there.
Oh yeah.
First, I'll just jump us off here. Some things I like about this a lot, about this approach. One is that there's 15 items in each set, right? There's a lot of options here. When you look at Sharn, for example, there weren't options, right? The only option was essentially what armor are you wearing, which is really going to be informed more by your build type, less by what set you're getting, right?
He's humbled by my power.
This one, you're talking about 15 items, 15 items for a 7-piece gear set, which is much more like the the 5-piece from Ravenloft, which is a lot more fun and interesting to build around, right? Because you had a lot of options in how to get there. The other part that I really like about this is the set bonus is incremental. So getting 2 items gets you a bonus. 3, 4, 5. Like, you keep getting bonuses the more items you stick in there, as opposed to it being just all or nothing.
Yeah, I like the growing.
Yeah, absolutely.
The growing
You
number
know, the
thing.
biggest issue was always you can't get 2 sets in Ravenloft or in Sharn because they have overlapping slots. Like the armor, for example, was always the challenge. With this system, because they're giving you basically every slot available. I mean, I think they're leaving something out in some of them, like, you know, maybe a belt or something like that. But by and large, you'll be able to fit in these set bonuses around your Sharn gear or your Ravenloft gear, or you'll be able to, you know, fit in 2 of these different sets together and mix and match, which is really nice. It creates a lot of flexibility, and both within this expansion, but then also with the previous loot that we've been looking at.
You want to jump in, Buddha?
I'm just really excited. I think they're doing a great job here, and I love the fact that it's incremental. I love the fact that there are going to be so many options. And, I think that this is going to do a lot to. There are lots of the community that they're always saying they want lateral progression and avoid the whole invalidation argument. And I think they're, like I said, I always want them to be creative, and more so than in a loot set in a long time. I'm more excited for this than I have been. It's great.
Yeah, I agree. Some of the backgroundy stuff on the epic sets that Linabelle has been kind of posting on, and again, this is all kind of still fluctuating a little bit. The general progression of these sets is the newer stuff is in the kind of 2 and 3 piece spot. The idea being that if you already have, say, a Sharn set or a Ravenloft set, there's new stuff here for just a couple of pieces. The 4th tier is
I think
stuff
we
that
go
you
through
can
this
find
back
on
way for
Legendary
this one
Greensteel.
still.
The
go
Winter set,
series
for
and not
example,
to.
currently has a plus 20% to hit points bonus, which is the same bonus that you can get from Legendary Greensteel stacking stuff. You can get more out of Legendary Greensteel, more hit points boost. I think a 5-piece Legendary Shroud hit point set bonus is up to like I want to say it's 36%. So there's a bigger bonus there, but keep in mind, and this is something that Linabelle pointed out kind of towards the end of her posts up to the point of this recording, that takes a lot more grind of one raid. Also, those items don't have augment slots on them. And when we start talking about augments, you might realize why that might be a desirable thing, is to have more augment slots.
They also don't have a lot of individual value.
Right. That's also true. 5, 6, and 7 on the pieces is where you start to see some stuff that is newer or bigger or that kind of thing. That's not always the case.
Recast.
One of
Our
the
long short-term
ones for the
buffs.
spring was the artifact bonus to melee and hit point, or melee and range power. Although I think that might have changed. I'm not exactly sure where they are currently because I'm not looking at that graphic because I wasn't
Rage.
smart enough to grab the updated graphic. But in any case, that's kind of
So we have our
where
maximum value.
Linabelle's kind of aiming with the set bonuses. So 2, 3 new stuff, 4 Legendary Greensteel stuff, doesn't stack. 5, 6, 7 is kind of the newer.
And making sure that we're the ones that have the aggro at all
I'm gonna
times.
jump in here. As a player who probably runs with outdated gear, in that I'm still a fan of Legendary Greensteel 5-piece sets. Both of my main tunes run under sets.
Mufasa.
5-piece opposition. And we're probably going to be switching over to this new loot. Even though, like you said, this has 20% stacking hit points and the 5-piece opposition has 36. Like what Ashra said, that constituent pieces are going to be more powerful and have more options. So once you consider what you're going to get out of the constituent pieces of these sets, I think it's going to eclipse Legendary Green Steel. Even though at face value you're looking at, oh wait, this is only 20% hit points versus 36% hit points. When you consider the power of the constituent pieces, that I think you're going to bridge that gap and then some.
The thing that really stands out to me with this loot suite that they're proposing here and they're iterating on is, one, it threads this needle. It doesn't invalidate stuff we already have, right? Everyone is not just going to go out and redo their entire item suite for Feywild stuff. But at the same time, it's done in a way that is creatively able to add value to what you already have. Or let's say that you're someone who just started, back in August, said, oh, hey, all this content is free with this code.
Oh, we didn't run all the way back to the back.
And you haven't farmed out. You're returned to the game. You don't have all of the Sharn gear.
I figure out what else we're missing. I would have
at the same time that it can add value
got
to
everything, but we're definitely
players
missing a
who
couple.
have invested a lot into the older loot systems. At the same time, if you're new and coming in, this will bring you up to a really good place by just going into this gear, right?
Orc's Prison we missed.
When we have these discussions, I think for us it's really easy to forget that there are people out there that don't have Ravenloft, that don't have Sharn.
That's true. That's something that I've been trying harder to
that
take
stuff
more
wasn't
into
free
account.
with the initiatives. That wasn't on sale like Shadowfell and Menace to the Underdark were. So this may be their first expansion that they're buying with this kind of a loot suite. So, and I think they have found a way that is interesting. It's creative.
What am I missing?
It gives us a lot of choices, even though it's still more of a lateral move. I'm really excited about this loot set. Not necessarily from the standpoint that, I'm going to go and redo all of my gear sets on all of my characters, because I'm not.
Is it not behind it? You gotta go up the front of it?
But I really like the underlying philosophies behind it.
No,
versatility, and incremental set bonuses. If nothing else, I love those two parts of it.
Yeah, another thing they did with this was in every single bonus at tier 5, you've got the +3 artifact bonus to all abilities.
That actually changed, I think.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was going to stay, because I know that was always one of my challenges with some of the recent set bonuses, where I would want to wear a particular bonus for one of my casters, but the set didn't include my casting staff, and so you could fall into a trap with the spring set, for example, of doing that primarily on Dex and Int or something like that, and then on the summer set going off of Strength. And
I think that was
so
fine.
on.
That was a good run.
As a result, when you're trying to
work
do a
the haul
build
through
that
there,
is using a non-traditional stack, because we have those options now with a lot of these universal trees and things, that set becomes less valuable, or that tier 5 becomes a tax to get to tier 6, because you're not going to be able to make use of that.
Yeah. So again, this is probably going to change some more as they continue to iterate on this. But the latest picture of what it looks like is the fall set at the 5th tier has +4 to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. The winter set at tier 6 has +4 to constitution, and that's it. There's no other stats. So the plus to all stats kind of pulled out.
All right, is this good enough? Holy Keen with a red slot on a great axe. Is it good enough to take it and augment it with either of any of the things? Level 5, I can't think of a two-handed weapon that I would use over this Vorpal. It could be this. Oh, I'm going to try it. I don't know if it's enough that I would go out of my way to mess with it, but I think it's probably a step in the right correction. Oh, Ben is sending me hilarious little posts. Hilarious to me, not probably hilarious to him or to many others, but hilarious to me. That's funny. All right, let's get stuff fixed and take level 5, and then we'll probably look at. We look at a couple of things. We can look at using that great axe. Right. I think long term for this build, we're gonna probably want to go either quarterstaff or some sort of single-handed fighting and a shield. But I'm not convinced yet that we need to go one way or the other. But we can see. Get some of this junk cleaned up. Alright. And we picked up some of those. Picked up a couple of random named items. Here they are. So what I like to do, I guess these are already the last tabs, huh? So what I like to do is put stuff like this in the last tab so I can collect it throughout the life and see where we end up on like random collectibles, stuff like that. Anything along those lines that are kind of like that, you know, they collect a lot or potion, like non-findable in the chest potions, stuff like that. I like to stick in that last slot. Alright, let's take level 5. We probably should have went there first, if I'm being honest. Fair and honest. Honest and fair. Alright, so now we actually have a couple of choices. So we could do our favored soul life, which I think is where I want to go, because I think having Night Shield right now is going to be very, very good for us. Or we could just start taking more Barbarian levels. I think I'm going to go ahead and take that favored soul level, and then I think after that we'll probably go up. It's rough because I'd like to get to Dire Bear, but I also want to get our level 5 in Barbarian. So it's kind of like, which one do you do first? Now we have to pick a deity. We're only going to have the one level, so I kind of tempted to pick this person because it's favored weapon with quarterstaves. I do plan on using primarily quarterstaves. Oh, we have to pick. Alright, so I definitely want Night Shield. Is that it? Was that our one? No, we have 2. So we want Night Shield. Do we want Protection from Evil also? Probably. I actually really like both of those. Both of those feel like great spells for what we're doing. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Okay. So now the question is at level 5. Now that we have level 5, is this Great Axe suddenly good enough? seems really strong, but I think just a little bit under what we're looking for. If it was not a great axe, if it was a great sword or a quarterstaff or a falchion would be amazing. I would have soiled my britches for a quarterstaff, I think, or a falchion. But as a great axe, I can't think of something like quickly off the top of my head that makes me go This ring is no longer necessary. This is the ring that I just wear at level 1 for my Voice of the Master slot. Hardy of Dexterity, that seems fine. Windswept ring seems pretty good. Just put on a Wisdom hat. Again, I don't know how necessary it is, but that's fine. And we switch to... Instead of Strength 2, we switch to Strength 4. Which makes Bull Strength not a spell that we need to worry about anymore. Which is double-edged, right? On one hand, we don't have to worry about it anymore. On the other hand, I still don't have to worry about it anymore. No. It means we have to find another buff, preferably, to put in that slot. I don't think there's much in the way of level 2 Druid spells that we care about. But that seems like a terrible, terrible problem to have. Oh no, I don't have to cast this other spell anymore. Yeah, it sounds like a travesty. Do we want to do Regeneration instead of Dexterity and Con? Yeah, I think so, actually. The reason why is we're probably going to switch to Con instead of Bears. Or Bears Endurance. Is it Bears Endurance? We're going to switch to the Con instead of the Strength spell. I think is what we're probably going to do. Unless I happen to find a better Druid spell to cast. Like Align Fang's not out of the question. Barkskin's not out of the question. We're going to be Rage, so Creeping Cold, Cure Light Wounds, stuff like that's not going to be advantageous. At some point we do want Gust of Wind, probably. I don't think we're there yet. Pax Presence. It's fine, I just don't know if we need it. So I think that's probably good. And then if we look over here at our racial enhancements, we're still level 7, or not level 7, level 5, so getting to extra shifting doesn't matter yet. And this, of course, is level, what, 10? 11. So, don't know if we're so far advanced that we need to shift all this stuff yet. We're probably not the furthest away from there, but I don't think we're right on top of it either. So... don't think I care about Die Harder. I do want to get up here to Blood Tribute and Supreme Cleave, though, which requires level 3 Barbarian levels. So we definitely need one more point somewhere. I guess we're going to take Extra Rage, or we could wait for Power Rage. We're still going to take this, right? Yeah, I think so. Alright, we'll save this point. We don't have any booties? It doesn't surprise me, but really. But it surprises me a little bit, I guess. Booties! Yeah, I have a large augment slot boots. And then at 6 we have these Steel Weave Shin Guards. It's probably enough. Probably good enough. Alright. That didn't change, I don't think. I'm assuming that changes by caster level. It's a little bit more damage, but not a lot compared to the fact that we can just Vorpal things. Cannot underestimate how good being able to Vorpal things is. It's very good. Oh, the reason why we did that is because we're also going to start focusing at least these first 4 points in Warsaw. So we may actually be better off doing this Warsaw now for the next couple of points. Yeah, let's do that. That seems hot. This doesn't care if you're using your melee weapon or not, right? Yeah, no. Sweet. Alright. How long do you have? 21 minutes? Sure. Let's do it. Alright, let us resume this week's DDO cast.
Which, I mean, they also, all of them used to have at tier 4, they all got the 20% hit points. I personally kind of liked that tier 4 and 5 were the same across all the sets, and I really liked that it was plus to all stats and the 20% hit points, because I thought those were really useful for everybody. So I'm actually personally a little
Some
bummed
people
that
out
they
there
pulled
hanging
that
out.
of all of them. That was kind of the one iteration that I didn't like.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, because my concern when I first saw these was that 4-piece winter set feels almost mandatory for a lot of my builds. Yeah, I run a lot of R10s and a lot of raids at cap, and you just need the extra HP and all that content, and that's going to be more important in a lot of cases than what else you can get in these DPS sets, for example, because you don't do any DPS when you're dead. So I think that makes it a bit more challenging, I think, to really dive in deep on some of those other sets if it's going to keep you out of the HP.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that they replaced the hit points with in tier 4, like Spring was a plus 3% dodge cap. Wow. So not as good as 20% hit points in my book.
Close.
And Summer was plus 5 tactics bonus. Again, 20% hit point. I'd much rather have the 20% hit points than the plus 5 tactics.
Are tactics a problem right now? Are people having trouble hitting that mark?
Well, I don't have a problem with the tactics bonus. It's just like I wouldn't trade it at all for the 20% to hit points.
Yeah, but that's my point. I mean, I'm not saying it's not worth anything at all, but the value proposition of that versus plus 20%.
Well, that was an impressive attack.
Tactics aren't a significant problem, whereas honestly, hit points are. But,
yeah, and I, personally, I like that a lot of these bonuses are that they're sticking in legendary green steel alternatives in these, right? Like they don't stack with them; they're just alternatives to that. And yes, they may not be as high, but I just like that there's alternatives to that.
I agree.
If I have a negative about where this loot set is going, it's that 4 and 5 piece. I really like that everyone gets 20% hit points, and I really like that everyone gets plus to artifact ability to all scores. I thought that was great. I also can understand that it might be a little too powerful. I don't disagree with that.
Honestly,
if everyone can get 20% hit points and plus 3 to ability scores, I think you box yourself into the same corner that they have now with things like legendary green steel set bonuses and stuff like that. So,
well, I think that the benefit of this is that this also, we're talking about how this grows going backwards, but this grows going forwards too. If you introduce new sets in your next expansion or your next update, again, as long as you've got 4 of the 15 items, you're going to get that bonus. So you'll be able to mold it around not just what we have now, but also whatever's coming, which I think is pretty flexible. But going back to the HP thing, if I was going to make an argument for which of the 4 seasons, more than 3 seasons, which of the 4 seasons gets the 20%, I would probably put it in summer more than any other, because that one seems to me to be the one that leans more towards the melee DPS, which is the one that I think probably needs more HP help than a caster or a tank or
I don't
a
agree.
range.
If you're gonna have a tank set and you want to get tank, the tank set is the one that most clearly needs an alternative to. If you can't get the hit point percent boost from Legendary Green Steel, why would you build a tank that's using this set? It takes
that's
more
true.
pieces. You can't get. You lose. I mean, losing 16% hit points is significant, depending on what you're running. But losing 36% hit points to get that's a non-starter.
That's fair point. Yeah.
Again, I think you should give it. I like the idea of it being for everybody, but I understand that it's problematic going forward. So.
I think there are builds though that haven't been able to ever get the hit points from the Legendary Green Steel, maybe more than a 2-piece set or so, or maybe like any of my melee DPSs, I can't squeeze in more than 2 LGS items. It's just not possible because there's so many other effects that a melee needs to have in order to be effective, because they need to have some defense because they're in the line of fire so heavily, and they need to have all their offensive stats. So but you're right, absolutely. If this is a replacement for the Legendary Green Steel, then the tank would need it. Otherwise, or alternative, I should say. Yes.
I mean, if that 20% hit point boost was in all of them, I'd probably be looking at readjusting my gear for a lot of my characters to incorporate a 4-piece set of something to get that boost. Because a lot of my characters are just kind of ancillary characters that I keep around and I touch every once in a while just to keep relevant. Like when Sharn came out, I redid a lot of their gear to adjust to that. But that's something that I only do every once in a while when there's a big clear boost to stuff. 20% hit points, all of my characters, that would be a big boost. That would be something where I'd go, okay, I'm going to go and re-gear my characters and get everyone a season set. And then, they probably won't get a new gear touch for a while. Now, I'm probably just going to wait until level cap increases, and then I'll do that and retool the gear and touch them all at that point. Let's see, there's a couple more loot facts to jump into here, and then we'll move on to augments. Loot fact 3, the artifacts in Feywild are in 2 Feywild set bonuses.
Remember
at
how
once.
I said that I need to be careful with the rage and stuff, and not getting rage stuck, or I can't cast spells? Well, that's what happened. I de-raged to be able to unlock that door without having to keep going all the way around the quest, and then I re-raged without checking my timers, and I should have went through everything. But since I didn't go through everything, now there's buffs that I can't recast yet that are off timer. I don't think there's going to be anything I can do about them except for end my. I can end and rebuff and then do it again. But I think we're going to just be done with the quest in the 20 seconds before the rage is over. Yeah, basically. But again, made same mistake that I advised or warned that I needed to be careful not to make, and then I made it again.
Cool.
Cool, Patrick says.
Oh, there's anything to really dive into in that, but it's kind of fun and interesting, right? Makes it a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, but it also gives you a little more flexibility and gives the artifacts a little bit more power. So that's exciting.
I'm not entirely sure. Well, I don't know. Like there's one that looks kind of caster. One of the artifacts looks kind of castrate with intelligence on it, and it's in autumn and winter. I guess that makes the most sense. The obviously caster and the obviously the other two, spring and summer, probably wouldn't help anyway.
So this is another quest chain that I always just do all of it.
There's some interesting ones there. There's only 4, and they each have 2, so each one is represented twice. But and then loot fact number 4: the heroic items in the Feywild pack are all part of one all-seasonal set bonus. So there's a lot less complication when you're trying to get gear at level 5.
I like that.
Yeah, so that's kind of crazy because now you're talking about having 60 pieces, and you only need 7 to get the full set bonus, and there's only one set bonus set. So
The hobgoblins have built dwellings.
I haven't seen that one being changed, but in case you're wondering, the second tier is plus 10 hit points, 3 is maximum spell points, 4 is plus 1 to all ability scores, 5 is 1% to dodge, 6 is 1 to spell DCs, and 7 is 5 PRR and MR.
That's still pretty good.
And that hasn't really been getting iterated on, so.
Feels a little on the weak side to me, maybe,
Yeah,
but it
it's
depends
great.
on the individual power.
Less
of the
complication,
pieces.
heroics, fantastic, right? Because, let's be honest, how long are you going to wear that stuff anyways? Maybe to Ravenloft, depending on what you already have.
Well, definitely Ravenloft.
I think that was pretty cool that they just had one heroic set
Yeah.
bonus.
And I think the set stuff
Yeah.
for it makes a lot of sense too, right? Like it seems well balanced for level 5, and it seems great for everybody. Like maybe the casters probably don't need 7 pieces because you don't need the PR. Well, the PR and MR is still helpful, but maybe you're not getting as much. Artifact bonus to spell DCs is the one that obviously everyone's not going to need. If I were going to like nitpick one little thing, I'd say maybe do plus 1 to spell DCs and tactical DCs so that everyone gets something out of it, but
Yeah, I like that. It's a good suggestion.
yeah, I should probably throw it in the thread.
There seem to be large
Alright, so
here.
benefits and other implications of this approach. Linabelle said a lot of the feedback I've been noting over the years on the project is that the Sharn and Ravenloft sets are far too restrictive in their slot choices. We talked about that. Players tend to like raw power of the sets, but the limit in freedom from the fabulous gear set builders is just a tad too much. Hence the repeated feedback in that direction. This is swinging hard in the other direction. Hope is that this kind of slot freedom will allow for a lot more active choice when it comes to endgame play gear-wise. Mission accomplished, I think. A lot of other feedback is that the power jump from Ravenloft to Sharn disrupted a lot of players' gear farming routes and stepped on a lot of content. Trying something different here, an expansion pack without a level boost. If they can manage to build enticing gear without a level jump, I think they should. But that's what this kind of early feedback is for. I feel like everyone's kind of bought into that, right? Like, there's been occasional posts of, hey, make better, not better than what I have. But I feel like that's oftentimes coming from a voice of, I want to become much more powerful every time there's a new update anyways, kind of feedback, so...
So I felt like there was a bag dropped and I didn't go get it. I
The
wanted to
approach
make sure
means
I
if
did.
you're going for a full 7 set in a season, you'll need to find space for less than half the available items. It means that if 1 or 2 of the items don't really pique your interest, that's fine. There's more than enough to choose from. It turns into a huge benefit because that not all items will be used by all players. Linabelle was able to fine-tune niche items for niche playstyles far easier. So when you start looking through this stuff, and this was intentional, you'll see some stuff in like a caster item in like all of the sets. Like an item says, well, why would a tank need a caster item? Well, Voodoo likes playing tank casters, so great for him, right?
True.
So there's a lot. The sets themselves have a lot
Something's
more
hitting us hard.
interesting
Keep the aggro, so
possibilities just in and of themselves.
it's all on
I
us.
think it's really cool.
Whatever it is that hit us hard doesn't go hit our healer.
That's not to say that there aren't clear themes in the different groupings, though. I mean, that's definitely a thing.
Yeah, I think if you're a caster, for example, then depending on what on a DPS side, depending on what element you're using, obviously you're going to want to be in fall just for some of the base castery stuff. But then you're also going to want to maybe be in summer if you're fire spec, for example, or if you're light spec, or you're going to want to be in spring if you're electric or sonic spec.
Maybe.
I mean, and it's also interesting how the stats line up because like charisma bonuses are in summer, but then wisdom and dex are in spring and so on. So it kind of makes it kind of interesting. So for example, if I was a wisdom based FPS or cleric, maybe I want the radiance boosts out of summer, but then I want the wisdom boosts out of spring, and then I want some stuff out of fall. I mean, and then I want the constitution out of con out of winter. So you're all over the map on this one. When you look at it from a build by build standpoint, it becomes very interesting for some builds. I think some builds align more with just one a lot more easily than other ones do. So
hybrid builds will be a lot happier with this set bonuses than the Sharn sets, I think.
Oh,
yeah, sure.
I was a little bit confused on some of the things I read, and correct me here.
I think we want to
Is there a way
re-rage in a
to
minute.
take pieces from one set and make them work for a different one?
Sort of in the augments stuff, which we're about to get into.
Okay, see, that's why I'm not sure if I'm understanding. Okay.
Outside of augments, no. So you can't. I have not seen anything that says, okay, I'm going to change this item from a summer set to a spring set, for example. That's not on the table. Alright, augments. Alright, this is the big one, and so we're going to probably spend
Yeah,
like
this is
half
where I
an hour
really want to kind of
close
like
out the show on augments.
pay attention
Okay,
to here.
so augments. If you looked at preview 1, this whole post is new to that because they just kind of showed some augments. They didn't really show the systems behind it. This time we got to look at the systems. And as we mentioned earlier, thankfully, items didn't blow up. There's no spontaneous combustion of items, which is great. Okay, overview. Expected with the release of Update 48 is a revamp to augments. This in large part fundamentally changes the underlying structure of how augments and augment slots function. The post below describes how these changes will appear to players. The post below is one list of the various new augments that are expected to be included in the release of Update 48. We'll kind of get into those more as well. Augments you already have. Any augment that is not slotted into an item when you log in after the update will be updated to both work with the new augment system and reflect the power level of Canaan's crafting effects at the minimum level of that augment immediately on first logging in, with no action required on your part.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Dangerous, but cool. Any item that has an empty augment slot when you log in after the update will be updated to work with the new augment system immediately upon first logging in. Same thing. So, if the augment is not in something, and the item doesn't have anything augmented into it, they should update automatically. Nothing you can do. Augments that are slotted into an item already. They will work exactly as they did before the update unless you choose to intervene, and you would need a Legacy Augment Unslotter. Legacy Augment Unslotters are a new item that is sold at House Cannon's Crafting Halls. They allow you to remove the augment from the Legacy style augment slots, and in the process convert the Legacy style augment slot and the augment to work in the new augment system. To do this, there's a process. You double click the augment unslotter, drag the item you wish to unslot a legacy augment from, select which augment you would like to unslot it, then you have to log out and log back in to make that work. Because it has to be, the transfer, what makes it change is actually being
It's part of that
login
initial
part.
login
That's
process.
where it changes. The reason why they needed a new item for this is because they changed how Jeweler's Toolkits work, so they needed something else to be. Advantage, you can buy this item for platinum, presumably, and you don't have to spend points to get them like you do with Jeweler's Toolkits, so win.
They probably just need to add this at a general vendor, kind of like they did with the things for the...
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, I don't know why
Filigree Smashers.
they're being so like coy about where they're putting it, right? Like it has to be at a Cannon's Crafting Hall vendor. Not that those are hard to find, but I'm assuming they just don't want to clutter general vendors with this. I guess that's my guess. Although I'm also there's no note of this, but I'm hoping that they will get an augmented destroyer in the General Defenders, like they have the Sentient Toolkit Destroyer. That would be sweet. The new augment system. Slotting augments is no longer done by double-clicking on the augment and dragging them into the crafting UI. It's now going to be a panel to the right side of the inventory, currently named Modify Legendary Greensteel Items. It was really unclear to me if there's going to be a separate one for Legendary Greensteel, or if they're just going to use the same system now. Not sure. So, anyways, that'll bring up
build
a
it so they
pop-up.
use the same system, but yeah,
You
I
put
don't-
the item in
who
there.
knows?
And each augment slot will be available, will be displayed. Empty slots can be filled by dragging the correct color of the augment into the slot. Filled slots can be emptied by dragging Jeweler's Toolkit over the slotted augment. Doesn't really say here if you can override one with the other, but I'm assuming you still can do that. Alright, anything you guys want to jump in and say about that so far?
That sounds exactly like how the green steel works, so I would suspect they're
Yeah.
probably just going to have the same UI for both. And I remember when green steel came out that there was talk that UI was what they preferred long term. So I think they just finally got around to doing it. Which I think that UI is better. It's definitely more easier to work with, I think, than the current UI.
I'm going to skip the next bullet point and come back to it. New basic augments. There's a number of new basic augment types that cover stats previously not granted by augments. Some examples are
Okay, currently don't have a ranged
tactics,
weapon on
stunning,
me.
vertigo, shatter. There's also in here accuracy, dodge, damage, and spell penetration. And they all look like
Okay.
they have a minimum level 1 version, and then
We should be able to make the jump.
4, and then every 4.
Not, I
levels.
guess we'll go around the back way to the extra spider kills.
New named augments. There are new named augments that can be gained from different sources. So there's a bunch of different sources we'll kind of get into in a minute. But there's new named augments. So bottom line here, a lot of new augments. If you thought that the loot, the 4 set, 15 piece each crazy loot flexibility from the actual loot was one thing, there is more, even more stuff to digest with the augments in terms of what you can do with augments now. So there's a lot of new options here, which is great. We've been asking this for a long time. No, I did not. Healing Amp is not one of the new augments that they've stated. Dang it. Updated basic augments. This is the one I skipped. All normal augments that grant basic statistics now provide a bonus that is equal to a cannon's crafted effect of the same minimum level of the augment.
Which is great.
I'm going to
This is
revise
great.
that and say most of them do, because it's not actually true that all of them do. So, dexterity, spell power, stats, right? Like, these are all things. So, the example they give is a minimum level 16
No
Diamond
whammies,
Wisdom
no whammies.
now grants +5. It will now grant +8, which matches the level 16 cannon crafted gear.
This is
amazing.
absolutely huge.
Yes.
Okay.
Although I still don't know why that just doesn't
I mean,
scale to your level.
Augments were for so long just so outdated ever since we started increasing the level cap and the progression scale was off. And they fixed random loot, they fixed game crafting loot, and they've been kind of going back through and trying to fix the name loot as they can. But the augments have just been out of date for
Yeah.
years and years. And to see this, just this change alone adds so much value to the augment system and creates so much flexibility.
Alright.
This is one of the things I'm most excited about, and I'm really excited about the named augments we're going to talk about in a little bit.
Some specific.
This-
Go ahead.
But this whole augment revamp and the new loot that's coming out is going to do so much to reduce gear Tetris headache.
Although I will say at the same time, it's introducing a whole lot of gear treacherous that you can do. I
It's
agree. It's-
making it easier.
It is. It's really
It
making it
is.
easier, but it's giving you so many more options, though. So,
Yeah.
and that alone creates a complexity to your planning, because before you could just rule out augments as an option for slotting stats, for example, because outside of the exceptional ones, they were never going to add value to your build. But now with this,
Beginner, Mister.
you no longer have to necessarily worry about,
We got
especially
it.
for secondary or or tertiary stats, maybe not your lead stat. But now you can say, okay, I don't need that piece of item because it has the insightful stat or the main stat that I'm looking for there. I can get that on an augment so easily, and it's going to be acceptable.
Don't think I
I
actually
don't need to find it. I don't need
worry
to be able
about
to figure
Ellery
out
coming
where I
back,
can
but I'm
slot a
gonna raise
dodge
her
item
anyway.
anymore. I can just augment dodge.
Yeah. Although I will say it will probably be significantly less because the dodge augment at 28 is 12%, and like the level 30, 29 stuff is named items is typically in the like 19 to 20% range. Now, having said that, when you're talking about dodge too, that's not necessarily a problem because there's a dodge cap, but
If
the
I'm a
accuracy,
tank,
yeah,
and I don't need a bazillion dodge.
exactly.
I can just throw an augment in.
Yeah, there's a lot of builds that aren't trying to max dodge, but as a result, right now, just don't even bother. If you're wearing medium armor or heavy armor, but now you can at least get that up to whatever your cap is.
Yeah, the new basic augments that they have in here, like the numbers, like the tactical ones are plus 14 to the DCs. Accuracy is 20, damage is 10, spell concentration is 5. Like, those numbers are all significantly lower than named item loot. But if you don't need it to be that high, that's still better than nothing, right? Like, you're not... Instead of not having stunning, any stunning, you could have plus 14 to stunning, right? So, like, it's minus 8 to what you could get out of items, other than other items. That's a lot better than minus 22, right? So, I think that you really see a lot of bang for your buck here when you're talking about stats, and you're talking about stats that maybe aren't your primary stats, right? You're having trouble figuring out where you can fit in, hey, I want to get some more dexterity into my tank build, but I don't have anywhere to put a dexterity in. Hey, now I can put an augment in that's going to be pretty darn good for you.
That was good. I love being
I'm
able
a
to
DPS, but I'm an
get
8
out
bar,
before
so I want
something
some
crazy
wisdom
happens.
so that my
Exactly.
healing hand.
I'm a big fan
Yeah,
of
this
that.
is awesome for that.
I think even more critically, I think you probably will see more advantageous use of this in lower levels, like in heroics and stuff, where maybe it's a little, why would you even bother using, the level 4 Constitution augment? Because like, what's it gonna do for me at that? Like, it's a joke at that level right now. But now it'll be actually viable and useful. So, a lot of interesting things in here.
Yeah, and name loot has less of a gap as well in those heroic levels.
Yeah, so I think it might see a lot more value in those areas. A couple of exceptions to the scaling, which I mentioned. One is the
Clean up
DC
this.
augments. There are currently augments that give a stacking +1 and +2 to DCs of various schools. Initially, that was going to be changed, and they were going to be non-stacking bonuses that matched Cannon's crafting. Linnabelle went back on that and said now that he's just going to swap it back to the way they were and just make new spell DC augments somewhere else down the line. So you can use the ones you have right now; they won't change, which is good. I mean, the +2 is when you're talking about DCs, every +1 counts more than just about any other place.
We're talking about the ones that were typed
Giant
exception.
Well,
Right.
I think they're actually typed enhancement.
Yeah.
Like the type in the description says that it shouldn't stack, but it does.
Okay, yeah.
That probably was a mistake from the beginning that they never fixed, and now they're lamenting never fixing it.
That's entirely possible. Although I feel like there was someone that said that them stacking was intentional at the same time. I don't know. It was a long time ago.
Need
Also,
some small candles, so I'm not
they
gonna
are
get
not
rid of that.
rescaling things that would be direct numerical downgrade. Elemental resistances, for example, are far lower and far uglier. Linnabelle said specifically didn't want to turn everyone's minimum level +5 augments to minimum level +4 resist augments. Hope you understand. No complaints here.
What about the very popular ML8 100% heavy fort augment?
Mhm.
I'm glad you asked. So, yes, Linabel writes, swapping over to the new scaling would be direct nerf, but no, it's not changing. Linabel has long-term plans to swap fortification from a numerical equation to a static progression that would snap it to 5% increments and front-load it a ton and then have it taper off. So, if that happens, the augment would ideally swap to using the new internal math, but keep the same front-facing numbers.
Can you restate that in English about how it's going to affect the level 8 heavy fortification
It's
augment?
not going to.
Okay.
The-
That's all I wanted to hear.
The fortification, to my understanding, the fortification augments are not changing because it would be a numerical nerf. I believe what Linabel is saying is that he would like to, in the future, change the numerical scaling of fortification to, one, be
Got
cleaner,
that.
so it's 5% increments instead of 4% increments, or so you'd have like fortification 20 instead of fortification 17%, right? Like one number is just cleaner.
You said it was going to be front loaded,
But it would be front loaded, right?
which is
So
what is needed.
I would imagine that would mean that minimum level 8 would be heavy fortification. If not, I would expect and hope that fortification would then, instead of it just being light, medium, heavy, then you would get a whole new suite of augments that would kind of cover the gamut
All right.
of 1, 4, 8, like whatever those, and then there would just be a number value, which in theory could mean that.
So theoretically,
you
we
know,
need to go do some catacombs.
you might lose
It's
a
probably
little
the
bit at
most
level
efficient
8.
experience
I hope
for
not,
us at
but
this
you might.
window.
But in my level
We
21
did skip it last, or
item that I
part
have
of it
a
last
heavy
life, so
fortification
probably
augment
fine to
slotted
get
into,
started
that
on
might
there
become
again.
more like, I don't know, 180% or something fortification. So
Okay. How many
there might
points
be
do
give
we
and
get?
take
3?
there, but I don't. Right now, it's not changing as far as.
So you're,
I
so you're saying
we
we
want
should stock
wisdom,
up on
right?
heavy fort augments just in case.
I don't know. They might change. I imagine we're gonna get a warning on that with the release notes, and if we don't get a warning that it's gonna change, there's gonna be a lot of people crying foul. Also, if you don't upgrade it, if you have something slotted into it already, if you just leave it in there and you don't legacy change
So,
it,
like,
legacy
all these
unslot it, it won't
layers
change.
of damage boosting
It'll
to try to
stay
get
the
our
same,
damage
so
up
If you have
while
something
we're in the
already
most
slotted
defensive form possible.
in and you leave it there,
I
it
don't know if it's going to
shouldn't
matter
change.
at the end of the day. To be
At least
really
that's how I
honest,
read it.
it may
So
not
now,
matter at all.
Other named augments
Or may
that already
matter a whole
exist,
lot.
things like the
I just
Master's
don't
Gift
know.
or the various Rubies of Inferno or the
All right, I think I'm going to pause all these things and use the restroom again really quickly before we get started, because I think once we start this, we'll probably finish it. So I'm going to step away for 30 seconds and hit the 30-second ad button. I'll be right back. Thanks very much for sticking around through these ad breaks. It really does help us out financially on the stream here, so I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I had an itchy fit there for a second. Alright, where were we? Oh yes, we're just about ready to hit Catacombs up. We're going to tear into it. We got the last, let's do some quick math. 20 minutes or so of DDO cast. They're currently talking about augment stuff and named item adjustment, stat adjustment, something I'm pretty psyched about personally. And let's just wrap it up here.
For those sorts of things, those are not changing, correct?
I don't think so. I can't see any reason why they would change. They don't have any scaling versions in Can of Crafting to change to, so.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that there hadn't been anything on that.
It's only the only ones that are changing, to my understanding, is things that have a Can of Crafting equivalent, and only if that is not a nerf. Right, so that should be the ones that are changing. There are some new named augments, just kind of some basic ones. Some highlights in here. There are augments for heroism and commander heroism. There's a quick draw feat augment.
We have
augment
more
feat,
Reapers, please.
a whirlwind ward. There's a couple other things in there as well. Those are just named items. The other thing they're introducing are soul forged augments. The short version of this is you take some Threads of Fate, an empty soul vessel, which is something you can find in Feywild content. I'm going to hazard a guess and say we'll probably be able to find these in future content as well. And an item, a specific named item. And you put those together and you get a new augment. An example of this, the Epic Litany of the Dead. You take 50 Threads of Fate, a soul vessel. Those costs are the same for all these, by the way. And an Epic Litany of the Dead. You will get a bound to account level 30 augment that's colorless that gives you +2 profane to all abilities.
Delicious.
I'm gonna say, I feel like that's gonna be really popular.
I haven't been able to wear the Epic Litany of the Dead for a long time.
Yep.
Because there's so many good ML 28, 29, 30 trinkets, but also sliding +2 profane has been a challenge sometimes.
This is I'm not going to go through the other ones, but there's a bunch in here. I'll highlight another one that I kind of caught my eye. The Ultimatum out of Defiler of the Just can get you a green augment that has petrification immunity. Great. I hate being petrified.
This is what I want. I want to take 3 pieces of a set item or something, some number, the same set bonus, right? So whatever the set bonus is, I want to take 3 pieces of it, 2 pieces of it, however many pieces of it. Put the 2 pieces in, the Soul's Force thing, and the Threads of Fate. Smush them together and make an augment that is, this thing now counts as this set bonus. Put in the armor, it now counts as this set bonus. And takes over the thing. And maybe we're getting one. I imagine we're going to talk about it sooner or later. But that's just what I want. I want to be able to take some amount of item, ching, of a set bonus, make a set bonus. Because a lot of times you really want to like change armor or upgrade gear. Oh, I gotta go talk to Dorcas first. You want to make some changes to like your gear or something. Maybe you want a heavy gear and it's only available as a light, or you want to put on the heavy gear piece set, but you can't do that because your build breaks, and you want to be able to slot it in there. Or you just want to take like a sweet item, say like the Swashbuckler, and you want to be able to give it a different set bonus. I just want to be able to make my own set bonus versions of the items. So I can swap a piece here, or a piece there, or 2 pieces here, or whatever. I just want to be able to make my own set bonuses. Now maybe that's too powerful. Maybe that's too much of a good thing. I really don't think so. I really don't think so.
Oh yeah, it's not something I really want to gear for, but just throw it in an augment slot, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the idea that they're using the threads and that they're using
Old raid armor.
old
raid
raid
things.
items.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already been talking in Guild about the raid, our raid circuit, and incorporating these older raids to start collecting these items. And anything they can do that brings old content and keeps it fresh, and keeps it exciting is really cool. And for all of you hoarders out there who didn't throw away the Deathlick Runestone because you didn't think you were ever going to wear it again, now you will wear it.
Yep. All of the rest of us who dumped all that stuff that we stopped using several updates ago into our sentient weapons, we're running stuff again. Just to kind of give people an idea, I believe that there is an item from every legendary raid other than the legendary shroud in here. I mean, mostly because legendary shroud doesn't really have items that you can pull into this kind of equation. So
I really hope that they expand upon this.
Linabel has said that that's the intention.
What I would love to see, and somebody suggested this on the forums years ago, is if we could make augments out of heroic green steel and have like a lit 2 augment or a concordant opposition augment. That would be dreamy.
That would be dreamy. To quote one of Linabel's favorite phrases, that might cause DDO to set itself on fire and jettison out to the sea. But I like the idea. That's interesting. I think that the workaround there would probably be you need to make, instead of it being an item from green steel, either heroic or legendary, I think you build it off of the shard, right? So you make the shard that would give it that, and then you combine that with the Soulforge augment, and that can create your augment. I shudder to think what interacting those two systems might do, but I think that's a workaround. In any case, the Soulforge augments sound great and really interesting. I'm really interested to see how that system gets expanded and uses other raid items over time. I think the cost in this is really reasonable. I like it. A lot.
I think the only one I don't like is the Essence of Constellation, where it requires the Broken Blade, the Shattered Hilt, and the Cursed Blade.
Yeah, it requires 3.
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Out of all places, I need 3 separate raid items out of too hot to handle for that augment.
I like it. I want them to do more. I want them to create augments where we got to get 10 things from around the game, and it's going to be, challenging to acquire. But when we finally do, it's gonna, we're gonna get this super duper cool augment.
Would you want to get 3 items out of too hot to handle for improved destruction on your weapon?
I mean, I don't play melee, so I don't know how desirable that is, but if it was like some cool caster or tanky stat, then, yeah, honestly, 3 out of 2 out to handle is, okay, that's a little much, but, 3 from around the game,
yeah, I agree.
Generally speaking, is cool.
So
3 from 3 different raids and with an effect that matches the need to get multiple items. I think this one, they picked.
So this matches, but I don't think hand wraps are particularly in high demand for things like this.
That exciting.
Okay, well, here's where it's going to get worse, though. Set bonus augments. And this is probably what you would kind
also,
of touch
this
on
bow has
earlier,
potential to be really interesting. Keen and electrifying at level
there's
1.
colorless set bonus augments.
I have a
Each
lot
of
of
the
plans
following
to
is a
play
colorless augment.
a ranged
Slotting
character
one of these augments into
at
an
level
item
1,
that
but
already
it's at
has a
least
set
interesting.
bonus will cause that set bonus to be suppressed and replaced.
All right, hang
as
on.
long as the
This is what I'm missing.
The only one I don't like is the Essence of Constellation, where
As augments.
It's a little much, but 3 from around the game,
yeah, I agree with you there.
generally speaking, is cool.
So
3 from 3 different raids and with an effect that matches the need to get multiple items. I think this one, they picked the toughest raid and they picked an effect that's just not really that exciting.
So I haven't heard exactly how it works yet, and I'm hoping it's going to work basically the way I just described it. And I don't care if it's like whichever one takes predominance is the new one I put in it. I just want to be able to like change my armor type from, like if I want the Beacon of Magic set, I want to be able to wear a heavy armor Beacon of Magic set, or I want to be able to wear a light suit of armor from the tank set. And we'll see how this is going to work. Looks like I'm going to have to restart the client again. This is the second time today. But we'll see. Oh, well, I'm still hoping that it's going to work the damn way that I want it to work. Because if it doesn't, then I will probably post something on the forums to the point of, it should just work this way. It doesn't make sense to make this flexibility and not. So we'll see. Well, and maybe they will. Maybe they just haven't told us that it will yet. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, here's where it's going to get worse, though. Set bonus augments. And this is probably what you had kind of touched on a little earlier, Voodoo. So, there's colorless set bonus augments. Each of the following is a colorless augment. Slotting one of these augments into an item that already has a set bonus will cause that set bonus to be suppressed and replaced, as long as the augment remains slotted.
Sounds good.
These can be slotted into items that don't have set bonuses as well. So
Still
these are
sounds
all
good.
3-piece augment slots.
So I don't understand the point of it suppressing existing set bonuses.
Each item can only have one set bonus at a time.
That's fine. A-okay.
That's the limitation.
So
So
we have items right now with multiple set bonuses, but okay, okay, that makes sense though.
this is what they're doing. So I know we
So
have some that have multiple items, but for whatever reason, these ones suppress it. You can only have one. A lot of
So-
these overlap with other things that are already here. Just
So to give you an example, if I had 5 items from the Summers set in the new content, and then I slotted Paragon Guard, which is the +10 artifact bonus to armor class, into one of those items, I would now only have a 4 set bonus, plus I would get the 10% armor class.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these are all essentially soul forged augments, so they require 50 threads of fate, an empty soul vessel, and then a specific named item. And I believe they are all raid items. There's one in here that I'm pretty sure is a raid item, but I'm not sure off the top of my head.
That appears to be the case to me too. Just glancing at the list, I didn't see any that weren't raid items.
I'm
off
pretty
top
sure
of
the
my head.
vestments of Ravenloft are the raid version of that.
Yeah.
This is where it gets a little. I really like this concept. Some of the set bonuses are there's a +4 artifact bonus to each of the individual stats. There's a one that's
Yeah,
plus
see,
20 to their MRR cap.
It's going to be another situation
bunch
where
of
they're
different
going to do
artifact
stuff
bonuses
that
that you
doesn't
see
take
on a lot
into
of
account
other
heroics properly.
The one place that I don't like this concept is to get one of these sets, you need to find 3 of a specific raid item and convert it.
These augments give anything by themselves, or you just have 3 augments to get a set bonus?
Just 3 augments to get a set bonus. They don't appear to give anything individually.
Yeah, see, I don't care. This is not what I
No,
want.
so the way this works is that if you slot one of these items, then you get that effect. So
What effect?
The one that's listed there. So if you slot Perfect Silence, then you get the +3 artifact bonus to sneak attack dice. I think is what.
But you have to do it 3 times.
You have to have 3 of those augments
Yeah.
slotted, is the way I'm reading it.
That's how I read it as
Yeah,
well.
turn something into a new augment. That's not what I care
And
about.
I don't mind the concept. Like, I like the idea of, oh, this is a way to, if you've got items that aren't part of a set, or
Sure.
are part of a set that you don't care about, and you want to make them into a set that is useful to you using the augment that's on it, here's a way to do that. I'm on board with this. The only part that I'm not great on is you need the same item, same raid item
I
multiple
mean, that
times.
doesn't bother me.
And just to
Yeah,
pick on Too Hot to Handle, if you want the +4 artifact bonus to charisma, you need to get an item from Too Hot to Handle 3 times. And if you want that
That's
item on
fine.
top of that, you need to get it a 4th time.
So it's a thing to chase. It's a chase.
And that's the
fine.
part that I really don't like, is you have to get the same item so many times.
Yeah, that is messed up. It's gonna create a lot of greed. Like, can you imagine? Like, nothing's gonna be up for roll because everybody's gonna need everything.
I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be for everything, but for sure the items that have been called out, and you know, like people are gonna keep that and not trade it. Like, I mean, if I look, there's one that's plus 20 MRR cap. Hey, my monk would love that. It needs needs Mantle of the Escher 3 times. Right
guess
now,
so.
Yeah,
like
see, I
right
don't mind
now,
that.
if I pull that
guess.
item, I'm keeping it. Like for that.
And the next 3 times you pull it, you're keeping it.
Exactly.
And
Yeah,
yeah, that's not cool.
I guess I didn't read it that way originally. I read it as that it was giving you an effect that's from a 3-piece set bonus. Not that you need 3 of them, but that if you slide the augment, you got whatever the effect was. That it was pulling out of one of the 3-piece sets from the other. Because these are all effects that come from Ravenloft or Sharn, 3-piece sets. So that's what I thought was happening. You're absolutely right. If you need 3 of these things, and you have to slot all 3 of them, and every time you slot it, it invalidates the item, from its own set that you slot it into. That's going to make it a lot more difficult to get the current sets, and it's also going to make these augments way more expensive than their value. Because if I have to have 3 items, then I can get the set itself, and most of the sets have more than one effect in them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think that makes sense to me.
I think the way that I read it is you need to slot 3 of these into 3 different items, and that I like that concept in the sense that there's a lot of items that don't have a set bonus, and there's a lot of items that have a set bonus that maybe I don't need that, like I'm not using that set at all, so I can convert them to a set that I do want. Now, if I can slot one of these items in, one of these augments into something, and then just get that set bonus just from one augment, great. The cost might actually be a little too low.
That's what I was understanding. Well, because if you're taking, I take Legendary Dreadkeeper for example. For 3 pieces on that set, you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different effects.
Yeah.
If you're pulling one of those out, that's a +4 artifact bonus to intelligence, for example, and you're going to give that to someone, that's fine. For that to just require 1 raid item plus the threads, because getting raid items is not that easy, and the threads cost as well. I don't know. I mean, I think maybe the thread cost could be a little higher, if anything. But I don't know. To need 3 of the raid item, that's a tall ask. Or to need, or and even more than just need 3 of the raid item, to need to use up 3 slots for just this 1 bonus. I don't know. That doesn't seem like it's very valuable to me. Not for the value, the power you're getting from these.
Either way, I would say though that even if it's just one augment will give you that set bonus, which because they say 3-piece set bonus is this, like I kind of leave that not the case. But even if it was, like it's still gonna be a long time till I give up a Mantle of Escher. Like I'm gonna make a bunch of these plus 20 MRR cap augments. Like I'm still not gonna be giving up those raid items. So
They need to clarify the wording on this. Clearly, it's just that even the 3 of us can't agree on what this means, or definitively.
Other than the fact that people are going to be hoarding these specific raid items, and they're going to be hard to get put up for roll. So,
Yeah.
But hey, more raiding. I like that.
I mean, that's the trade-off,
And
right?
I like the legacy.
You
part
make-
of it. Like
You may it. Let's pretend it is something where you have to get all 3 of these items to get. Like, let's say it's the worst case, most difficult scenario, which they probably have clarified by now. So I might be talking to the choir here, but I'm working off primarily the information that I just heard from Patrick, right? So even if that does become the new chase thing, like to me that's fine. I guess I don't understand the problem with having a big chase. Having the master chase. The thing that's going to take you forever. It's not 3 items, it's 3 of the same. Yes, I got that part. Again, that's assuming that is the worst case scenario. Right? That you have to get 3 of 1 item per, out of the same raid, to make a particular thing, right? And then you make your 3 items, and then once you have your 3 items, then you can slot it. It takes up 3 slots, and it gives you the bonus, right? So you need 3 items from X raid to make 3 augments, and you put the 3 augments in 3 different items, it becomes the only set bonus those 3 items have, and you get a thing. If it's a good enough effect to chase, so be it. I realize that it's going to create a situation where people might hoard. If there's like 1 or 2 or 3 items in particular from each raid that people are searching for to get this, but not everybody's going to want every item from every raid. Yeah. But still, people are not, like, I realize what they're saying, like, oh man, now I'm never going to give up this thing because I want this bonus for every character. I get that and appreciate that as well. But at the same time, it's like, who cares that they have a serious chase thing? That's fine. Oh, we gotta duck around here. Like, I guess I'm not a person that has a problem with there being a ridiculous chase out there. Maybe that's just me. That having that big boy chase item should be a bigger deal. Yeah, that's still fine. Getting a value that incentivizes you to run the raid more often, so you can be the one that gets the item dropped in your name, or the goodwill that's going to spawn when you do put one up for roll, or people are going to go, hey, remember that I put XYZ up for roll, you know, in your raiding guild or whatever, and people are going to remember that. I don't think it makes things harder because people won't put things up for roll. That's something that I believe is a fallacy. Because you're still going to have the situations where your standing in the community is going to have a play. So, just because you're new doesn't mean you can't build that reputation or be beneficial. And now, if you're like, hey, I'm looking for this 3-piece set, and you're brand new, maybe that's not something that's going to happen. But I think you're going to get a lot of situations where people, especially like in guilds or like raiding channels or raiding discords or whatever, people are going to build up that goodwill, and it's going to show. Yeah? You don't think so? You don't think that people are going to do that? Yeah, I'm not talking about the 3-piece set either. I'm talking about getting the item in the first place. We're getting the items in general. It's going to be the same kind of meta for anything. Well, the reason I said 3-piece is because they're talking about needing 3 of the same item to build the 3 set to do the thing. My point is that I don't feel like there will be an impact of creating a higher demand for some raid items, but I don't think it's going to be so high that certain items are going to become unobtainable by people. There are items in heroic raids that I have never seen drop in my name in 11 years. Yeah, I don't disagree. There are things that I've never seen drop in my name. There's things that I've wanted to drop in my name, so I've either learned to solo the quest or I've got the quest going. But I have had plenty of things that have never dropped in my name that doing raids with my guild or my small raiding group that raids on the regular, even if it's an artificially high demand item, that people will still pass to me because of my reputation proceeding forward. And I have passed things to people that I would want that they have a higher desire for because of the fact that they have passed me things in the past. again, I think people are overestimating that. Oh, I have to do X number of these on every character. I have to have +4 stats on every character. You're not going to feel that way about every character. You're going to prioritize your primary person, maybe even a secondary person. And then you're also going to... This creates a bigger desire to create more raiding alts and have more raiding alts sitting at the higher levels. Because now, you... Like me, for example. I'm somebody who doesn't raid a whole lot in general. But I'm... You know, once... After my lives are done here, I do plan on spending more time raiding. And I had tried to put JavaBot in a position where I was happy with his play at cap, and I was going to focus on raiding with Java. So, even myself, who's someone who doesn't raid very much, was looking at setting up a situation where I'd have multiple raiders. Now, if they do something that creates enough value and incentive for me to make raiding alts, somebody who doesn't really care for raids, doesn't really like dealing with the raid politics that tend to come along with raiding on the regular and stuff like that, somebody who, again, counts on the reputation for assistance and things, if it incentivizes me to move on some of this stuff, somebody who... I have 30-some characters in my potential character list, and I play one, maybe 1.5. Right? No, not every raiding alt is going to need every same piece of gear. Again, that's just a fallacy that I can't buy into. Like, you're going to have tier raiders. You're going to have tier raiding alts. Not every raiding alt is going to need everything. And if you do, and that's the priority you want to set, then I guess you're going to have an awful lot of raiding alts, and you'll be doing an awful lot of raiding, which again, I can appreciate. Again, I don't see the disadvantage in this system, other than people thinking, oh, this is going to take a long time to get everything I need. Which I understand and can appreciate. But again, I think it's a fallacy to think that everyone needs everything every time. No. And again, there's things that I was looking for. Like, Tobrella and I were on a regular raiding schedule. We were trying to get the shard of the Spellstoring Ring, for example. I probably did my 40 runs. Never got that shard. Like, I did 40 runs in a life to get it. You just think 3 of the same item is a lot. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. But I'm also not going to say that it's that big of a deal. They're probably also going to start selling their raid boosting, named loot boosting item around the same time. Right? So item sales or sales are going to compound into this system together. Now, it's a little cynical to point out that A and B go hand in hand, but they gave away a bunch of free ones, right? And then they're in the process of handing out the next group. I suspect that it's probably connected. And creating a chase system, like a top tier chase system, does not seem like that bad of a deal to me. Oh, Ellery down. That's no bueno. She must not have teleported when I told her to. She must have tried running around the trap. I don't like that. I like having Ellery with me. I don't know. Again, to me, I realize it's a bunch. It's a big ask, but having something at the very, very top level does not seem like a bad deal to me. Now, give me give me 6 months when I'm trying to get the plus, plus $4 stat item or whatever, and I just need one more, and see what I say then, right? But for now, I don't think it's that big of a deal. What is a big deal is if I cannot customize, I'm not allowed to customize the sets. With all this work, if they won't let me customize the heroic sets, that seems like weak sauce to me. Because it'll be yet another system that didn't get thought through how it affects the heroic players. Come on, dog. Come on. Yeah, that's my point. I despise systems that only exist for certain for the one end of the community and not the other. I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
The conflagration chapel rise. Words are etched in the altar of the conflagration stands before.
That's still fine. I don't. If there's not going to be, if they're not going to take the time to put this system as an implementation for heroics, it's going to be yet another system that's going to just anger me. And I'm never asking for the world when I talk about these things, right? I just want them to consider the heroics. Because there's a lot of people who spend all their times in heroics. There are people that are on the permanent TR grind, like myself. There are people out there who, they really struggle to get over level 7 or 10 or whatever the level is that they have a hard time with. And they may not ever get up there. There are people who, they have a serious ultitis, and you're designing huge swaths of the game and massive systems that completely ignore them, that could very easily encapsulate and touch them. Again, what's the harm in having the ability to take 3 suits of armor, for example, from Sharn or Ravenloft or whatever of that same set, and then smushing them all together into an augment, and you could use Threads of Fate or a store purchasable item, and then they could switch a different armor for that set. Just having the ability to put on a different armor at level a level 15, a 17, whatever, and have it count as a different set. Like, what if you really like you want the healing amp or the negative healing amp from whichever, and you're like a necro build, so you can't wear the undead set because you don't really heal or take advantage from the negative set. Like, it's a system that can be useful for all levels. They are like that for a reason, but to me, that's whatever the reason is, it's probably wrong. Because again, to me, I feel like that kind of customization is probably very good. That is a customization that people should get excited about. Alright, everyone's alive. Yeah, they can. You still have to choose things. You still have to make work to do stuff. Right? Why? Why not take advantage of the situation and let people more customize and tweak their build a little bit more through the gear? Especially, again, if it's something that uses Threads of Fate or a store purchasable item as the component to make it happen. The only reason not to do that is because they don't see the value in it.
Whisper around you.
Because it really reduces your options. Like, I'm gonna put on the tank set. Instead of giving you the opportunity to be like, well, I want the tank set bonus, but I can't wear heavy armor for whatever reason. I think the set bonuses should be in robes. They have much higher damage, therefore the downside for casters, and they were designed for that way. Sure. But at the same time, if somebody takes a bunch of Threads of Fate, farms up all the gear, sets the situation up where they can fix it, why can't they have a way to work around it? If the system's in place, if the system is there, why? Why force them to not be able to do this? It just seems like a short-sighted... we're doing it because. Putting our hands on our hip and saying because. And if that's the reason they want to put out there, that's fine. But there'll be a point that there's going to be enough becauses that people are going to be like, alright, I'm done. They're designed that way is them putting their hands on the hips saying, because I said so. How often does "cause I said so" make you very happy and satisfied with your options in a game? Like, what makes the game more fun? And again, you're talking about, what I'm talking about is for heroics. Granted, I think this would also be a powerful effect in epics. But it would create more opportunity for fun and not less.
On the third sarcophagus is received. But a sudden, it doesn't look like you'll be able to get back to the room above from here.
And casters that do melee things often have penalties to them and trade-offs to make it happen. So let them put the work in and get the workarounds. So like, I think now in the druid set and the bear, there's an opportunity for you to take and be able to wear heavy armor, right? Like be able to wear metal armor somewhere in here or somewhere in here. I don't know. It's changed since I looked last. It's one of the things I'm gonna have to look at. But I know that there was I was doing the elemental caster, and I wanted to be able to wear one of the sets at one point from Sharn, or I think it was Sharn, maybe it was Ravenloft. And I was not allowed to because it didn't come in an armor type that I could do. You know how bad that felt?
The temple wards have been restored. You turn to leave, but your
Tier 5 protector.
in the distance. Is it someone crying? The sobbing seems to come from behind the southeast pillar.
Oh wait, we don't run through here yet. We smash this guy.
Marguerite snaps.
Where now on the flip side, if they would have went, okay, well, I didn't plan this, but I can't make this happen, right? So instead I went, okay, well but there's a way that you can farm this up. I would have ran that other, like, a quest until I farmed that up, or I would have played a different build altogether. You know, I would have leveled past and not worried about it.
Faint, unearthly child.
But it would have given me the option, and I would have considered it and thought about it and made a decision.
Beyond the gates ahead of you.
And I think that more decisions and more options are better for the game. As opposed to being forced into decisions that the game designers made when they made an item instead of giving us the opportunity, especially when they're in the process of creating a system to make that happen. Like, we are literally in the process of building this. Alright, I forget. Does Duder pop out here? And give us cookies? No. See what I mean? That's my point. My point is always give me more options. Always give me more. I want more options. If it involves more work, I will decide if that trade-off is worth the work. Just like everything in life. But give me the option. I have the option to play DDO for even more hours a day. I have the option that I could learn to solo everything on Reaper 10 as I level up. Like, these are all options I've been given. So, continue to make the decision to give decisions. The point with augments, they aren't trying to increase power level. They wouldn't increase power level. It would literally just be saying, well, this is not a good example because I don't have any gear, but pretend this is a Ravenloft set, and instead of saying, okay, instead of whatever the armor is for my Ravenloft armor, I want this armor instead. Maybe this armor is a frozen tunic, a level 10 frozen tunic, or level 12 frozen tunic, or whatever it is. Or maybe it's armor that gets no use anyplace else because it's really cool, but it's not part of a useful set. Now I can I can take this time and opportunity and hassle to make it work, and then slot in and make it happen. Like, there are so many armors I literally just threw in the trash that I would love to play. They're trying to make a lateral power shift. It's less applicable in heroics. It's not. It's not less applicable at all. Again, it's a matter of, say, 70% of your population does stuff over level 20, and they're ignoring the 30% of the population that is below level 20. And I know there's a substantial number of people, and you can tell because you can look on the hardcore server and see the people that struggle. Even Patrick in this video talked about the fact that a lot of us do not realize the number of people that struggle to get certain benchmarks. There are certain benchmarks like getting to level 20, getting to level 30. There's a lot of benchmarks that people really struggle with. And it's really surprising that they have an opportunity again to make yet another system that could apply to people from level 1 to level 30, and they're not going to consider it again. If it's the case, I'll record a video and rant about it, and I will send the clip in to DDO Cast as a DDO clip. You can actually get the exoteric set wearing any of the items you want. I've never wanted to put on the exoteric set. Doesn't mean that there won't be a day that I want to. Just means that I don't think I've ever put it on yet. I've never mentioned a particular set. I think I generically said caster set or tank set or something, but I don't have the names for any of the sets off the top of my head. Or here's one. So last life, I don't remember which set it was that I was trying to wear. But it's the one that has it's a Sharn set, I believe. And the Sharn set has a pair of gloves or the quarterstaff, I think, or maybe it's hand wraps. I think it's hand wraps. So whichever that one is, right? But the gloves have, I think they have like a +2. I know they have a seeker bonus, but that seeker bonus it's big, but it's not the biggest. It's huge. It's like +6 bonus or something, +6 seeker. And I needed Ghost Touch, so I had put on my level 15 Ring of the Stalker, which then instead has a plus, I think 7 or 9 or something. It's got a larger seeker bonus on it. So I took off gloves that I had crafted that were actually useful to put that set bonus on to get the set bonus, right? Where I would be extremely happy to be able to spend a bunch of time and energy and effort to take a high, hard to earn, high sought after set item to be able to have the ability to slot something else in the glove slot, for example, to make a different thing be a set item. Again, there's plenty of reasons out there for them to make something like this happen. Let's see if we can get this guy to come out and play before things get too carried away. Like, there's plenty of demand. It would create plenty of interesting options. Especially at Heroic. Like, especially with Sharn in particular. So much of the Sharn gear just gets put on and left on. Think about the increased viability you could have of some of the old epic items, for example. Some, like the Red Dragon armor, for example, off the top of my head. How much more life would that get breathed into if you could slot a gem in it, and then it becomes a piece of your Sharn gear? Just your level 15 Sharn gear, while you're leveling from 20 to 29. I would probably not have it be... I'd probably have it where it counts as one piece. Like, you can't have two augments count as two pieces, or more than one piece. Like, I think that would be the power restriction I'd put on it. So you can't just, like, make 3 augments and slot it. But even if we did decide to do that, I don't think it would be a problem. But I would probably make it where you could still only use one slot. And I'd also make sure that one would have to be slotted in armor if they were really, you know what I mean? Like, if it was a problem, I would create the armor gem for the set bonus, or I would create which are all things they could do. It adds a layer of complexity I think is unnecessary, but I think you could do it. I think if they they didn't do what you said and just added heroic versions of the ones that they're making now would basically accomplish what you want. It's totally possible. It is completely and totally possible that they could do that. If, and my point as always, overall, the overall point is, I want them to take the time to consider the non-level 30 areas. This is what I wanted. I want them to consider the people below level 28. Well, again, it's once you have the shell in place, right? Once the actual coding is in place, the hardest part is thinking through what you want this to apply to. Because if they already have the system 90% done, they just got to start filling stuff out, then they should be able to do that. I don't want them to say, again, the way I currently understand this, is it all has to go through the raids. Right, I just want to do more heroic raids. Why is everything legendary? Well, how it's always been is not an excuse, in my opinion, for them doing something different. Raids have always been made at cap, which is fine. I understand that you need an at cap raid. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying is this system is incentivizing people to do more old raids, right? Like, that's part of the reason why DDOcast is so excited about this system, is that it incentivizes people to go back and do things that they haven't done. Well, how about heroic versions of the raid? So shouldn't those versions incentivize people to be useful in heroic levels? What system? So right now, the system that they're currently putting out, there's a system where you turn raid items into augments, and you get a specific bonus from blowing up the augment. And there's some that are single item augments. The example that they gave was the what is it called? Using the litany of the legendary litany of the dead augment or trinket and turn it into an augment, basically, so you get +2 profane bonus to all your stats. That goes into an augment. It's a pretty interesting idea, right? Like, I'm on board with. Why does my power tech keep turning off? What is turning off power tech? So, like, I'm interested in this system, but I really think, I really, really do think that they should. I think we now take 3 Barbarian levels. That it needs to apply to heroics as well as Paladin fit. There we go. Barbarian X. Again, I feel like DDO is the developers in particular are really good at ignoring the block of people that are below level 20 when they take time to make these big systems. The stupid the stupid Cynthia weapon system. It's aggravating. Doesn't make any sense to me. Why can you not do something along those lines in heroics? I also believe the system was probably not... Like, it has purpose. It is fine. But I don't think it's as well thought through and as good as it probably should be. Alright, so I think we're back to saving it and start going back up this tree some more. Like you do Ravenloft at level 10 through 14, why can't the raids be for level 15? So I understand the idea of having content that is developed for a certain level. I get that and appreciate that. But the raids that already exist, I feel like they should not discourage people from doing the raids that already exist. Like, let us take advantage of those things. Make people want to do heroic raids again in heroics. And you could do that with this system. You could totally do that. Alright, don't think I care about this charisma hat. I think we do care about this sword, maybe? Alright, we're currently wearing no boots. I don't want Featherfall on. Put this on. Actually, do I want the bankroll? Bankroll's pretty good. Probably less damage than this, but it is my favorite weapon. We could also slot Ghost Touch in it. They could, but again, designing something that scales between levels is really difficult. So I kind of understand the idea of when you make new raids, they can be at whatever level. But you have raids now. That if you have raids now and incentivize people to play those raids now, why? Why not take the time? Why not take the time to have people want to do the raids now? I can't tell you how many people struggle bust so hard to try to do a Titan raid on the hardcore server. People just like, yeah. They really did. They really struggle bust. Let's see, I can get away with wearing this because it's leather. I feel like it's probably better than this at this point. Let's be honest, I'm also not switching to these other things. I'll continue to keep the jump armor so I can jump around, but I'll let the rest go. The gear is inadequate for sure. I don't know if the gear is inadequate. There's a lot of times that I use old raid gear. Sometimes I just use it for giggles. Like I have an Enduring Conviction right here. Sometimes I use, I use Sword of Shadows a lot. I often wear my Litany. Like there's lots of old raid gear that I use. I use, the beef jerky a lot. Pouch of jerky. Staff of Arcane Power, I literally use every single life. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that there are items that get used out of the raids that people could have an incentive to go earn again, especially if you had them, like, had the ability to take something from them and turn them into something equally good. I don't think I care about that this go around. Again, the system, as usual, is going to be built and assembled and put together that doesn't take heroic levels into account. And every time that is the case, it makes me a little bit madder. I think I'm just going to use this great sword, I think. Maybe not. I just don't know. Alright, let's grab this bankroll and we'll slot a ghost touch in it, and then we'll just use it as our main weapon for this level. I don't think it's a big deal. Alright, and we are strength. But we have strength gloves, so we don't have to worry about strength. We could use kindness. Then that frees up our goggle slot. I don't think we have a pair of goggles that we care about at level 6. I don't know, man. I think the SOS is probably the best heroic item in the vacuum. The problem is when you move outside of the vacuum, you get things like the Barovian Greatsword, for example. So in the vacuum, the SOS is better. But depending on what's going on, like say you're not the crit machine, say you're not the super high attack guy, then you might have situations where the Barovian's Greatsword is doing more damage over, say, your 20 attacks than the attacks that you're going to have on your SOS, right? But in the vacuum, if you're not looking into the character statistics, right, and the character adjustments, the SOS is going to beat every weapon hands down because you're not taking into account the personalization of it. Again, it depends on what you're talking about at level, right? You're talking about at what point it's going to be better. Or talking about damage, almost never. What's up?
I'm going to bed.
Is it that time?
Definitely.
You long-haired hippie?
I know, right?
Yeah.
I need like a lot of haircuts. I haven't had one in like a year.
I can do it.
No way.
Call me Samus Scissorhands. Just get a scissors in both hands and...
Fine. Do it. Whatever. Good night.
I love you. Good night. You're making it cold. Now you're making it squeaky and cold.
It's really not changing at all. You're crazy.
There's a breeze right here.
It's like super warm in here.
A breeze. Alright, I love you. Get out of here. Oh! Not that kind of breeze. Not what I'm a boot. Again, it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for something that can disable the enemy, and I probably have one of the best ones possible, thanks to Suma, right? But pound for pound, damage for damage, damage over a minute, the SOS is going to win. So if going through the quest quickly relates directly to how much damage output you have per minute, which is often the case, then the Elemental Bloom is a second place. However, there's a lot of quests where, again, when you start looking into, okay, well, let's make things smart. Let's look at things. All right, let's look at things a little bit more intelligently. You're going to run into a lot of situations where the Elemental Bloom is going to keep your survivability up hot longer, and the survivability is going to translate to getting the quest done quicker. So, again, things are different. Do I seriously not have a goggle? Like at all? What else do we have? Prudence of accuracy. If I were to do that, what would I put on my head slot instead? This? Yeah, that's probably fine. But then we'd be taking off our true seeing, which means we just put our true seeing back on instead. Yeah, never mind. We're just not going to have goggles for now. I don't think. Think that is the secret. Just no goggles. And again, not everything has to be compared to the damage output. Right? Sometimes things are compared to survivability. When you're looking at survivability, things hold up differently. That's 9. Yeah, I don't know. I guess for now we're just not going to worry about it. I'm level 6. I should be 7 pretty quickly. Just gonna see what the auction house has. Any of these like new keyword stuff can be really interesting. So like this is Seeker Deception. This could be good enough. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Let's get it. I don't think it was worth the price I paid, but whatevs. No, this is the Cloak of the Mimic, which are the two of the best low-level items you can have. So like this, the cloak, the belt, and these bracers are basically the key to every build I have. Pre-level 10. See, that's another thing. How great would it be? How amazing. What are they? They're the Cloak of Mimic. So, how much better would life be the majority of the time if you could switch your belt for your Ravenloft set? I don't know about you, but it would be real nice a lot. Just show me all. So what, there's one of these sets in particular is a bad set. So let's pretend that you're a tanky healer, right? And you have to wear whatever, some miscellaneous set. But you really, really don't want to have to take off your casting belt. But the set that you want needs the belt. Think about how much better life would be. That's not the one I'm thinking of, but that would be an example. That is a lateral power shift, in my opinion. Because you'd be switching. Again, I keep pulling up here we go. There's a threaded belt. If I slotted in something that instead of being the Beacon of Magic set, it was instead this set, the Knight of the Shadows set, because my character wanted to be that. I don't know. Let's pretend I wanted to wear the Knight of Shadows set. For whatever reason. Because I want to, or I can. That would be insane. That would be so good. Or like, here's an armor, Scales of Erebus, I've never worn, right? But it's a reasonable suit of armor. But how in the world can you justify ever wearing this, right? When you should wear your other set instead. Or the Black Dragon armor. How could you possibly justify wearing this? Right, now granted, this doesn't have an augment slot. But they could add a colorless augment slot to it very easily. For named items, named armors, that go in and make an augment slot in them. Without that big of a deal. Right? Or they could even make a special color for augment color. right? But then you have the option to take old armors, for example, or old pieces of gear, or even new pieces of gear. How nice would it be to be able to necessarily wear the no worries at level 10? There's all these really cool pieces of gear that they have made and created and done over the years, but you can't justify wearing them because they're not a set that you need. The fact that they don't let you do that, especially in heroics, I think it's probably just as important in epics. Like, there's so many things. Because again, you just put on your Sharn set and you never change your gear until 29 or whatever. So you can put on your bigger Sharn set or your bigger Ravenloft set, depending on your build. Alright, level 6, level 4, so we'll start with House D. But you see what I mean? That's my problem. They reduced the options, and they could unreduce the options but the system that they're already in the process of building with just a few tweaks. That is one of the reasons that I am so adamant that they make these changes. Oh, I'm like literally the only one streaming, okay. I'm like, I can't imagine there's no raids today. Like, I raided people today. I expected to get raided back, I guess. Just nobody's streaming today but me. Okay. It's fine. I'll take it. I don't know. I feel like if I keep reading or looking at this right now, I'm just going to be really mad. Listening to it. I need to get in here. Need to voice these opinions. Maybe I need to do a what I really want from the augment system pass video. More than just this mini rant. Something that's really thought out. Do that. Get the outline assembled. Really put all the pieces together. And really explain why. And not just the fact that it's complete and total bullshit when they don't when they don't consider the systems that you spend time and energy on and don't take the heroic players into account. Alright. What weapon did I actually grab? Did I decide on literally anything? Looks like I did grab a bankroll. Okay. Let's put the bankroll here. Yeah. Just kill things while I push these buttons. Whoa, I only have one ruby of Ghost Touch. I'll have to go make some more rubies of Ghost Touch really quickly here. Alright. I think you should pitch making heroic versions of the augment they're making. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe, which is why I keep trying to get an idea of what's going on. And I can understand them not wanting to make... Actually, hang on. Yeah, okay, we're good. I can understand them wanting to do... Like, the system that sounds like they're making, they're creating a demand for items. Right? Particular items. Which, again, I don't see that as a bad thing. Right? But I can understand them not wanting to make a demand on heroic items. I don't know why, but I can understand it. And taking time to create a dozen little items maybe is too much energy. I don't know. But damn it. Let me earn a set of the damn thing, of a Sharn set or a Ravenloft set, whatever, and let me turn the damn thing into a stupid bloody augment set so I can slot my augment into my bloody different armor. And maybe I just make a 5-minute video talking about it and we get it posted and then we post that in the forum thread reply. I think that they want to read it more, but I don't feel like dealing with it. Don't want to sit there and try to write. Make sure everything I say makes sense upon the written word. Why are we not raged? Get angry. We're Barbarian. Be upset. It's the same problem that, in my opinion, that they had for the way that they decided to implement sentient weapons. Sentient weapons should have been create a weapon with your first point. It's +1. Go through, do a bunch of stuff. And you could unlock enough points that instead of it having to create its instead of creating its item, instead you could apply the overlay to an item. And it pairs. It pairs on whatever reset you want to have it pair to. So if you want it to reset for plat, or an item, or just on TR, probably need it to be more than just TR, but has some sort of reset mechanic. So you can repair things. And you have it set up as just like you have the stupid leveling mechanics for your Reaper enhancements. Did I take the bigger rage duration? I did, over here in the racial tree. I think, right here. Because it was free. I haven't got to 150% yet, sorry. Just 70%, 75%. Most of the time, we're going to finish the quest in 3 rages. I suppose not always, but I feel like most of the time we're going to be done in 3 rages at this level. What's not supposed to attack? Oh, my rage lasts longer than yours. Yeah. Well, we are a shifter. So we're just trying to find what makes the most sense. Get back here. Yeah, they are. It says they do. Shifting and Barbarian rages last 75% longer. You can only have one activated at a time. You can't activate both, so you almost never activate the Shifter one, because why would you ever activate your Shifter one instead of your Barbarian one? But the enhancements that do one improve the other. You could do like the Shifter one, I guess, and do Power Rage and Con Rage if you really wanted more Constitution. Like maybe on the hardcore server that would make a lot of sense. As a low-level barbarian, you want all the con and armor class or whatever you can get your hands on. So instead of using just the hit you as hard as humanly possible rage, you use a defensive-y rage. I could also see somebody doing like a 3 barbarian, 17 druid, during the low levels you play kind of like this, but then once you cross level a little bit higher and you like transition into a more of a DC based caster, you still take like the con rages, right? Like the is it this one? No, one of these has it. One of these gives you more con when you rage. Yeah, this one. Like maybe you take this and you take some other stuff, but you still go up the angry tree. So even if you take it in one tree and take it in the other, it's not supposed to work. Oh, like you're not supposed to be able to get to 150% rage. Like you can't take extended rage in both places. I haven't tried it. I can look and see. I don't know why they shouldn't. Alright, well we can take a look later. Said I don't know why they would make it where that was the case. They specifically said they're not supposed to. Again, I don't know why, but okay. Is things like a rage lasting that long that good? I actually have problems with my rage lasting the long as it is. I'd rather rage more often, typically. Because I don't like dismissing it. But again, I don't know why it would be a problem. Now, if they have a reason, if they're like, yeah, we don't want it to happen, well then, it's fine. If it was the case though, I feel like they should make one gray out. You know what I mean? You go pull the lever. I'm gonna get my collectible. I think there's bonus experience for killing these guys, but since I didn't kill the rest of the junk, but we might as well look and see. we did get aggression, so maybe we wouldn't have if we killed that guy. All right. Let's see. So right now, if we rage, it lasts for just under 3 minutes. That should be a noticeable difference. Woo! Yeah, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. So yeah, you can take it. I said there's nothing here that says they can't work together. So, and again, I don't know why they would make it where they didn't work together. Except just to, because they didn't want, like they really didn't want it to. So there you go. Tested and... I don't know. Like I said, if they were not supposed to, they should definitely say that, and then they should definitely gray the one out. Because in other situations where they have things that are like that, they gray it out. Or they make it not selectable. This one's a useful one, right? No, medium. Double shot and accuracy. That's relentless. Ooh, double slotted. Enchantment focus. Enchantment resistance. Reconstructed. Maybe with the new augments changes coming up, a double augmented necklace would be good. Not for, like, you know, putting on a set bonus or anything, but... Alright, what else do we have at level... in the level 4 range that we actually enjoy doing? Oh yeah, of course. The marketplace quest. Duh. Let's claw our way over there and knock it out. Apparently I shouldn't have moved forward yet. Oh, I don't need bears anymore, do I? I don't know what second level spell we're gonna start putting in that slot. Hey, hey, hey! He dies. We fail the quest. Oh, I guess you guys took off from down there for a reason. All right. Let's see, where was I? Clicking these buttons. Slash, slash, clawing the way to your heart. What are you doing? Yeah, I really am enjoying this particular combination of stuff too. I can really start to see the desire to build something like this with a more defensive bear. I don't know what if like a bastard sword and a shield would make sense. But this class split does a pretty good job of ignoring a lot of stuff. Our reflex save is trash, which is probably the most dangerous thing about it. I don't think we can improve it. And I don't know if the hold person and stuff like that work on the bear. I would like to think it wouldn't, but that seems awfully short-sighted. For me to kind of think that it would prevent the stuff like that, and that in my mind it would make sense that it would stop. So I don't know. Come on, you gangsters! See, but it counts as a major stance, right? So you can't be an undead and a bear. If zombies are immune to them, then shouldn't the bears be immune to them as well? Like undead forms should be immune to whole person. Then shouldn't the bear forms be immune to whole person too? Because it's not a person anymore, right? If it's a major stance... DDO's coding his ass. Well, I'm not going to go so far to agree with that, but I am going to say that things are definitely more complicated sometimes. Speaking of things that are complicated, I think I'm also going to use the restroom. What makes it complicated is I'm going to have to take a 30-second AFK while I do that. So, as usual, when I take a bathroom break, I'm going to run a 30-second ad. I'll be right back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I do appreciate it. BRB. Oh, I feel much better now. How long do we have on our buffs? 33 minutes. That feels like plenty long enough, right? Certainly. Oh, but our backup, our emergency helper is left. I don't think it really mattered. I just always use it because I like having NPCs to distract, like Carnage Reapers and things. And it's an easy way to add DPS for Plat. Not a lot of DPS, but some DPS for Plat. It certainly does add up.
Across the room, you see a false bookcase swing shut. The money
Oh, you're over here.
The false bookcase swings open, revealing the dim
Also, being able to do multiple things at the same time, like pull a lever, pull two levers, things like that, are certainly easier with a hireling.
The door ahead is barricaded. The money launderers must have prepared well for this. Down the gloomy corridor, you hear the motions of guards alert for intruders.
Like, you get clawed in the back 3 times. You don't die. Oh, I saw a cleric? Oh, I'm gonna attack that cleric. What the? You were clawed in the back by a bear. Repeatedly. Oh, but I saw a cleric, right? Yes. Kill it.
The strong room door is locked securely. You can break it down, but a stealthy entrance will make the issue. The illegal money laundering of the shiny shilling has been dealt with. The accountant's fate demonstrates the folly of associating with a Shan syndicate.
Oh, yes. I have to run across town. So you guys know that, like, that aftertaste you get, or that taste, like you get when you drink a no calorie added sugar or something. It doesn't quite taste right. There's like a little something that's off, just a little bit. I can't describe it. Other than that, that's the only way I can think of to kind of. It's usually like in the back of your throat. That's what that monk fruit has been giving me. I'm trying to get used to it because it is a sweetener that doesn't raise your insulin, therefore doesn't raise your blood sugar response. Yes is the way to put it. I don't know how to kind of say it. Let me just look it up. I don't see anything that like describes what I'm talking about, like how to better say what I'm trying to say. Other than it is a natural sweetener. But here we go. Since it has 0 calories or carbs, it will not raise blood sugar levels. Therefore, it may be a good option for people with diabetes. Which I don't have diabetes, but a lot of the same stuff that I'm trying to do is also good for people with diabetes. Studies with mice say that monk fruit extract may even reduce blood sugar levels. Anyway, so I've got some liquid monk fruit. I tried putting some in my sweet tea today. I think 4 or 5 drops, thinking I would just try it and see how it kind of helped. And I didn't hate it, but I certainly didn't love it. You know what I mean? We're gonna prep this crystal. And we'll let Ellery start on this one. So this will be 7, 8, so we need one more wave of junk. And one more wave of junk here should probably take care of business. There we go. Alright, back to work here. Oh, fell down to the Famine Reaper. Well, not to the Famine Reaper, but in front of the Famine Reaper at the last second. Nice. Alright, Ellery, stay there. Go in peaceful mode. I don't care if you die or not, but stay in peaceful mode.
Will you need to kill these guards in order to escape? Security bars are blocking the exit. Wait for retract.
I think I heard a Reaper.
Security bars retracts, leaving the exit clear.
I did see a Reaper. Question is, how much do I care about this chest? Apparently enough. Apparently enough. Alright. Is there anything interesting going on the Twitterverse today? feel like what I'm just going to do is I'm going to take this copy. I'm going to Facebook this to LJ really quickly. All right. Sorry. So I have a friend, LJ, and I talked to him about making some keto desserts because he loves to cook desserts, right? Like he really likes baking and doing that kind of stuff. And he made a fuss at not long ago that he would really appreciate somebody who he could cook for, bake for. And he'll, like, last week for his birthday, he made this really big birthday cake. And because he's trying to watch his weight, he basically made this giant cake for his coworkers to eat, basically. So he's like, he's a person that would bake a lot. Do I want a bigger healer? I guess so, but not really. Just want more damage, I think, mostly. This is fine. But anyway, I'd sent him some keto recipes not very long ago, and I forget what for, to be really honest. And he never acknowledged that I sent them to him. So then we were over at his house this weekend for his birthday, celebrating his birthday, obviously. And we were playing D&D and stuff, and he made a comment that instead of us all getting a cake to celebrate his birthday, we get he wanted to DM for us instead. And he's like, well, instead of making a cake, I decided to read this Dungeons & Dragons module for you guys instead as a birthday thing. We're like, all right, sweet. But he made some comment about how no one would... he's got no one to cook for. And I'm like, Mother Trucker? I don't even know how many recipes I've sent you. So now every time I see like a keto recipe or something, I've just started spamming him. I'm just going to keep spamming these recipes. He can make me all the keto desserts that he wants. Think I'm on board. And if they're keto-friendly desserts, then he can have more of them than he would be able to have of non-keto desserts. So he'd be able to have at least some of them on his own. So really, I'm just doing him a solid, right? Can I get away with justifying that? Just helping my friend be able to act out his lifelong dream of being a pastry chef. Being a pastry chef. Alright, let's see if we can. Come with me. Come with me. Grandma Bender is hot, by the way. I don't know if you've ever looked at her portrait. She's smoking hot. Alright, where's the last one? Grandma's like right here on this corner,
Grandma
so...
Bender is now safe, out of the reach of these vile Shan Syndicate thugs.
Doesn't look like the guys are coming out of that room, so I'm not gonna fight it. I'm out of here. So anyway, why I brought it up is this chick has made some ultimate keto brownies. Don't they look amazing? Look at that. Look at that. I love brownies. I'm such a sucker for brownies. Oh, so delicious. I love brownies. She's got donuts, some chili, low carb shrimp mea polo. I don't even know what that is, but it looks amazing. Looks amazing. Oh man, do we finally get to come up here a little bit? What do we want? Do we want sprint boost? I'm not that worried about action boost yet. Blood tribute. I do want blood tribute eventually. Just like I know I'm going to want Supreme Cleave. Yes, Supreme Cleave. I think we're going to start with sprint boost action. Which I realize I haven't been hitting my other sprint boost. So maybe I don't care about sprint boost that much, but c'est la vie, as they say. C'est la vie. Tong.
So this is what a life of crime and corruption approaches. All the more
This spell doesn't actually matter anymore. I need to take it out, but I will put it in. Favorite soul, keeping me alive already. Gotta jump on the bed, it's the rule. Like the Goldilocks and the one bear over here. I honestly don't know if that was 3 or 4. Must have been 3.
You hear
I made sure to count that one,
being put into motion.
other than just the
Scrapes of a head.
chick, 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 chick.
Storm Reaver fresco is an indication from zero classic artists that the items in this private gathering are likely stolen.
Alright. So, I'm going to try to do this. Alright, so now we know it's poison, so we're going to leave this alone. The reason why I'm saying I need to be more careful is because when they tell you what it is, I've often clicked like take the item even though it didn't say open the door. He's gonna simply kill us, you guys. Not this day, my guy. Here, Remington, like, thumping the floor or something? Don't know why. He's making a racket, but he is. And he doing it like it?
The gang emissary is so impressed that he will support you when you confront Talon Darcy. Now you face the door to escape from the mansion.
Huh, I don't see the little kobold anywhere. So either he's busy fighting somebody someplace, or he's already dead. He's already dead, that means we can go loot his chest. Which I am greedy. So I would very much like to go loot his chest. But I'm really surprised what would have killed him so fast. Yeah, he did. Huh. I wonder what killed him. Like, I didn't see anything that I would have thought would be fast enough, mean enough to get him. Unless by intimidating him, he leaves and not fights. Oh no, I usually just spin the plat to guarantee that I get it. I mean, it's 250 experience points for maybe it's not that much. No, it's 333 or 323. 3 for experience points for 250 plat or gold even. think it's plat, but it could be gold. One wishes that you could get that deal more often.
You've made it out of the mansion, but the alleyways are still teeming with quite the amount of tenements. Gates on either side of the alley bar the way. Perhaps you could open one. You may be able to find a path to freedom up here on the
Well, I guess that champ gets to live, because I'm not going down for it.
The familiar sounds of the marketplace concert coming from the other side of the alley. You successfully escaped
Boop.
the tenements.
Later. You always gotta check these like these oddball things. You never know when they're gonna like stick a masterwork and something else that was really good in here. Like this 12% at level 4 for any elemental type seems really strong. Fortunately, none of these are double power type things. Alright, let's see. We're still on 4s? How are we not, like, capped out yet? We can do a fresh in the air. That's super fast. Rest for the restless is pretty quick. Then I guess we just move on to 5s? Seems dumb, but probably likely. Rawr.
As you turn into the tunnel, you're overwhelmed by a rank and horrible smell. No wonder the coin lord needs assistance.
Again, I think I heard a Reaper behind me.
The room ahead
I don't see a Reaper, so I don't think I'm going to worry about it too much. There it is. Just start backing up out of the ice storm. Again, I'm not that worried about the damage from the ice storm. But I am worried about my hireling taking a bunch of damage from the ice storm. Again, as long as he's distracting things, or she, I don't know. Mayor Eth. Kind of looks like a... Dude looks like a lady. Been passed. I'm not going back for him. Or her. Alright. So there was a situation where our rage ran out before our buffs did. So we did remember to rebuff most of our buffs anyway. I don't think we need all of the buffs at this point. But there's the ones that I think are actually really important. I think we re-hit. We should have probably also redid the last one in there. But it doesn't matter. I think honestly we probably just should have could have just re-raged and moved on, I think. Wow, look at this trouble. Taking some Fear Reaper dots.
Dogged grimaces holds his nose as you approach.
Not bad. Alright, are we sure we just want to move on? Kind of feel like I do. Yeah, I think so. I think we'll go do Rest for the Restless, maybe? Do I even care? I don't think I do. Let's skip it and let's just go to House K. Monkira! Good morning. Welcome to the stream. My dude. 7, huh? Derp, hello. Always good morning. Did I not say anything? No, I'm talking. Good morning.
The silence hanging in the chilled air around broken only by the unearthly groans of the place.
Pretty sure I said hello. Monkeyra. I feel like a 95% likelihood I said hello. I think that's probably pretty close. 99.73% sure. Oh, you misspelled my name. That's alright. Nobody says or pronounces my name incorrectly. They all say it incorrectly. It has literally been that way my entire life. So I'm not concerned about it. I've often told people I pretty much respond to anything as long as I know that they're talking to me. But you got all the letters, so that's the other thing. There's people, and I'm one of them, which is one of the reasons I don't think I can spell. But for most people, it's the first letter, last letter of a word, and then you can descramble it. But generally, because I can't spell anyway, I pretty much take all the context from the word positioning. And therefore, spelling means literally nothing to me. So I'm one of those people who can descramble everything and get the meaning of the words. Also one of the people who can like do upside down letters, backwards letters, numbers instead of letters. Again, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that... But again, I can't spell my way out of a plastic bag. I'm like the world's worst speller. Stay there and heal up. I'm not certain, but I believe I misspelled my own name sometimes. I have no proof of that right now. I do know that in elementary school, when I first realized I couldn't spell, was when I misspelled the word bird. It's true. It's a true story. I also remember the first time that I knew that my vocabulary was not that of my classmates. Was, I don't know how, if they still do this anymore, but back in the Wayback Machine, whoa! That beast marked a bag and he hit us hard, huh? Oh, no! Okay. Whew. Anyway, way back in the Wayback Machine, they made you go up and do spelling contests where everyone would stand up on the wall against a chalkboard or whatever, and they would say a word and you had to spell it first. And I remember the first time that my classmates made fun of me was because I spelled sum S-U-M, and it's because I had most recently learned that variation of the word sum was for the total math equation totals, like the sum of all the parts or whatever. And They mocked me. They mocked me a lot. And that is when I realized that kids were dicks. That was it. That was the moment. I was like, oh, I see. Alright, let's go back to the boat since we croaked. Reship buff. Maybe take a second and figure out why. I mean, I know why we died, because I went and fought in the acid, or the, I guess it's not even acid, in the poison. I shouldn't do that. Philadelphia is on fire. Yay! Don't they know that's the Fresh Prince's hometown and they need to stop acting the fools? Right? South Philadelphia. Born and raised. Wait, was that necklace? Was that double-slotted necklace that I was like, No. This is that double-slotted necklace, okay. Probably should start working on recollecting shards, I guess. I don't know. Part of me just doesn't care. And part of me wants to have big fat piles of currency. Oh my balls. Alright, let's go back and try this again. Guess I should probably summon the hireling. Probably worth the hassle here. I don't want to deal with negative levels right here. Most of the time I don't care, but I'd be aggravated if I if I didn't make sure that I had the ability to... I'd be irritated if I took negative levels and didn't have the ability to fix them when I knew that by drinking that potion I could have avoided them. Which is typically my problem, is that I don't always really pay that close of attention to where I am, like in a quest or an adventure or whatever. And therefore, clear some aggro. Let Under Hireland do some healing here. Ooh, how boring. Yeah. Yep, I thought I saw fragments in his mouth. We have a minute left on our rage. I think we could probably... deal with this in a minute before our... Our rage expires. Feel like we can get out of here. Boosh! 19 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't get much better than that. Doesn't get much better than that. So Remington's birthday is in a minute. Feel like I should send him a message and trick him into coming down here. Never mind. That gargoyle gets to live. Gotta keep an eye on the kills here. We're gonna get our 8. I really thought we were gonna be, or 10. Really thought I'd be able to cruise through this without having to kill a whole bunch of monsters because of the sprint boost. But it looks like I am incorrect though. Now, the question is, can we run up here quick enough? We can get this And nope, we couldn't get the collectible before mobs caught up. Got it that time though. The Reaper's slowing us is certainly hurting, but I think we're gonna be able to get loose. Nice. Nice. Alright. Let's see if we can trick Remy into coming downstairs. Alright, nobody say anything. Alright, he's on his way. Rawr.
Stonework in this room is chilling influence of the ice giants. You are struck by the familiar aromas of pungent mushrooms and even more pungent trolls.
There you go. Happy birthday, you piece of ass! Oh, thank you. You got tricked, son.
I was expecting Dickles. I guess that means he doesn't need the drink then.
Oh, I definitely need this drink. I mean, it was a valid and good excuse to trick you into coming downstairs.
It's understandable enough.
Oh, thank you. So, what are your plans in the morning? Are you gonna sleep in all day, or are you gonna?
I don't know. I had plans for the day. I don't even remember what they were. Move in, figure out some of the internet stuff.
Oh, you're moving in tomorrow?
I was gonna get some stuff slowly moved in throughout the week. I've got the days for it.
It's true.
See if Riley wanted to do something eventually. Then hang out with LJ for the night.
Well, we're going to dinner at 6:30.
Woo!
And then I guess he's. I don't know. He told your mom that she could stick around or not. I don't know. I was more interested in, did you want to stream in the morning or not?
I mean, sure.
That was my question.
Yeah, streaming sounds fun enough. I don't ever think about that whenever I plan on my day for some reason.
Okay, well, have a plan. Figure out what you want to do.
No, stream sounds fun. I'll think about it.
Okay. Anyway, happy birthday. He's gonna wake his mom up with his wooing. Alright, you always want to send a hireling if you can to that lever. It's not like end of the world important. But if you do send the hireling over there, it won't activate that earth elemental. It could be a pet, it could be a hireling, doesn't really matter. For some reason that is encoded to, that elemental doesn't recognize hirelings as problems. Well, I tell you what, if I wasn't already going into this shrine room, I would ignore the hireling. But I want that. Want that drink. got some sort of soul-stealing shield. It's kind of interesting. Oh yeah. Nice. So one of the things I will say is real nice about the bubbly is they crack real nice. Just nice. Where am I going? I know I'm going to level. I think I want to take the 3rd Barbarian level, and then we're going to take 2 more Druid levels. That sounds good to me. Barbarian got, there he is. Blam. Yeah, because we want the Supreme Cleave. We want it Bied. We want the Supreme, baby, Supreme. Alright, so now we have to make a couple decisions here. We can make some hard gear decisions. Lose a bunch of... maybe not a bunch. Lose some hit points. Probably all of those hit points, actually. Lose a lot of hit points. Pick up the Raven Eyes set. And the reason why we have to do it that way is for a lot of reasons here. I'll go through them in a second. So we have to loop through or jump through many hoops to make this all work, I think. Alright. So like for example, I think we want those boots instead of those boots. And then if we Raven Eye set, they're all coming. Okay, so right now this is our strength item and our deadly. By switching our boots, that becomes our strength item and our seeker. By switching our goggles and our gloves, we've lost deadly and we've lost really nothing. A little bit of seeker. That's fine. So now we've lost deadly. So to regain deadly, we can put on this belt, buckle, the sapphire belt. And that's deception and deadly. But we lose 19 hit points. So the question becomes, what is the false life hit points that are available to us at this time? Don't know if we can get away with this many. No. How many was that? That's 15, so a 10. I don't think we have a 10. Oh, we have a 10. Nice. Nice. And this has got a blue slot, right? And it's got a yellow slot, of course. And these don't have slots. Oh, actually, hang on. We won't need this anymore, right? We'll be losing True Seeing. Then we can put on our Captain Chapeau. And that'll take care of a lot of the hit points that we would be losing. All of them, even. All of them, even. Yeah, it seems strong. I feel like that's a big upgrade. Alright, so what does that all do for us? One, that increases our wisdom here. Over the hat by 1. Gives us the Raven Eye set, which gives us 10 to spot and 3 artifact bonus to hidden damage. Which is gravy. Bluff and dexterity, not such a big deal from the gloves. We switched our deadly to our belt, so we didn't lose deadly to pick up the artifact bonus to damage. And we've changed our seeker by 3 more. Seems good. Yes. Yes, you're right. I do also want to switch to the bloom. Thank you. At least most of the time. Alright, do I need Ghost Touch on this? I probably do. Okay. So we also need to grab a Ghost Touch Ruby. I hope I had the mats for one. I feel like I probably should. Yeah, good call. Thank you. Everything gets a Ghostbane gem now. You get a Ghostbane gem, and you get a Ghostbane gem, and you get it. Okay, you guys get the point. Alright, let's actually switch out of animal form for a minute and look at this bad boy. I used it, like, super briefly just to play with it, but I've never used one at level. Yeah, I'm super excited to get one a shot. Again, I don't think it's probably better than, like, the Sword of Shadow. But at the level, obviously we can't use the Sword of Shadow. But I think it's going to be really fun. It's going to be really, really fun. I also picked up a Chieftain Spear. That was the item that I was looking for at level 4 that I forgot. I knew I'd remember it eventually. That chick we just skip anyway. So I've been thinking about the next hardcore server, season, series, whatever, a lot. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do. Just been thinking about it. Part of the reason why I've been thinking about it so much is I want to find something a little bit different, and still a lot of fun. And yet the reason why I feel like I need to be thinking about it is because I want to try builds that are in line with what it is that I want to do. And I kind of want to, not tank necessarily the right word, but I want to have the ability to really lock down and manage the DPS for the group. Right? The enemy DPS for the group. Which I guess means tank. So I kind of want to tank for the group, but I'm trying to figure out how much other stuff I can work in, what weaknesses are in the builds that I think are fun and interesting, what I can do to like adjust some things.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before
So I'm kind of looking for like a catch-all. Build,
The air here is hot and stinks.
but one that can be done on a first life character. And I really like how this bear is kind of handling things. Like, yeah, we have some pretty significant gear, but not a million, billion, zillion. Like, yes, Elemental Bloom, we're not going to have anything that good probably on the hardcore server. Although I do want to do at least part 1
From beyond the door,
of
voices
the quest, and maybe even do the other one on
stirring deep.
normal if people are up for it, which I have still not even done. So think about that. I have done the first quest now a couple of times. I need to spend some more time working on it.
High above the lake of magma, you sense something unholy.
I don't know if I'm going to do it again this life or not. I probably should. I should make it an effort to try to do it at least once every life. Feels like part 1 is not that bad if you know what you're doing. It's long. But, again, the thing is I don't know what I'm doing. So.
Just beyond the edges of your vision, the dragon below awaits. A second altar rests at the end of this chapter. Its power makes fire rise.
Yeah, I will say paralyzing at this level is powerful. Ow. In fact, I know I did. Oh, and I can even see bleeding. Successfully scratched my man boobie through my t-shirt to bleed. Isn't that special?
You feel a faint tremor below your feet. The dragon stirs.
If that doesn't tell you how bad the itches can be around here, then nothing I can do will explain it. Why are we walking so slow? I can't bear it! Turn on the afterburners. I don't have a way to make a afterburners and do a bear pun.
stifling, the sulphurous stench more nauseating. The heart of the mountain.
Yeah, look how many. I love all these intimidates. 3 intimidates. But imagine this build, but with a sword and a board. Probably, hopefully, something that's not completely terrible on damage, or a Vorpal, a low-level Vorpal wet sword of some sort. So your trash DPS is still okay. Not good. Still okay. Just gonna rage again. Theoretically, I could be popping off restoration from spells now too, instead of having to do it all with pots. Probably be better. It's probably this spell I need to switch over to.
The dragon below's power is broken.
5 minutes. Not the best speed.
Heat and steam rise from the cave and
Get on our horsey! I love Three Rail Cove. It's like a magical place. It's like Tahiti. It really is a magical place. So I'm gonna keep checking for this spear. I'm gonna try to get in the habit of checking it when I can get out here and just check it. I have one from the last hardcore season. I've never managed to pull one before, but I've actually had a couple people ask me about them. Oh, that's not as good. Thought that was going to be another knockdown, like this one. But this is windswept, not air guard or whatever this was. Air warded. Like if those were bracers of air guard, that might be, I mean, not good enough for what I'm using now, but it might be good enough to put on the old shard exchange.
the current is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through.
A thick fog rises up from the water as voices of pirates float along the current.
Wish these guys would bear with me long enough to get my buffs cast. Crits are pretty good. What are you doing? You coming to say hi? Up? Up? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Up. Oh, hi. Are we so lucky for a Quinn sighting? Yeah, we are, aren't we? Now look at the camera. Look at the camera. Say hi, everybody. Hi. such a cute little devil, aren't you? What's the matter? You ready to get down? No, not yet. I don't have any treats. Now, are you ready to get down? Still no? Oh man, what is going on with you? I think you put a hair in my mouth. Quick. Oh, now you went down. Okay. You can tell when she went down. She's not a dog that likes being held for very long. She likes being held, but not for long. Has it been 3.24 seconds? Let me go!
The entryway into the pirate's compound rumbles open. A strong breeze gusts from a crack in this wall. Suddenly the clanking of wood and metal intensifies. Out to you.
Huh.
Do not touch anything.
I don't know what's going on. I just heard a bang. Not a big bang, a little bang. Enough of a bang that makes me wonder what kind of mischief my puppy's into. No good comes from bangs in the middle of the night. It used to be a rabbit that always made all the noise at night. She is no longer with us, so I don't have to worry about her making noise in the night anymore. I think that's correct. Did a guy follow me? The guy did follow me. Nice. Good for that guy. What? My hireling actually cast a useful spell on me even. You guys see that? Took care of my weakness. Alright, I think we're good. The only way to know. Turn it and pray. Turn it and pray. Well, something's wrong. Ah, this is wrong. This quest is so good for experience. So realistically, what do we get here? It took us 6.5 minutes with that playthrough. We got 3,000 for doing it this way, plus 12,000 for the puzzle, so 15,000 for 6 minutes. Mwah. So good. So good.
The current is drawn into an opening in the rock, just large enough to wiggle through.
Alright, again, we're just gonna come over here and check for the chieftain spear. Some brushes are multitaskers. Oh, no, not today. The last time I was in here, every time I checked that guy, I think he was here except for once. But I checked him like 6 times. It was pretty sweet.
Stands curiously alone in the center of the
Curiously. Alright. Arr, I be wanting to try to swash the buckles. Welcome to some swash for sure.
This is sure to be the first of these.
Alright. You know what? I was gonna say I'm gonna skip that chest, but if I just spotted it, I might be able to search it, especially now with the plus 10 to my... Oh, I'm too mad to search. Never mind.
Intricate system of ladders leads up the shaft. Agility and physical endurance will be paramount in overcoming this challenge.
Too mad to search. Okay, so if you've never seen how I've done this quest before and you're really curious, you wanna go into mouse look mode. Make sure you have a feather fall on, and then just push forward and spacebar to jump off of the ladder. Okay, then you can mouse look up or mouse look down while you're pushing forward. So, for example, I want to go over here. I'm going to look at the ladder and jump off, feather fall over, bam. You can do it without feather fall as well, but feather fall does make it a lot easier. I do it occasionally without featherfall just to show people that you can do it without featherfall. You have to be a lot more precise in your jumps compared to no featherfall. Or with featherfall, I suppose. And you just go back off of mouse look mode when you're done.
Up the agility trial. The fetid stench of sewer fills your nostrils. You survived the Warforged constructs cease to exist.
Now we turn our Featherfall off because we don't care about Featherfall anymore.
A series of
We're good to
levels
go.
and tracks.
Alright, and now let me explain this puzzle. And I'm not going to like talk through it and go all the way into depth through it. Just going to kind of demonstrate. You want to do the one that's by itself first, which means you're going to hit the lever that goes towards the one. Then you're going to put the one towards the collectible, basically.
The other components in the room return
No,
to their
it's
initial
red that shoots. I always forget the red that shoots part. So red that's going to shoot, it's going to show all that stuff around. Then we're going to reset everything. Then we're going to go to part 2. Now, after you fire that first shot, this switch should be down, which means you want to send it over to the part that's 2. And the part that's 2, you want to send it to 1. So you want to send it towards the other one and then towards the back wall. You know that it doesn't make as much sense as I would like to, but that's how I kind of remember it. So, one by itself, then towards the 2, towards the next one, and then towards the wall. Nope, not on the ladder, please. Thank you. I think the reason why I like this quest so much is because the puzzles are an important part of the it's not just fighting your way through. Not that I don't enjoy fighting my way through in a lot of quests, but it's your knowledge that comes to the foreground, I guess. And I appreciate taking advantage of my knowledge. And not just knowing the puzzles per se, but like
You have weathered Rackham's inferno. A few burns and sweat coat your skin.
and then here we want to answer the most piratey question possible. Run for the loot. We're gonna go to the tavern, double the share of the crew. Of course, I'm looking for some buckles to swash. And then we're gonna say I. And the secret is not to do anything until this guy vanishes. Then we're gonna
You
just kill him.
survive the gruels of Rackham's trial.
It is sad, but otherwise we add like another minute and a half to the quest, and there's just no reason.
A small building stands curiously alone in the
So
center.
we're like, another minute and a half for doing the right thing. He's already respawned. He's fine. He likes it. It makes him feel good. He and those dogs are actually very, very
Arcade
deeply connected.
extends deep into the rock behind this waterfall.
The grotto is warm and damp. The sound of dripping water surrounds you. In the air. Egg splits open, spilling something chilling into the water. Something glistens, Far beneath the stone walls,
Yep, whole monster rolled a 1. Whole monster's not a problem, but I haven't failed a whole person yet. That's what I'm kind of curious about. I haven't seen a whole person.
this huge echoing vault was once the
Huge.
Garl the Grey and his men. More troglodytes' eggs lie in the system.
We got all of them. We got all them eggs. So something I still don't think I have is a ring. Oh, nope, I'm a liar. I have the Shocking King composite that we talked about. That we found and we talked about earlier, whether it was good enough to ritual up in some way. We also theoretically have a wand of flame
Hissing and snarling rise up
Flame
from the floor
doodad.
below. This must be the troglodyte's main den.
Hey! Aquith? I have no idea how to say that. I would love to be able to pronounce your name. What? Give me a something. So, it is a bus. So the reason why it's a bus is because I'm actually in the process of converting a school bus into a house, like an RV. And I'll be moving into that RV full time pretty soon. Which is why, and I've named it the USS Fat Halfling. And yeah, that's the reason why we call it that. So I got the floors in, the hardwood floors, the pressed bamboo. I've got the counters in with the quartz countertops. Here's a picture. My refrigerator. The shower's right here. This will be where the toilet area is. We have a king-size bed in the back. We have an alcohol-based stove right there. And we have basically a twin-size couch. So, yeah, we got pull-out drawers right here. I haven't taken an up-to-date lengthwise shot yet, so need to take another one pretty soon. But yep, so that's the reason why it's a bus, is because it is my school bus, which if you'd like to follow, if you're an Instagrammer, Instagram.com/USSFatHalfling. But that is the reason why. That is the reason why. Hey, thanks for that. Look at there, a small dragon shard Everon fragmente.
Stirs in the mist.
Nice.
This is Zalch, chieftain of the tribe.
I haven't posted an update in a couple of days. I need to do some stuff. Right now I'm actually in the process. If the weather will get nice again for a couple of days, which we're not scheduled to have nice weather again until Friday. But the next time we get a couple of days of nice weather, I want to start working on the roof deck again. Yeah, I'm gonna put a short, like 5x7, maybe 5x8, whatever the width of the bus is, basically. As close as I can get it. Little deck off of the back. Yeah, we can't do D&D with a game board no more. Oh, you mean in-person D&D?
The arches lies the way to Great Garl's resting place. Red Tom is
Quite a few people still do pen and paper D&D. I did a pen and paper D&D this weekend.
cave of the
Some friends of mine came to celebrate a guy's birthday. And we got together. We played a spooky Halloween themed module. It was a one-shot campaign. One-night adventure. It's pretty awesome. But we play that same group. We normally play on Sundays using Roll20. So we still get to play together a lot. Pretty much every, like I said, pretty much every Sunday. In fact, in another week or 3, I'll be taking over as DM, which will be pretty sweet. I haven't DM'd anything in a long time.
The Weeping Cove is rumored to be a resting place of Two-Toed Tobias, an ancient three-barrel legend.
It's going pretty good. We're got about another hour left of the stream probably, and we TR'd this morning, so we're a little behind where we probably should be, all things considered, like a level an hour, but it's fine. We're having fun. We're kind of experimenting with the shifter, if you're interested in the build. It's a Barbarian Druid Favored Soul. We're only going to take one level of Favored Soul, but it's a very powerful splash, actually. I'm really glad we did it. It's been quite the game, actually. The Night Shield has been particularly strong, and the Divine Might, except in this case Divine Will, has been exceptionally strong. So I'm pretty pleased. We also picked up quite a few subscribers and whatnot tonight as well, so that's good. So overall, today's been pretty successful. And as of 50 minutes ago, my son has turned 21. 21. If you can believe it. So a lot of good stuff happening today.
A strong current pushes against you.
Hype for sure. Hype for sure. Also, we happen to be a bear submarine. Blum, 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 blum. Alright. Maximum value time. We're gonna head up here.
You hear doors
Wait for this door
close
to
ahead and behind
close
you.
ahead and behind
You
us.
feel that you
We're gonna come back down here and start crushing these cave bats. And with them down, these guys should spawn. Then we should be good to move up here, and it should kind of basically clear itself of the aggros. One more down. Then the arcane caster that spawns down here will come up the stairs, so you don't have to worry about him. He'll come to us. Oh, we missed an archer though. Dang it.
Cervantes, who told Tobias's first mate, has been returned to the depths. A slight breeze emerges from behind the wall. A ship's mast rises up from a chasm in the cave floor.
It's all about smoothness. Anyway, how are you doing tonight? It's kind of rude for you to be so generous and inquire about my day. And me not inquiring about yours, so... Well, how's it going? What's your DDO experience? How much, what do you play? What server do you play on, etc.?
Cuts through your body as you see if the air becomes even cold.
Whoa.
The ice
Oh, so round. So pudgy.
The source of the cold air is this room. The fire jets melt the ice, allowing you to continue your search for two-toed Tobias.
Roar. Thump. Thump. Bum bum bum. Bear submarine, just swimming around like a submarine. Holding our breath, but tooting just along.
The second valve triggers another chain reaction, which opens the door to the rest of the dungeon.
Just a bear submarine. It's probably a good word that rhymes with submarine. Like, we can turn, like, careen something. I bet there's something in here. Hey, where'd you go? I feel like the answer was somewhere involving my hirelings where they went. Poor little hireling. I wonder if I could write a song about becoming a bear at the full moon and eating an ex-lover's heart. Maybe that's why you're cursed to be a bear. Like you broke my heart. Is why I made yours into some tartar. I don't know. I'd have to really think about things. Really have to think about this. All right, where'd that boat go? Did I not drag it to my bar?
With bullseyes.
All right, let's drag it to our bar.
As the lever flips back, the floor opens. The door before you opens as if you were expected. A supposed urban legend speaks to you. It's about time someone. The legend of two-toed Tobias.
Look there, I still had more
is not
tax
just
left.
an urban myth, although it is doubtful that anyone would believe your
I still had more tax left. Brooke Shields decided to put on a bikini at 50 to prove that women over 50 still got it.
The
Yeah.
Weeping Cove is rumored to
Still
be
looks
a
pretty good.
resting place of two-toed
For
Tobias,
50?
an ancient three-barrel legend.
Yeah. Diet and exercise and good breeding. Like all of the F1 buttons. She's 55. Wow. I know she's got at least one kid. Still looks good. I'm not going to run back. I'm going to take the teleporter. Take me to the fire caves, please.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before.
Now, granted, having the money to spend on personal trainers and all the best foods and all that stuff certainly doesn't hurt. Certainly doesn't hurt.
Before, the caves were merely hot. Now they are sweltering. The air itself seems on the verge of catching fire.
Alright. Wow.
The voices of the ogres are silenced. Now there is something even more ominous. An old and mighty anger you can feel through the
No. May have to stop and clear some aggro behind us at some point, but not yet. Ha ha.
The
Not
cracking
yet.
stones and the crackle of flame fill the air.
All right, maybe now. Yes. Oh, excuse me. That was kind of scary for a second. I didn't even see at least 3 Reapers, right? At least 3 Reapers? 2 Reapers. 2 Reapers. At least a double Reaper. There was another Shadow, but I don't think it was a Reaper. think it was just 2 Reapers. No reason to exaggerate when the truth is pretty awesome as it is.
Another elemental lurks ahead, watching you with eyes of smoldering again.
Those Reapers got us. Or not Reapers, champs. What are those champs getting us? Holy Kopesh of beating 5? How is this feeding 5? For other feedings are just feeding, it's exactly the same. Let's see. My 4 per quarterstaff is of feeding. I don't think I still. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Vorpal. So what's feeding 5? Like, how is this feeding? You still just do 1 negative level. If you did more than 1 negative level, I could see that being very exciting. But for 1 negative level, I don't understand how that's a special panda. On Vorpal hit, your target incurs 1 negative level. You gain 5 hit points. That lasts for 1 minute or until used to negate incoming damage. Okay. And this quarterstaff says feeding on Vorpal hit, your target incurs 1 negative level and you gain 5 temporary hit points. So what? I don't know.
The elementals are slain, one and all.
I don't understand why that's different. Well, where we go when we always have questions. To the DDO Wiki.
Heat and steam rise from the cave entrance before you.
It's not. It's not listing feeding. Items. Weapons. Guess I'll just ask somebody about in the wiki page, perhaps. Yeah, I just don't know. If anyone knows why that's feeding 5 versus feeding 1, please let me know. I would be curious to understand. Oops, we're getting all shaky here.
The feel of this place has changed. The air is strangely cold. And the scent of old decay has replaced the troglodyte's musk.
Kind of like clean up what we have to and then run past everything else. I don't want to be fighting
The chill
the
flows
oozes and
out
stuff
from
in here if I can help it.
so strong that the water makes your feet numb. Cold.
Oh, bollocks. I thought I was going to be able to get out of here. Our bloom is starting to take some damage. I don't think it's enough damage to really be a problem, but... And obviously it's bound to account, so it's not going to take permanent damage. But still.
A grating whisper drifts out of the dark from beyond the vault. Who disturbs my tomb? Dog. You will never see the sun again.
It was me! You know, I have mixed feelings on the idea of never seeing the sun again. On one hand, I am a light sensitive. This is why I wear a sun hat or a hat inside.
Unholy light.
And why our lighting is okay, it's not great. Because I am such a light sensitive.
They must. The stone here is clawed and torn, and smells of spices and rot.
But I could understand. I guess no, click it. Oh, I think we missed it. And apparently we missed the lever anyway, so we gotta go back up. Like idiot. And we lost Ellery. And we can't dismiss her anyhow, so go us. I was in the middle of saying what I understood and then I forgot. Oh! Ran all the way up there, still didn't get it. The worst.
The whispering voice speaks again.
There's 7 minutes left on the rage, or sorry, 7 seconds. 3, 2, 1. I think we'll go ahead and rage here again.
The air here is so cold that frost rhymes the snow. The chill seems to have come from beneath the water.
We switch weapons. I'm too mad to switch weapons? Okay. It's like, I don't think I'm that mad. But I must have been trying to click the clicky is what I must have been trying to click. Wasn't my intention, but... Ooh, we got a falchion. Is it a good falchion? Good falchions are great.
But you might be able to open it with the proper key.
It's literally a good falchion of... No, it's poopy. Dang it. If instead of tendon slice that was keen, I would be very excited.
A chest gleams in the frozen light. This is Grey Garl's lost hoard. As the chest opens, a frigid wind sucks the last warmth of the room. Old Grey Garl has come, bent on protecting his loot. With this
Woo!
old Grey Garl,
We may not make it. We may not make it.
the cold suffusing
We may not make
air
it.
begins to fade.
There's so many dots. Oh, no, we got out. We got out. Woo! That was close. We almost took the soul ride
A cave extends deep into the rock behind
to the
this
airship.
waterfall.
Take the soul stone to the airship. Alright, let's pick up our end rewards and repair, and we'll level. Don't think we can get one more level before it's time to log off, but make the best go of it we can. We'll just take the... I don't feel like we're very likely to use that crossbow. So we'll just take the thing that we know weighs the least and is the same amount of sentient gem experience. Look, there usually is a slight chance we're going to use that, but probably not. Yeah, we did good. We could go over here and do this rescue boat, or this protect the boat stuff, but honestly that amount of experience is not so much for the time that I'm not worried about it. Alright, let's bring this up. So we could go up here for level 4, but I think we have a little bit of time. I think I'd rather have the one more level worth of druid spells right now. So I think we're going to do another druid level and then reevaluate. Alright, I'm fairly certain I want Blood Tribute at some point, but maybe I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I think. I know I want this. Yeah, I think I'm gonna want both. I've never seen that bear do the Supreme Cleave before. Oh man, that is great. Oh, I didn't crack the boat. That's funny. Alright, is there anything I can think of at level 8? probably, actually, now that I say it out loud. A couple of or at least, yeah, some rings come online at 8. No, don't sell that. Well, we'll throw that into the sentient item pile. Same thing with that. Yeah, so right off the bat, actually, we have a couple of semi-important doodads here. Well, that should be over here. Second of all, I think both of our rings are going to get changed this level, and possibly our trinket.
I grow stronger.
Get rid of it. I don't think we're going to use it. Doesn't seem especially likely. Okay, so our Constitution 5 rings, that seems like a probable. And then our Ring of Power is right there. So at the very least, we're probably going to switch these. Relentless Fury is really good, but I don't think it's good enough to swap here. Plus, we already have Seeker on our boots for right now. It's possible I want to look at crafting a pair of something, like on some shackles, but I don't think I care that much right this minute. Yeah, if we were dagger build right now, we would be increasing some stuff for sure. But since we're not, I think we're probably in a fine spot. Like, I'm just glancing to see if there's anything else that, like, catches our attention. It's possible we're going to want the precision lenses. In fact, I think it's likely that we're going to want the precision lenses. Do we want the keen falchion? It's a lot of damage. It's very strong, but yeah, you know what? Let's grab it. I don't know if we'll actually hit it, but we might, and we definitely are not going to be hitting some of these other weapons now, so they can get put away for sure. Oh, where am I going to put random stuff that I'm trying to figure out if it's any good or not? Well, that stick may still be used. This stick can probably go. Alright. Thought I still saw Tobrel on. Honestly can't think of anything else off the top of my head that I care about that much. Alright, so 8 leaves us at 6s. There's not a lot of great 6s at this level. I mean, there's some that are really fun, but they're not necessarily the best experience per level. So, like Another Man's Treasure, stuff like that. Cage Troll's pretty good. Some of that stuff actually is quite... Bounty Hunter, starting CO6. You know what? There's a couple of things that are on mine. It's pretty still pretty damn good list. Yep, you win. Get in my backpack. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Alright, let's start in How's Ping-a-ling-a-ling? Doo-wop, doo-wop, ping-a-ling-a-ling. Let's grab Cage Trolls and the this one over here. Ran right past the first quest like an idiot. Wow. That favorite soul was not into healing itself, was it? Also a lot of nasties right here though. I mean, if we're gonna be fair. Which psh, fish posh, fairness. Oh, I must have picked up another rage. I was like, still 3 rages, kids. There we go. I'm like, what did we miss? Nothing was the answer. We missed nothing. Consider feeling bad for these guys. I considered it. It didn't happen, but I considered it. Speaking of didn't happen, how are we doing on viewers now? Not the best, I guess. But considering looks like we're 100% of the studio stream right now. Guess it's a perk in the right direction. Well, I guess we're not 100%. Very nearly almost 100%. Kind of an off night tonight, huh? For a Monday, I guess. Kind of chill. Should probably continue to keep the hireling out, if for no other reason than to distract.
You must be nearing
For the moment, it can help distract. Huh, I would have assumed that guy was in range, to be honest. Guess I would have assumed wrong. Assumed poorly. So far off one of these temporary hit points. Guess it makes sense to have the temporary hit points going, especially if you're gonna like fire off a bunch of these superior cleave attacks. This makes sense for the hit points to come off with the temporary hit points instead of the regular hit points, right?
Cage clappers open. Angry hiss of escaping acid trickles off. Sulphurous reek of magical fire hangs over his guard. Gnawed and rotten foot dangle foul air. Once knocked out of the woods. Feel a welcome decrease in the blast. Control's cage clappers open. Somewhere in the distance, a single high-pitched bell chimes.
I'm gonna go ahead and pick up this chest because we are in the right level range for cool and interesting things to drop. Really, that door opened without this bell ringing, I guess. No, the lever was thrown the correct
Somewhere in the
direction, I
distance,
believe.
a single low
But anyway,
bell chimes.
I forget what I was saying.
The floor is obscured.
Oh
by a
yes,
layer of dust.
interesting things can still drop,
Almost slippery.
especially with the treasure hunter potion or whatever it's called still running. Yeah, and get some interesting random loot Genlin gear, Galinda gear. Get some interesting random loot generated gear. There we go. We did it. We found the words. Definitely getting tired. It's been a long day. Keep in mind, we've been streaming pretty much since 11 o'clock this morning. We did take a 3-hour break. So we're easily coming up on our 11th hour of streaming today, which is quite a lot of time to talk and think and try to have a variety of ideas and thoughts on things. Alright, so now I think we're going to pop over to House D, as in Donger. All the houses can be explained or expressed as male genitalia. So P is easy, right? J is junk. D is dong, or, you know, Richard. C is easy. Let's see, what else we have? K. K's harder, but you still just use the same one that you use for C. Let's see, we're going to House D. We're going to start with the bar here. I really like the bar, specifically the Bounty Hunter quest at this level. It's super fast. I mean, really. A lot of people struggle, I think, with getting the speed in this quest because they don't realize what's actually necessary to do and what's side quest.
Very cool. Earthy smells of dirt and fungus fill the air.
And as long as we have at least 10 kills, I don't care after 10 kills how many kills we have. In fact, every kill over level 10 is taking us away from a discrete bonus, which I don't even know if we can get.
Campfires and torches give way to the natural lighting of crystals and mushrooms.
Yeah, we're gonna end up killing a lot of extra kills. Oh, double chest. One's a... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. My bad, I meant to set her free. I just misclicked. Get it? Okay, we got it. I'm a pig. I'm a bear, not a pig. Guess they're kind of close sometimes. Two stabby hands. Does it make us odd again? It does. So the first one is fine. After that, it gets awkward again. Alright, 6,000 experience points in 3 minutes. Wow, it must have been slow. I guess summoning the guy did slow us down. Like usually we really sing really sing through that quest. Huh, that's interesting. So. Alright, let's see. We have 20 minutes till the stream basically wraps. Don't know if we can get done with all the CO6 quests or the Grey Moon Waning quests. And no, we can't do CO6. I don't know if we can do Grey Moon Waning in 40 minutes. We might. We should. Right? 10 minutes a quest. Several of them don't take 10 minutes a quest. Let's see if we can not get up and use the restroom also. That's the real challenge. That's the real time sink. Making tinkle. Making tinkle.
In the hollow to the north waits Wuku, elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Alright.
By the wretched smell, these ogres must have recently dined on the flesh of fallen adventurers. The lift here leads down to a long abandoned mine. It is now home to ogres. The mine is dank and filthy, and wood flowers echo from its depths.
So normally when I do this these Grey Moon Waning, I usually find these to be quests that are exceptionally easy to do on a higher skull than a lot of other quests at the similar area. If I had a group, like 3 or 4 people even, this would be a quest chain that I would be willing and interesting to do, like on Reaper 7 or 8 or 9 or 10 even at this level range, because I find it like a 4 not too bad to do on this quest solo. I can only imagine what it'd be like to have a group of people with you during this quest.
Have the sense of fathomless depths beneath you. Fall into this chasm is certain death.
Alright, we got a Famine Reaper up here.
One of the cells ahead. Maybe that should
Oh, we missed the Famine Reaper? That seems odd. I'll buy that. Ooh, double chest. Double chest. Mighty of Armor Piercing 5. That's not the worst. This little bucko's pretty good too. He's got a green slot even. Sorry, blue slot. Blue slot. And it's a mithril. I might keep that. I don't know what we'll do with it. But I could see
disappears down the hall.
I guess he doing this up. So this is not the greatest experience per minute. It took me 2.5 minutes for basically the equivalent amount of experience. However, the Reaper experience for the time is pretty good.
The lift here leads
So if you were a person who, say, did do that on a higher Reaper, it goes up very quickly. All things considered. It's not like a long quest. It is still considered a short quest, but it's still very good. Honestly, most of the quests out here are like that. They are
To the north waits
pretty quick and easy. And they're pretty good to knock out. I'm also going to stop and hit this Explorer Zone on this side because we're not going to come back to this side. So we might as well grab this quick 1,000 experience for just a little bit of riding our horse around.
Here, the ogres have clearly avoided this spider-infested area of sawdust. By the handprints on the rock, this cave is clearly occupied by ogres.
I find that if you pick up those explorers while you're out here doing certain areas, they don't add a whole lot of experience to the overall list. I do find them to still be pretty good
The tension in the mine is great.
overall.
The ogres are rigorously
I'm going to try to barrel through this, and then if I have to stop and clear those guys on the other end, I will. I suspect I will, because I don't actually know where to go, because I'm not a Clash Star. Does anyone in the group happen to be a Clash Star by any chance? Are there any Clash Stars out there? Where? Because that door's locked, and this door's locked. Not 100% sure where to... Hey, here's an open door.
This door stands open.
Doesn't take a Clash Star.
Take a Clash Star to sense that the ogres want you.
Oh, man. Pour out a drink to my bud, Crisis. That's his joke. I always tell that joke. If you could call it that, which some people can, some people cannot. Always try to remember that and tell that little joke because my friend Crisis, he's not dead. He just quit playing DDO.
Machinery in this chamber. You hear shuffling from
He
the others above.
my understanding is he got in really good shape. Started taking Taekwondo, I believe, or karate. I think Taekwondo. And something happened. I don't know exactly what's going on. He and his wife separated, and I heard that he's recently back with his high school sweetheart. So I haven't spoken to him in a coon's age, but
Lord Roost glowers at you from
in
his
memory of a good friend, I like to share that joke with everybody. Again, if you can call it a joke. Some people do not. Sometimes I do. Alright, we're going to pull this door open and we're going to loot the big chest. That should give the door time to close so we can grab things over here. When you pull this door open a second time, this bad man will be in it. I don't know if it's worth the time, but since we're gonna pull it and then go loot the chest, it's not like it really adds a lot of extra time to the quest there. Oh wow. So I looked at the chat a minute ago and it told me that there were like 3 people watching, but I see quite a few names out there. Some of them are bots, I recognize, but some people are not bots, I don't think. Maybe everyone's a bot, I don't know. Maybe I'm a bot. What if I was a bot? You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know.
Elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Pre-programmed to tell dirty jokes and play DDO. I could be a robot. 13 minutes left to try to knock out these 2 Grey Moon quests. don't know if we're gonna make it. If we can, that'll give us at least one more rank, I think. A lot of work for this rank. The XP suddenly like kicked up a notch, I think.
To the south lies the entrance to the caves of the Grey Moon Ogre clan, driven out by trolls.
The Grey Moon Ogre clan.
You have come to the den of the Grey Moon tribe. Signs of struggle are everywhere. The stink of trolls thickens the air.
Dog did not last very long. How are you not dead? You must have come up from below. You know what I also don't think I did? I think I have new spells and I don't think I prepared on my team. Not new levels of spells though. So what would we even do with another second level spell? Nothing probably, right?
You hear heavy breathing.
I mean, it makes taking restoration a lot easier. But honestly, probably nothing. Why? Why? I intimidate attacked. I intimidate a regular intim. Just leave that guy. I don't even think I care. Whatever we got. We're here to kill trolls. We're not really here for the troll collaborators.
The reek of trolls might make you retch. You hear growling and the slap of leathery feet against stone. Hammerfist, the troll shield, shoots at With a bellow of lifeless rage, Hammerfist crashes to the floor.
Oh, remind me not to try that on the hardcore server.
The last of Hammerfist's trolls.
I don't mind running over the bridge the first time, but running back would be brutal. Though we'd lose 2 collectibles if I didn't. Don't like that. Dislike. Alright.
To the south lies the entrance to the
Alright,
caves
we
of the
can't.
Grey
No, not
Moon
recall.
Ogre
Force
clan,
up.
driven out by trolls.
We got 9 minutes. We can definitely do the next quest in 9 minutes. Or at least be close enough that we don't have to end exactly at 2 o'clock. I do need to process the roast that's left over. I need to get it put away. But packaged up in such a way that I can reheat it up easily over the next couple of days. That's going to be my staple, I think, for the rest of this week. Probably not even this week. Probably tomorrow. Maybe maybe. Well, I have more roast. I can always just throw more roast in it.
Elder of the Grey Moon tribe.
Right? If I had room to put the whole thing in the refrigerator, I could. Guess I could keep it on warm? Maybe? It is in the Instapot, so it's not like the liquid is boiling out. Let's keep it on warm. That might be good enough. Fortunately, I don't know if it's got like a simmer. We will stop and pick up this. I probably shouldn't have raged yet. There won't be any monsters for a little bit here. No, we did rank up. That's good. We may have avoided that Reaper.
The gate on the far side of this chamber stands open. You hear faint snarling from the darkness beyond. You'll have to search for a way to lower the drawbridge. The chasm is too wide to jump.
I feel like it's probably not really too wide to jump. I feel like we could probably make it. They just don't want us to. They just don't want us to jump. Lever. I'm gonna hit this thing. Pull that lever. Alright. Yeah, we're making good progress here, actually. Not the fastest run through this ever, but pretty good. Maybe it's not quite enough.
Numerous runes were carved into the wall here.
Did not quite get to her rescue in time. I feel no pain. The Fury protects me. I'm a Fury.
Brother Kasul goes to his dark god.
Oh, and we got 2 champ scorps. Maybe we'll get a chest out of one of them here. Oh, double chest. Take it. They both dropped shiny loot for us. I didn't think any of it was particularly good, but I didn't look at it real close. This is the third time it's going to lock up. We might just wrap up at this point. I'm very annoyed that it's doing this today. Oh, there it
To the
went.
south lies the entrance to the
I was beginning to
cave
wonder
where
if it would
the
actually
moon
go.
request by trolls.
I don't recall if this over here is a... I know it's a rare, but I don't think it's an explorer, is it? No. Yes, it is. And it happened to be a rare, so I stopped clearing. Because greedy! I mean, not a lot of experience, but it certainly did not take very long. For 1500 experience? Like a minute? It's probably okay. Probably okay. Alright, well, we're going to end up finishing up pretty much smack on the nose at 2 o'clock, which is usually when we wrap up for the evening streams. Tomorrow is Remington's birthday. So I don't know everything that's going on tomorrow for sure. But this is what I would expect. And I don't know exactly. In the morning, I imagine we're going to do a stream of some sort, Remy and I together. I bet it's going to be Shining Force, if I were to guess. But I don't know for 100% for sure, because I suspect we're going to probably knock out a quick playthrough of Shining Force. We like to do one about once a year. It seems like 18 months, something in that ballpark. And we're pretty much at that window again. It is probably my favorite game outside of Dungeons & Dragons and DDO and Magic. So maybe it's like the third best game ever. It's my favorite console game for sure, I think. So, I guess it was on the horse. So consider that. I think that's kind of rubbed off on Remington a little bit. I think he also loves it a lot. Cooldown changes to 10 seconds. I think we do want to make it faster first. That seems correct to me. I don't mind if it hurts to get it knocked out. Actually, I imagine this is this guy. Yeah, but not the next one. So I imagine we're going to do that, and then tomorrow we're going to have dinner around 6:30 local, which is, I usually start sometime around a little bit 7:30, 8 o'clock. We started at 6 today, to kind of give you an idea of when this evening stream was. I don't know when it's going to be tomorrow. I imagine I will probably have a drink or two in me. We may or may not have Remington with us with a drink or 3 in him. I don't know. Again, he's 21. It is his first drink as far as I know. I don't think he's had any drinks illegally. So the kid is super straight edge. So I also think he would tell me if he did. But maybe not. I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So yeah, with that, I think we're going to call it an evening. I don't know if there's anybody else streaming Dungeons & Dragons Online right now that I would normally throw it to. Let me see. Looks like Quest Tech is the only one that's questing at the moment. It says Dingus and Dumb Guns. Yeah, I don't know if I'm about that life. So anyway, I'm going to just wrap up here. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, please consider subscribing. If you are subscribed and you'd like to help us out, but you don't have any dollars, a great way to do so to help us out would be to jump over to youtube.com/SamEscarobo. Follow over on our YouTube channel, interact with some of the videos. It's a great way to support the stream for free. However, if you would like to help us out in a more direct way, patreon.com/Samus is a great way to do that. You get extra voting rights. You get emails occasionally, usually a couple of days before TR, let you guys know we're TRing. You can take build suggestions from Patreons and other perks like that. And that's for as little as $1 a month, or if you really get a wild hair, as high as $20 a month. All right, everybody, with that, I'm out of here. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope you have a wonderful day. And we'll see you guys in the morning for Remington's birthday.